Chapter 460. As expected, the old man listened to his granddaughter and bought a large number of crabs from Lake Tai. He kept them on the boat and planned to let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have a taste of them when they arrived. As for how to sell them, he would leave it to his granddaughter. The two boats that the Ning family bought from other places just happened to arrive. When the people on the boats saw the very conspicuous boat parked here, they did not dare to come over and greet them. They did not stop and directly passed by. On the deck, the people of the Ning family were still looking at the strange boat. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they could no longer see it. They were afraid that the other party would come looking for them again. "Young master, when we return this time, you'll have made a great contribution. You'll definitely be rewarded. Congratulations, young master." On the deck, a servant in his 20s said with a smile to a man about the same age as him who was standing at the bow of the boat with his hands clasped behind his back. Being praised like this, the young master of the Ning family was very happy. Wei Wei smiled and said, "Yes, I received a letter from my family. I started working on it and finally bought 2 boats. The Ning family can do what the Zhang family can do. They're not the only ones who know how to earn money. Once we get the goods on the boats back, we can sell them and earn enough money for a boat. Young master, you're right. When the time comes, we'll sell the goods elsewhere. Let's see if the Zhang family can still keep the good stuff. Master did a good job and didn't let Lu Zhou's goods pass through there. Young master, do you think Lu Zhou's people can stop those goods? Why do they have to charge so much money?" The servant flattered him and said whatever he wanted to make the young master happy. When young master Ning heard the servant mention the matter of blocking the road, his face darkened. "Humph, how dare they? My Ning family is not a family that a person with no foundation can afford to offend. The Zhang Zhong family was just a small family in the past. They had only started to make some money in recent years. He did not know what a big family was. It was not enough just to have a little bit of money. It also needed people in all aspects. Did the Zhang family have that? If the Zhang family is really that capable, they won't be chased to Luzhou." In the letter, he said that a new pier is being built at his place. "We'll stop there when we arrive. I'll show you the power of the Ning family. Send a message to Zhang Zhong, and he'll personally come to pick me up." Yes, I came to pick you up personally." The servants were willing to flatter him, but they didn't think so in their hearts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have begged for mercy when they bumped into the original minister's boat. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them. When the time came, they would just listen to the orders. As the servant thought about it, he continued to praise the young master. The young master also liked to hear it. The two of them spoke well, and the servant even received some extra tips. The sun hung high in the sky, and only a few strands of clouds were blown back and forth by the wind. Lu Shaoqing was in a very good mood. He bought enough prawns to make 400 jars of prawn sauce, and he owed the bill. He stood in the courtyard and watched the servants busily putting the prawns into the jars. It was as though he was looking at a lot of money in front of him. The steward who got a concubine followed beside him. He was overjoyed these 2 days, but he was also exhausted. He couldn't sleep much at night and spent all his energy on the concubine. He was happy, but he was also a little tired. He wondered if he should take a break tonight. If he did this every day, his body would collapse. However, he was reluctant to do so. This little fishy was not as good as the original one. He couldn't control himself when he held her in his arms. It was like a celestial life. When he thought about how it was all because of the prawns this time, the steward whispered, "Master, should we hurry up? The other 3 families are also doing it. They also bought a lot of prawns, but they also owe the bill." The 4 families added up to 1,600 jars, and the Zhang family only bought 1,000 jars. The extra 600 jars are gone. Yes, we have to hurry up. Let's do it like this. Go find the people in the marinating business first and discuss with them. Write down a receipt for the hundreds of jars here and tell them that after a month, they can lower the price slightly. It doesn't matter what the others do. Lu Shaoqing also thought about this matter. He also knew how much the Zhang family bought. The only competition was with the other three families. At this time, it was no longer like before. In the past, the four of them could make a fortune together and still work together. Now, each of them only cared about their own business, and no one could control each other. After several incidents, they didn't get along well on the surface. Now, they didn't talk to each other when they had nothing to do. Each of them stared at others and hoped that they could live well. If it was the Zhang family's scheme, it could be considered a success. Master, don't worry. I will go and discuss with them now. Master, should we compensate them with the previous 200 jars? It's not a lot. We can just say that they didn't make the prawns and sell these 200 jars to them. After deducting the compensation, we can still earn a lot more. The steward thought of a good idea and said with a flattering smile. After pausing for a moment, he said, Master, how much should we reduce the price? 15 strings of cash for a jar of prawn sauce. Should we ask for less than 1 string of cash? Less than 1 string of cash may not work, but 2 strings of cash. If they still don't agree, we can only give them 3 strings of cash at most. 12 strings of cash for a jar of prawn sauce is also a lot of profit. What you said before is also a good idea. We can compensate them for their loss and use this money to make up for it. Lu Shaoqing was not so stubborn on this point. After listening to the steward's words, he gave a sum of money and turned to look at those who were washing jars, loading prawns, and adding salt. He ordered, hurry up and wait for the money this time. 100 copper coins per person. The people who were working happily agreed. As expected, their speed was faster. The steward also left and went to the Zhang family to discuss the price. The main thing was to get a receipt back, in case there was no place to sell the prawns after they were made. Otherwise, they would really lose money. Lu Shaoqing's family thought so, and the other 3 families were no exception. They all knew how to make the prawn sauce quickly, but the taste was not good. There was still half a month left. Whoever could make the prawn sauce faster would make money. There was no reason to give the benefits to others. The 4 families also thought of the matter of the price reduction. The 4 families sent people out to discuss, but the result was not clear. They were not the only ones who were waiting to make money. A small number of people who had given up on work and went to the sea to catch prawn were also anxiously making prawn sauce. They did not know the method to make the prawn sauce quickly. They just hoped that others would make it slower. Even if they could make 2 jars, they would get 30 strings of coins. The people who followed the orders to work were not envious of them. Everyone had their own aspirations. These people's thoughts were simple. After the great official came, he helped them a lot and did a lot of good things. Such an official should be protected. Wasn't it just a job? He could get a salary and eat well. If he quit, when would Lu Zhou become better? As expected, Zhang Zhong did not continue to go to the front every day. He stayed at home and took care of the 2 most precious people in the family with Wang Wan's father. Zhang Zhong was better. He did not care whether the child was a boy or a girl. Now that there was a boy in the family, there would be someone to inherit the family property in the future. Wang Wan's father, on the other hand, was looking forward to the child being a boy. Then, he would not be worried. When the time came, he could ask his sister to help. After all, he could not lose the family property. He believed that his son-in-law, Xiao Bao, would agree. The 2 of them were so good at making money, why would they care about giving some to this side? In fact, the 2 of them did not need to take care of anything at all. There were professionals at home who took care of what they ate, how they walked around every day, what they could and could not touch, their sleeping posture at night, and whether it was cold or warm. These things were taken care of by the professionals trained by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They served the 2 of them well. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had just found out about this matter. Someone came over on a horse and told them that the process would take a long time. The two of them did not want to go back immediately. They did not need to take care of the two of them at home now. On this day, the group finally arrived at the foot of the Shirwan Mountains. There was a river flowing down and converging elsewhere. From here, they could see the chipmunks running back and forth. They were furry, and their tails were not as big as the usual squirrels. They were jumping up and down. When they saw people coming, they would stop and look curiously from time to time. Then, they would turn around and hide in the grass. Rest here for a day. You can sleep as much as you want. You can arrange who is on duty. When they arrived at the place, Wang Wan was also very tired. She and Zhang Xiaobao always followed the group when they had almost recovered. More than 100 people sat on the ground at the same time. Even the 56 members of the protection team were no exception. After walking for 3 days, their feet had blisters. There was no road at the foot of the mountain. When they walked in a place with a lot of sand and stones, they did not want to get blisters. They had to practice more. Xiaobao, do you think it's better to have a boy or a girl? My family should have a boy. This way, my family will not be anxious. Otherwise, we will always be worried if there is no one to inherit the family business. Wang Wan sat next to Zhang Xiaobao and talked about children. Although it was still early, they had to wait until next summer. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about this. Actually, anything is fine. When the time comes, we can take them to play. It's better for your family to have a boy. My family's daughter is fine too. If it's really like this, I will dress her up as a little princess. Well, then my family will be a man, and your family will be a woman. When the time comes, just like what the two families have discussed, your sister will marry my brother. Life isn't good. Summer is torture, so it's better to live in winter. Wang Wan also followed the arrangement. My younger sister won't marry your younger brother. What if your younger brother is that stupid? Wouldn't my younger sister be in trouble? When the time came, they would have to choose. They would find a large group of people and test them from various aspects. Whoever was capable would be accepted. Before they knew what was going on, they would give birth to whoever they wanted. We don't have that kind of technology here. Who cares about your sister? Maybe your sister is the stupid one, Wang Wan retorted with dissatisfaction. Chapter 61. Li Sun also heard the news. He was quite happy. The more people Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families had, the better. When the time came, they would be able to develop. Maybe the master would be happy and call him over to personally teach him something. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talking, he also came over and said, if you ask me, you should have a few more children at one time. Give birth to 8 or 10 children. You can have both boys and girls. When you go out, you can bring a group of people with you. It will be lively. It's not like they are pigs. In the future, it will be really lively. Let's see who is naughty, eat, sleep, and recover enough energy to go up the mountain. We can hunt some wild beasts and pick some fruits. Wang Wan did not want the two families to have too many children. Only one was enough. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. At this time, who could perform an abdominal section? After they finished talking, they picked up the food and began to eat. After they finished eating, they began to sleep. They would sleep for the whole day and wait for tomorrow to continue to go up the mountain. The 100,000 mountains was a good place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both knew that not only were the mountains and rivers here good, but there were also all sorts of resources. Many of them had not been discovered yet, so they could go and search for them. Otherwise, it would be a waste. This was especially true for some plant resources, and there were even many good medicinal ingredients. The guards on both sides continued to apply medicine to their wounds. After the blisters were rubbed out, the layer of skin was gone because they continued to travel. Some of them even had blisters on their red flesh, turning into bloody blisters. Fortunately, they all persevered. Although it was impossible to completely heal their wounds after a day of rest, it could dry their feet, which was good for recovery. The food they ate was the food in the guards' backpacks. Li Sun did not let them throw it away. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planned to stay in the mountain for half a month. They would finish the food in a few days and then think of other ways. There were some sets of bowls in the backpacks. They took them out, poured some water, and began to stew. A group of people sat around the fire and talked about the hardships of the 3 days. They talked about what the future days would be like. Of course, they also talked about the new life that would appear in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families. When a day passed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had enough rest. They called everyone to continue on their journey. This was the time for the real hardships. The wounds on their feet and the mountain road would be a greater test for them. Li Sun was also prepared for the hardships. He was surrounded by everyone and walked up the mountain. As for the horses, it was easy to handle. As long as they were released, they would go back by themselves. There was no need for others to worry. They deliberately brought 2 old horses. With the 2 of them, the other horses would follow and find the way. Half a month passed by in a hurry. It was autumn. If it was in the capital, it would be a bit cold at this time. However, it was still so hot here. It made people not feel that autumn had come at all. Only the situation of the grain, cotton, and other things let people know that it was autumn. The river channel had been dug, but the big dike by the sea had not been completed. At this speed, it would take at least a few months to make a prototype. If they wanted to completely repair it, they would have to wait until next year to continue to strengthen it. It had to be repaired every year. Zhang Zhong did not know if the successor would learn to do so. In short, he would build this place well. How others did it had little to do with him. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao also mentioned this point in his plan. In fact, it was very simple. Even if the officials did not organize the repairs, the people could do it themselves. Even if they left here, the Chamber of Commerce would always be here. There was also the docks and other places. They would need to send people here to take care of them. If the officials did not do it, then they would take some money from the Chamber of Commerce every year and hire the local people to do the repairs. In this way, they would not have to worry about being unprepared when they encountered danger. As for merchants, in Zhang Xiaobao's view, they had to repay society. After all, the Chamber of Commerce needed a reputation. And the people were the foundation of making money. Without the foundation, after a disaster, some merchants would feel that it had nothing to do with them. In fact, it had a lot to do with them. If there was another disaster and they did not take precautions, then who would provide the local specialties? After half a month had passed, some people were anxious, while others were happy. The happy ones were naturally Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In this half a month, the 2 of them led a group of people to live in the mountains. The food brought by the Wang Mansion's guards ran out after a few days. The main reason was that there were many people helping to eat. Without food, everyone could only find their own way here. There were wild fruits, wild vegetables, and all kinds of animals in the mountains, all of which could be used as food. Li Sun finally understood what survival in the wild was. It was not only looking for food, but there were also some tasks that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said had to be completed. They had to compete with each other, such as hiding, searching, and so on. In this half a month, Li Sun also suffered a lot. Sometimes, he really wanted to give up and not continue to stay here. It was really unbearable, several times more unbearable than the things he did in the beginning. Especially at night, there were many wild beasts. Some came out to look for food, such as owls and wolves. All kinds of sounds were mixed together, making people feel scared. Especially there were many snakes here, who knew when they would crawl over and entangle you while you were asleep, or even bite you directly with venom. More than 100 people had to force themselves to be alert. During the day, they prepared food and were on guard. At night, they had to arrange for people to be on guard. Everyone on guard was vigilant. If it was only like this, then Li Sun would not say anything. But in the woods, it was stuffy and hot, especially when it rained twice. The feeling of being wet all over was really unbearable. If it were not for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan acting as if nothing had happened every day, Li Sun would have left. But with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's example, Li Sun felt that if he left, it would be very shameful. He was even worse than two children. After persevering for half a month, there were tasks to be completed every day. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that it was about time, so they led everyone to a large stone platform with a waterfall. They announced that they could rest for a day, then go home and come back in a few days. In half a month's time, Li Sun had matured quite a bit. More than 100 people had undergone some changes. Even the original 56 people had also gained quite a bit. They had also undergone this kind of training in the forest in the past, but that time was a little different from now. Due to the environmental issues, that time was in the mountains of Huayuan County. It was not as stuffy as here, and every one of them was drenched in sweat every day. There was no place to wash. Even if they went to a water source early, they did not dare to wash. They were afraid that they would not have a change of clothes, be bitten by mosquitoes at night, and be cut by branches. After wearing it for so many days, it became soft with sweat. When it dried, it became hard. It was very uncomfortable, but they still persevered. During this period, the group met some mountain people. The mountain people were still a little wary of the people outside, but they did not attack as casually as before. They even exchanged some things. Besides the mountain people, what Li Sun found most interesting was the wooden houses that some hunters built here. They were usually placed on trees, and there was only one door. The door was closed and the outside was tied with a rope. When they found the first house, Li Sun was very happy because there were dried bacon, some rice, things to light a fire, and even some herbs inside. Seeing these things, Li Sun's first thought was to take all of them and take advantage of them. However, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They ate the dried bacon, but did not touch the rice. When they caught some prey, they made some dried food and put it in the house. They even put some more food. Li Sun did not understand why they put things in the house. Wang Wan had seen this before, so she was very familiar with it. Many hunters would build a house in the forest when they had enough money and put things in it. There were usually such houses on all the connected mountains. One was for rest, and the other was for food when they were injured or did not catch any prey. As long as they were real hunters, they would do this. They would not only provide food for themselves, but also for other hunters. If everyone did this, no matter which mountain they went to, they would not have to worry about not having a place to rest, let alone being unlucky and starving to death in the mountains. There was a rule in this. When they needed food, they could go to such a place to find food and rest. However, after they finished eating, they had to give back the same amount of food they used. They could only give more, not less. Otherwise, what would the others do? After hearing Wang Wan's explanation, Li Sun finally understood. In the end, she bought more things and placed them in the room. At the same time, she also left behind some salt, blankets, and bowls from the guards' bags. They were about to leave. Li Sun, who was sitting on a rock and eating, was a little reluctant to leave. He looked at the waterfall in front of him and said, "The next time I come, I have decided to bring everyone and even more tools. Every once in a while, I will build a house and put things in it. When more hunters arrive, they will be able to get help." These hunters are really amazing. None of them did not return the food they ate. After going to a few places, the water in the buckets is full, the firewood is chopped, and the meat is not missing at all. It's really admirable. This is because they all know that if they don't replenish themselves, they won't be able to get help when they're in danger. This is the most simple way of thinking. It's for others, and even more so for themselves. Unfortunately, there are many people who don't know this and only do things that harm others without benefiting themselves. Even though Wang Wan already knew this rule, she still admired it. Chapter 62. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that when he was with Wang Wan, some people in the deep mountains would also abide by such rules. However, some people who specialized in exploring would not think so. They would eat other people's things and throw a lot of garbage in other people's houses. This place was still the best. After walking through so many houses, there wasn't a single one that didn't have anything inside. This was the quality that should be there. Xiao Bao, when will you come again? Tell me in advance so that I can prepare more things. I saw that the axes used to chop firewood in the middle of the two houses are no longer working. Although they have been sharpened too many times, so they have become much smaller. Even the top has cracked. I will bring more axes the next time I come. This was the first time Li Sun had seen such a fun thing. He felt that when he came across these houses, it was very safe and comfortable to sleep there. It was as if he had a home to rely on. It won't be long before we come again. Don't worry, there's a lot of good stuff here. Once we've explored all the paths, it'll be more convenient for us to come again. Just like what you said, we'll build more houses. Not only is it to provide a place for the hunters to rest, but it can also be used by the villagers in case they're in a hurry. Zhang Xiaobao thought about more things. Although there were wild animals in this place, if it was properly developed, it might attract people to come here for tourism. Of course, at this time, the various famous mountains were not damaged. There were also good places elsewhere, but this was the Shirwan Mountains. The scenery was beautiful and the mountains and rivers were very good. If they used the houses to attract people, there should be people who would be willing to come here, especially those who were rich and had nothing to do. Even if they were from the capital, they could come here by boat and wait for the boat to be improved. It would only take 5 months to go back and forth, and half a year to come back. Not only here, but also the seaside in front. They could eat the local specialties here and feel the ethnic customs here. As long as it was advertised and really attracted people, it would definitely be developed. Wang Wan also knew about Zhang Xiaobao's plan. She didn't think highly of it, and felt that who would be so free as to spend half a year traveling? Even if they could see a lot of other scenery along the way, it wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, the money spent wouldn't be small either. If the ship didn't carry people, it could carry goods, and the money it could earn should be more when carrying people. Zhang Xiaobao said that he wanted to see how the tourism in the capital was doing. If it could set off a trend, then it would be enough, especially for some people who needed to go outside to experience it. For example, the children of a certain family, or the students who wanted to go outside to study. In the past, these people also brought money along with them as they traveled. Then, they could specially make 2 boats to provide them with such services. The price was not too high. If one of them became successful in the future, they would definitely remember this kind of boat. Sometimes, money was not so important. The two of them discussed this matter once. In the end, the result of the discussion was that Zhang Xiaobao would give it a try. If it was successful, then it was fine. If it was not, then it would be considered a game. Li Sun did not know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had such plans. He was preparing to turn a dangerous mountain into a safe home. This was his dream, just like the original Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi. Hearing that Zhang Xiaobao would be back soon, he happily threw a stone into the water. After thinking for a while, he said, "Also, I see that there are many rivers here, as well as waterfalls and pools. Should we find a few people who know how to build boats and put boats on both sides of the river? This way, we don't have to go around to find a place with shallow water. What if we accidentally go the wrong way and enter a deep place?" Zhang Xiaobao could understand Li Sun's way of thinking. It was a kind of builder's way of thinking. Many people had the same way of thinking. They wanted to find a stable place for themselves. The size of the place depended on one's ability. People like Li Sun who were more capable would place their thoughts on more places. This showed that Li Sun was very kind-hearted. He wanted others to live well, and he wanted to see others live well. This Li Sun seemed to be different from the one in history. That was good. This way, they could be together. Anyway, it would not cost much. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about Li Sun's money. Seeing that Li Sun had said so, he agreed. Then it's settled. In addition to these, we can also find people to pull ropes from some mountain streams. A few ropes can save a lot of walking, and we can walk directly from the mountain. Then it's settled. It's the last day. Let's go inside and see if we can find better things. Li Sun was happy to see that there was support. He looked at the water of the waterfall and looked at the directions that they had not yet gone. He suggested that they should go forward on the last day. In fact, they had already harvested a lot of things this time. For example, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had people get a lot of ginseng. There was also peppermint and so on. These herbs were good things. They were going to take them back and make some medicine according to some medical books. There were also some that were not written in the books. The two of them also discussed making other things, and when the time comes, they could sell them for money. In addition to the medicinal herbs, there were also the furs of some wild beasts. With so many people and weapons, they had hunted a lot of animals in half a month. These things were going to be transported back to the capital. By that time, it would be almost winter, and the price of furs would not be small. Li Sun still wanted to get some more things. He wanted to get something like a tiger or a bear. He could eat it in the past, but he was not sure how it was here. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard Li Sun talking about tigers and bears along the way, so they knew what he was planning. They wanted to tell him that the tigers here were small, and even if there were bears, it was not the season to eat them. They were not sure if they should hibernate like in cold places before eating. After all, they did not know much about this place. Since Li Sun had such an idea, then they would follow him. It just so happened that the two of them also wanted to see more. They had not learned mining before, so they did not know what kind of minerals there were. There were also a lot of plants that they had not seen before. The two of them also asked people to bring them and wait to go back and ask. In fact, it would take 4 days to go back. After all, when they came, they walked back and forth. The distance forward was not short, although there were some times when they moved sideways. If they walked forward a little more, then they would have to walk 1 more day to come back. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. He actually wanted to stay here for a month, but he felt that these people's bodies could not bear it. After all, it was the first time they had really received this kind of training, especially the guards of the Wang mansion. He was worried that if they really stayed here for a month, someone would get sick. Even now, some of these people were dispirited because of the lack of some trace elements. They had eaten fruits and wild vegetables. Perhaps it was because they had eaten less rice. Zhang Xiaobao could only think of it this way. This time, he would first shorten the time. After he got used to it, he could come back for a longer time. Every extra day counted. Once the 3 of them decided, the others would not say anything against it. Anyway, they were already like this, so what could be worse than this? The group finished eating. There was no need to arrange any tasks for today. After a little rest, they began to move forward. They planned to walk in during the day and see if they could come back when it was dark. If they encountered a wild beast, then they could only rest on the spot. The group did not walk fast. There were people who were responsible for looking for snakes in the surrounding grass. There were also people in front who were responsible for opening the way. Because there were not many people, when they walked, they could not find any traces of the road. Many times, they would come across some vines. During the day, nothing happened. Those who needed to gather herbs did so. Those who needed to hunt animals did so. For the sake of training, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not allow the guards of the Wang mansion to use crossbows. Only the knives in their hands could be used. Otherwise, they would learn from others to set traps. Zhang Xiaobao knew a little, and Wang Wan also knew a little. The traps made by the two of them were quite easy to use, especially the pheasants, which were very easy to catch. As long as they made a vertical trap next to a tree and sprinkled some rice on the side, if the pheasant was careless, it would drill its head into the trap to eat. After it finished eating, it would not come out, so it would move forward with all its strength. When the time came, they would be able to catch it. When it was night time, everyone was extremely careful as they walked back. They lit torches to illuminate the area, and at the same time, they chased away some animals. As they walked, suddenly, a whimpering sound came from the side in front of them. Listening to the sound, it seemed to be very fierce. As they walked forward, the sound became louder and quieter. "Let's go and have a look." Wang Wan listened for a while and said to everyone. At this time, the guards of the Wang mansion would not continue to use knives. At night, they were on guard with crossbows. As they approached, the torches finally shone on something. In the grass in front of them, there was a dog lying on its stomach. At this time, the most reminded people of a wolf, but it did not look like one. Wang Wan moved forward, and the torches also moved forward. After taking a closer look, Wang Wan was stunned for a moment. Immediately, she said with distress, "It's a dog. It's having a difficult birth. It's working hard there. There's already a puppy. Oh, it has no strength. Why did a dog come to the mountain? A wild dog? A hunter's hunting dog?" Zhang Xiaobao also moved forward and looked carefully. It was indeed not a wolf, but a gray dog. It was working hard to give birth to the child in its belly. Maybe the second puppy was a little bigger and had a difficult birth. The sound just now was a warning. Unfortunately, it obviously had no strength. As a result, both the puppy and the big dog in the belly would die. Chapter 461. At this time, the guards of the Wang mansion would not continue to use knives. At night, they would be on guard with crossbows. As the crowd approached, the torch finally shone on something. In the grass in front of them, there was a dog lying on its stomach. At this time, the most reminded people of a wolf, but it did not look like one. Wang Wan moved forward, and the torch also moved forward. After taking a closer look, Wang Wan was stunned for a moment, and immediately said with distress, "It's a dog. It's having a difficult birth. It's working hard there. There's already a puppy. Oh, it has no strength. Why did the dog come to the mountain? A wild dog? A hunter's hunting dog?" Zhang Xiaobao also moved forward and looked carefully. It was indeed not a wolf, but a gray dog. It was working hard to give birth to the child in its stomach. Maybe the second puppy was a little bigger and had a difficult birth. The bark just now was a warning. Unfortunately, it obviously had no strength. The result was that both the puppy and the big dog in the belly would die. Wang Wan turned around and said to the others, "Hurry up and cook something. Thin it out a little. You have to be quick, especially the meat. Give it to the big dog. It has no energy left. Dog, hang in there. You'll be fine soon." Wang Wan did not know what was going on with the dog, but it was clear that it had no strength. This was troublesome. She could not help to pull it, so she could only be anxious. The only way was to see if the dog could eat. If it ate, it could recover its strength. Immediately, someone did as Wang Wan said and began to cook porridge. Zhang Xiaobao first put some honey in a wild bee's nest, put it on the knife, and stretched it out to see if the dog would eat it. The big dog whined, looked at Zhang Xiaobao, and then looked at the honey on the knife in front of it. Before it could eat, it was pulled back by Wang Wan. "Don't give the dog honey. Wait for the porridge," Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and didn't say anything else. However, he was still nervous about the dog. Even though it was just a dog, the birth of a new life always made people feel sacred and excited. Not only him, but the others were also anxious. Li Sun turned around anxiously and said to the dog, "Give birth to the little guy, and I will give you good food in the future. Do you hear me? You must insist on giving birth to the little guy, and then I will take care of your little dog." The dog no longer had the energy to bark at the crowd. It was still struggling, and there was a trace of sadness in its eyes. The porridge was finally ready. In fact, the meat was cooked, so they let people break it up and put it in water. There was no need to boil the water, as long as it was hot, it would be fine. A guard who used to have a dog at home was brave. He brought the porridge to the dog, tested the temperature with his hand, and put it in front of the dog's mouth. He deliberately spilled some porridge and waited for the guard to step back. Everyone looked at the dog with concern. The dog's eyes didn't have much life. It looked weakly at the people in front of it, and then at the porridge. After smelling it twice, it finally stuck out its tongue and licked it. Everyone was afraid that the dog wouldn't eat. At this time, seeing it eat, there was more hope in their hearts. They continued to watch. The dog ate half a bowl, and then lay there motionless. After a while, its stomach began to move. The puppy began to come out little by little. Wang Wan nervously grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's hand and softly shouted, "Come on, it's coming out soon. Put in more effort, come on, you can be a mother." Under the concern of the family, the dog on the ground used all its strength and finally gave birth to the puppy little by little. When the second dog came out, everyone continued to wait. But after waiting for a while, the third dog didn't come out. The big dog began to use its tongue to lick the puppy whose eyes were closed. The puppy also wriggled its body and crawled under its mother's belly. The two puppies and one dog found a nipple and closed their eyes to suck. The big dog also began to eat the rest of the porridge. When it looked at the people around it, its eyes were a little less guarded. In fact, when a dog gave birth, it would be guarded even if its relatives were around. It was unknown why this was. Perhaps it was because of that bowl of porridge. After the rest of the porridge was eaten, another bowl of porridge was sent over. This time, the big dog didn't stand on ceremony. After a while, it ate this bowl of porridge into its stomach. It closed its eyes and panted there, while the puppy continued to eat. A smile appeared on everyone's face. Witnessing the birth of a new life was a joyous thing, especially when it was born with their help. "Oh, now you see, this dog was injured. Look at its leg, it's bleeding a lot. I don't know if it was bitten or melon. Why don't we take it back and raise it?" Wang Wan had always wanted to raise a dog so that it could be a police dog or something. Naturally, the big dog couldn't, but the small dog could. If the family of 3 was brought back, the food problem of the puppy would be solved. Otherwise, they would have to feed them other things. How do we bring it back? This dog will bite. Do we knock it out first? It's easy to beat it to death. How can we tie it up? Zhang Xiaobao's 2 puppies were very fun to play with, but there was no other way. They couldn't just tell the dogs to follow them, right? Wang Wan also began to worry. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said, "Make a stretcher and carry it. First, make the stretcher, then use a stick to put it on the stretcher. It was injured and difficult to give birth, so it shouldn't have much strength. It won't hurt others." The other people also wanted to take this family back. Otherwise, with the big dog's injury, it was very likely that the 3 of them would die on the mountain. Hearing the young lady's words, they began to make the stretcher. After a while, the stretcher was done. Wang Wan looked at it and said, "Make a doghouse and put the blanket in it. See if it wants to go in." The people next to them began to make the doghouse again. The dog just lay there and looked at the people, not moving. When the 2 puppies were almost done eating, the big dog took them in front of it and looked at them one by one. After a while, the doghouse was also done. It was placed on the stretcher with 2 blankets inside. They carried it in front of the big dog to see if it wanted to go in. Usually, this was impossible, but they didn't know whether the big dog felt the kindness of these people or this dog was different from other dogs. It carried the 2 children into the doghouse, and the big dog went in by itself. It went in and put the 2 puppies at the door of the doghouse, protecting them with its paws. The people who had just brought the porridge poured the rest of the porridge into a bowl and put it on the stretcher in front of the doghouse. The 2 people lifted the whole doghouse and continued to walk. The big dog might have eaten almost all of the porridge just now. At this time, it didn't continue to eat. Instead, it stuck its head out to look around, and then shrank back to protect the children. Xiao Bao, why do I feel that it is not like a dog, but a human? It is so sensible. This is good. It is very warm inside, and the family of 3 doesn't have to worry about the problem of food. The wound is not bleeding anymore. Let's take a look at it in the morning and help to wrap it. Wang Wan walked beside the stretcher. After having a dog, she was very happy and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also had the same feeling. He didn't know what the puppy would be like with such a dog. If it was so smart, then it could be used as a life-saving dog. This animal is psychic. It is very comfortable to raise such a dog. When we go back, we can build a better doghouse. I don't know what you are going to feed it. Do you really want to eat raw meat every meal? Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan while looking at the dog on the stretcher that would stick its head out from time to time. Of course, it can't only eat meat. It also needs to eat food, but it can't eat salt. I am going to raise it as a military dog. The big dog is so smart, and the small dog won't be bad. 2, not bad. Wang Wan looked very excited. At this time, Li Sun said from the side, 2 puppies. Can you give me one too? When the time comes, we'll see who's the best. No, if you want to raise a dog, you have to find one yourself. There are only 2 in total. Xiao Bao and I will have one each. Wang Wan refused directly. Then I will raise one myself. When I go back and find a good dog, it will bully your dog. Seeing that Wang Wan didn't want to give it to him, Li Sun decided to go back and ask for a few dogs himself. He had to compete. The group of people walked in such a cheerful atmosphere until midnight. Then they found a good place to rest. Several bonfires were lit. Those who were supposed to sleep slept, and those who were supposed to keep watch did the night. The big dog was also arranged to be next to them for protection. The 2 puppies ate and slept very peacefully. In the middle of the night, the big dog came out and walked around. The night watchers didn't care about it. As long as the puppies were there, they didn't believe that the big dog would abandon the puppies. The big dog's leg was indeed injured, and it was limping as it walked. After walking around in a circle, it felt fine, so it peed on a tree root and returned to the stretcher. After eating more than half a bowl of porridge, it went back to its nest and fell asleep. The people on the mountain were happy, but many people at the foot of the mountain were dumbfounded. Half a month had passed, and the Zhang family had collected enough prawn paste, exactly 1,000 jars. But the problem was that the prawn paste was not collected from the local people, nor from the homes of Lu Shaoqing and the other 3 people. Instead, it was from an outsider, the one who sold the prawn paste to the 4 families. He brought the prawn paste. Once the Zhang family collected enough prawn sauce, they stopped. No matter what the 4 families said, even if the price was lowered. Those people who didn't work but went to catch prawns were dumbfounded. What about the prawn sauce in their hands? They were still counting on the prawn sauce to make a fortune. These commoners were actually better off. At least they didn't sell their things. They didn't suffer too much loss and could still continue to work at the construction site. But Lu Shaoqing and the other 3 people were different. They owed money to buy the prawns. Suddenly, the prawns were worthless. Who could they ask for the money? Then what about the money on the note? This was troublesome. The money owed to Zhang Zhong was paid back bit by bit without any interest. But the prawns had interest. If Zhang Zhong continued to deduct their money every month, the remaining money wouldn't be enough to pay back the interest. Everyone had many jars of prawn sauce in their hands. The prawn sauce was no longer valuable. Lu Shaoqing gave away the 200 jars of prawn sauce that the Zhang family originally had and made some money from it. But his capital was too big. At this time, the Zhang family started a new round of purchases. They paid 40 copper coins for a jar of prawn sauce. Those who wanted to sell it could go over and sell it. This price was far lower than the previous one. It couldn't be compared at all. Lu Shaoqing found the person in charge and pointed to the jars of prawn sauce. He said to the person in charge, "Go and sell these at the price of 12 copper coins per jar. This was your idea, right? Then I'll leave it to you." "Master, where can this little one sell it?" "Even if you sell this little one, you won't be able to get the money." "Master, let's think of another way. We can discuss with the Zhang family and ask them to give us more money." When the person in charge came, he knew that something was wrong. Now that he heard the master ask him to sell the prawn sauce at that price, he knew that the master had put the blame on him. Chapter 64, Prawn, discuss what? What do you want to discuss? Didn't you agree when I asked you to discuss it last time? It's a pity that they didn't have a written agreement. When you went, I told you again and again that there was a written agreement. Without a written agreement, why did you come back and say that it was settled? Lu Shaoqing didn't want to admit that he didn't handle this matter well. Instead, he put the blame on the person in charge. This way, he would feel better in his heart. At the same time, it would also reduce the complaints of his family. Even if many people knew that without the master's approval, the person in charge wouldn't have done this. The person in charge really didn't know what to say now. What could he do? Not only him, but also the other 3 families. Which family didn't send someone to tell them? Which family wrote a written agreement? When he came back, the master said that the Zhang family felt that the amount of prawn sauce was too much. Now that they admitted it verbally, it was actually just to see who could make the prawn sauce first. If it was him, he would also do the same. In the end, not a single jar of prawn sauce was sold. This responsibility was placed on him. He understood, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only brace himself and bear with it. Otherwise, he would easily be beaten to death. The biggest problem now was what to do with these jars of prawn sauce. The person in charge lowered his head and pondered for a while. He said, "Master, this little one will go and discuss with the Zhang family. If they are willing to pay more, then we will sell it to them. If they are not willing, this little one is willing to personally take these jars of prawn sauce and sell them elsewhere. I will sell them 1 jin at a time. No matter what, this little one will be able to recoup some of the cost." "Master, what do you think? Recoup some cost? Do you know how much the cost is?" Tell me, how much is the cost? Can you even tell? It's not even enough to pay back the interest. When I owed Zhang Zhong money, I felt very sad. Now I know that I can't afford to owe him money with interest. What do you think we should do?" The more Lu Shaoqing thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Ever since Zhang Zhong came, he had not had a good day. When he was given water, he felt good and was happy. Now, he owed money on both sides. On one side, it was the monthly deduction from the production of the land, and on the other side, it was the monthly loan sharks. Zhang Zhong's side was easy to deal with, but if the people here came to force him to pay back the debt, how could he refuse? If he gave it to them, how could he give it to them? What could he give to them? Even if he sold the house, it wouldn't be worth much. It seemed that he could only see if his family had anything valuable and pawn it. He would pay back a portion of the debt first. If that didn't work, he would sell the servants in the house. Otherwise, if there was no way to survive, he could just find a rope and hang himself. What was the point of living like this? The steward also knew that his idea was useless, but he couldn't just leave it like this. What would come, and there was no use being afraid. After thinking for a while, he really couldn't think of anything. He said to Lu Shaoqing, "Master, this is all my fault. I didn't do a good job. I will go to the Zhang family first to ask, and I will think of a solution when I come back." Lu Shaoqing didn't have much energy to pursue the matter with the steward. Seeing that the steward took the initiative to admit it, he waved his hand and asked the steward to leave. He stood in front of the jars and stared blankly. The steward didn't go directly to the Zhang family. Instead, he returned to his own house. Because the house wasn't worth much, he had a 3-room house. These few days, he had been at Little Fishy's place every day, and his body was getting worse and worse. Yesterday, because of this matter, he hadn't eaten all day and night. It was already noon today, and he didn't feel hungry anymore. However, he knew that he had to eat something. Little Fishy was usually the maidservant who served the madam. After she was released to do other things, she hadn't cooked for him and had always eaten in the courtyard. Today, he would let her cook for him. As the steward thought about it, his footsteps quickened. When he returned to the courtyard, he saw Little Fishy packing up. The steward thought that she was tidying up the room, but when he walked closer, he realized that Little Fishy was packing up some of the things he had brought. "My Fishy, where are you going? Are you going out? Is there someone you know here?" The steward hugged Little Fishy from behind and asked. He deliberately put his mouth next to Little Fishy's ear. Usually, as long as he did this, Little Fishy would lean on him weakly and let him take advantage of her. However, today, she didn't react at all. After packing up the bag, she said, "Just now, the head steward came over and said that you did something wrong. I have to go back and continue with my work. You can stay here by yourself." "What? Leave? You're leaving? Did the head steward say that? Why didn't Master tell me? I don't believe it. I'll go and ask now." The steward was very reluctant to let Little Fishy leave. He turned around and was about to question her, but after taking a few steps, he stopped, looked at Little Fishy, and said, "Go, there's no need to ask. Master didn't tell me, but this matter can't be fake. The head steward has been thinking about you. Go, you won't have anything to do with me." Little Fishy didn't say anything. She directly picked up the bag, turned around, and left. She didn't even look back. The steward stared blankly in the direction Little Fishy left. He turned around and looked at the house that he hadn't entered for many days. He hesitated and didn't know what to do. At this moment, the door opened. The steward's chubby wife walked out and ran to the kitchen. After a while, she came back with a bowl of noodles. She said to the steward, "Why did you bring such a woman back? You were hoping to give birth to a child. Now, people will laugh at you. You didn't seem to eat yesterday. Have you eaten today? Quickly eat these noodles. There's a lot of shrimp sauce in the yard. I took advantage of the fact that they made too much and couldn't manage it and used this sauce to fry some onions for you. Try it. Isn't it just that the Zhang family doesn't accept shrimp sauce? What are you afraid of? Come, eat quickly. What does a woman like you know? How can you not be afraid? Do people outside know how much money they owe? Master pushed this matter to me and made noodles with zhajiangmian. Do you only know how to make noodles with zhajiangmian?" The steward had a stomach full of anger. When he saw his wife, he vented all his anger on her. The chubby woman was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "Husband is right. I don't know anything. It's all my husband who supports this family. But my husband can't fall, otherwise, this family will be gone. Come, eat the noodles. Zhajiangmian is quick to make. Do you want to eat dumplings? I'll make them for you tonight." In fact, this matter is very obvious. The Zhang family felt that Master and the other 3 people might pay back the money. Master and the other 3 people have committed many crimes. What can they do without evidence? Naturally, they began to torture Master from this side. Isn't this a trap for Master to fall into? Master was also tempted. Otherwise, how could he do this? It's just the 200 jars of shrimp sauce. In fact, it's not that big of a deal. The main thing is that the price of 15 strings of coins per jar is really effective. So, the 200 jars before were used by the Zhang family because they didn't think of a better plan at the beginning. When the steward heard what his wife said, he also reacted. He opened his mouth and asked his wife to feed him. That's right. The first one was the most useful. It was to divide the 4 clans. Without that strategy, the 4 clans would have banded together. That would have made things difficult for us. However, ever since the incident with the 200 jars, look at what happened to the 4 clans later on. In order to go one step further, the Zhang family even sent Master Chao's family to live a good life there. From then on, they began to break apart. This was the Zhang family's plan. After the 15 strings of coins purchase, the 4 families immediately went their own way without any discussion. In order to compete and earn money, the result became what it is now. The prawn seller was actually arranged by the Zhang family. Originally, there was no profit when owing money, right? There will be a day when it's all paid back. Now, it's monthly interest. If there's no help, it won't be able to be paid back in a lifetime. People like us won't have a good day. As long as we have a little bit of money, we have to give it to others. As long as one person is idle, he has to work to earn money. This is the ability of the Zhang family. If we offend them, we don't know what to do in the future. The fat woman explained while feeding her husband. In a short while, the steward finished the bowl of noodles and asked his wife to wipe the corners of his mouth. He smacked his lips and said, "These noodles are good." But even if they know, what can they do? They have been deceived. The Zhang family won't admit it. So what if they admit it? By the way, I have an idea. Let's tell this matter to the people who are also making shrimp sauce. We can fan the flames behind the scenes and make those people find trouble with the Zhang family. Yes, yes, yes. Let's do it. I'll go find Master and tell him. The steward suddenly thought of a good idea. He turned around and was about to leave, but was caught by the fat woman. Right, what? If you dare to do that, you will die on the day of the accident. Isn't it easy to make money? Listen, there is a way. The fat woman pulled the steward and didn't let him leave. She said worriedly. What is it? At this time, the steward also thought that if the Zhang family knew that he was the one who spread the news, he would be killed by the Zhang family. Hearing his wife say that there was a way, he asked curiously. Why do you think the Zhang family makes so much prawn sauce? The fat woman asked. I don't know. Maybe they are shipping it to other places to sell. The steward thought and said. Shipping it to where? As long as it's near the sea, there will be people who will make it. It's better to load it with other things and ship it to Zhejiang and Hangzhou to sell it. Then they can buy more prawn sauce and ship it to other places. The fat woman continued. Then what are they going to do with it? The steward thought about it and agreed. Why would they take it from this place? How would I know? But don't you know how to watch? As long as they use the prawn sauce to make something, we will do it. The fat woman reminded. Chapter 65. After the manager heard this, he really felt that this method was feasible. The Zhang family had made so much shrimp sauce, it was impossible for them not to leak any information. As long as they knew, it meant that this should be a profitable business. If they couldn't sell the shrimp sauce here, they could learn how to make it and sell it elsewhere. It was better than what they were doing now. At this time, the steward was finally happy and said, Well, I think so too. I'll go and tell Master. Make me another bowl of noodles. I'll eat it when I come back. Great, my husband is really amazing. You thought of it so quickly. The fat woman was already used to this. If it wasn't for her bad luck, she wouldn't have been in this position. Seeing the steward leave, she shook her head and went to make noodles. The steward was overjoyed. He jogged all the way, thinking about the reward he would receive if this plan succeeded. Then, he thought about little Fishy, who had already left. He sighed and muttered to himself, What little Fishy? The people in my family are still the best. At least they can make noodles for me. When the steward came to the front and found Master, Lu Shaoqing was still in a daze. The steward directly told him what his wife had just said. After hearing this, Lu Shaoqing nodded and said, I know it's the Zhang family's plan. They are really amazing. What you said might work. Then let's not worry about it for now. Find the things at home and see how much they can be sold for. No matter what, we have to hold on for a few days. Don't let the other 3 families know about this. Let them be unlucky. Master, don't worry. I understand. The Zhang family is buying shrimp sauce everywhere at a very low price. If they know, they won't sell it to the Zhang family. They will keep it and wait to learn from the Zhang family. Master, I will definitely not tell anyone. If one more person knows, Master will find me to settle accounts. Then I will arrange for people to keep an eye on the Zhang family now, in case we don't know what they are doing. Master, you should go back and have a rest. It's hot now. It's not good for you to be in the sun too much. The steward quickly said. He had finally gotten rid of that responsibility. When he heard Master's words, he knew that Master didn't intend to pursue the matter. After he finished speaking happily, he turned around and left. This time, he was careful and decided to only send people to keep an eye on the situation. He didn't tell the people he sent the specific situation. Otherwise, if other people knew about it and the news really spread to the other 3 families, he would be finished. As expected, the other 3 families didn't think of this. They only knew that Zhang Zhong had deceived them. He wanted them to be in debt and live a bad life. Sending people to the Zhang family to plead would be useless. Looking at the shrimp sauce in their hands, they couldn't wait to eat it all and then die there. They didn't need to think about other things anymore. The Zhang family gave a new price, which was very cheap. It made them hesitate whether they should sell it or not. If they sold it, they could still survive. If they didn't sell it, they wouldn't be able to survive at all. Just when they couldn't come to a decision, the Zhang family adjusted the price again. It was 15 copper coins per jar. They also said that there was a limit to the amount. After a certain amount, they wouldn't accept more. All of a sudden, the 3 families became anxious and went to the Zhang family to discuss again. This time, the Zhang family didn't go too far. In any case, they had already made the 4 families owe them money. They weren't afraid that they would be able to pay back. Therefore, they gave the 3 families a price of 40 copper coins per jar. The 3 families reluctantly sold all the shrimp sauce and then began to think of ways to make money. But Lu Shaoqing's family didn't sell the shrimp sauce. When the 3 families found out, they felt that it was very inconceivable. What was Lu Shaoqing thinking? Could it be that his family still had money? Could they still continue to pay back? With such doubts, Chao Harue met with the other 2 people. Why do you think this is? Why didn't Lu Shaoqing sell it? Does his family have a way to survive this crisis? Chao Harue said to the 2 people. At the same time, he also sent people to inquire about the news. He wanted to know what Lu Shaoqing was thinking. If there was another way to make money, they could follow and learn from him. Fan Jinshi shook her head. I don't know what he is thinking. I just know that Zhang Zhong doesn't want us to have a good life. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone to welcome him when he came that day. Now, everything is fine. Who would have thought that he would have these ideas? Why don't we go and beg him in person? I heard that his wife is pregnant again. We can use this as an excuse to go to him and apologize. Let him decide. What do you think? We can't go on like this. Let's not talk about the hardships of life. We are always on tenterhooks and will get sick. I don't think it's useful. I recently thought about Zhang Zhong and found that as long as his officials do something wrong, especially harm the people, he will do his best to deal with them. If we go and apologize, what are we going to apologize for? Tell him what happened in the past. That's good. He will directly use these things to deal with us. But if we don't say it, how can it be called an apology? We can say that we shouldn't have offended him. He may just smile and say that we didn't do anything to offend him. Then, he will invite us out and collect the money like how it should be. I think we can't stay here any longer. We should go to Qingzhou quickly. As long as we tell the provincial governor surnamed Ning, we can ask him for some money to pay off these debts. At most, we will listen to his surname Ning in the future and sell us. We won't be as strong as we are now. Jiang Huancher didn't agree to admit their mistakes because he found some of Zhang Zhong's style of doing things. He definitely wouldn't forgive them so easily. Instead, he would say that they were wrong and let Zhang Zhong get the evidence. After hearing what he said, the other two people also felt that this matter was troublesome. It seemed that they had to leave this time. As for Lu Shaoqing, it was up to him to think of a solution. No matter what, since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, the three of them could only temporarily unite. Although the other two people were very dissatisfied with Chao Hui, after all, his family was taken away by the Zhang family. Chao Hui thought about what happened these days. He looked at the scorching sun overhead and said, "The Zhang family is indeed a good person. They separated the four of us when we were still united. Otherwise, if the four of us were always together, wouldn't we be able to see through their plan? Sowing discord. Sometimes, even though you know it, you have no choice but to jump in. The 30 people in my family are doing pretty well now. I reckon that they will be kicked back in 2 days. Since the Zhang family has achieved their goal, why would they help us raise those people? What I want to say is that the three of us don't have any barriers anymore. Otherwise, it will be very easy for Zhang Zhong to find another opportunity. In the future, if we have something to say, we have to say it out loud. What do you think? I'm really scared." The two listened to Chao Hui and felt that it was reasonable. However, it seemed that it was impossible for them to be like before. After all, they used to make money together. Now, they had to pay their own money. No one felt good being suppressed by money. Fan Jianxi nodded and said, "Then it's settled. We will leave tomorrow. Don't look for others, just the three of us. Once we leave, our families will be very sad. I hope that Zhang Zhong won't specifically target our families. Otherwise, when I have a little chance to get rid of him, I won't let him have an easy time." The three of them discussed for a while and settled the matter. Then they waited for the news to see what Lu was doing. After a while, the person who went out to inquire about the news came back and said to the three of them, "Master, we didn't get anything. It seems that there is something special, but only Lord Lu and a steward know about it. The others don't know. They sent some people to keep an eye on the Zhang family. That's all they know." After the person who inquired about the news finished, he stood aside respectfully and didn't say anything. Fan Jianxi snorted and said, "It seems that he still has other ways. At this time, he didn't tell us about it. Don't blame us for not taking him when we go out. Let's see what he can do. Well, in this case, let's leave him alone first. Now go back and prepare. Don't let him know when the three of us leave. Otherwise, people like him will probably tell." The other two nodded their heads and left to prepare. The Zhang family was also busy. After scheming against the four of them, Zhang Zhong was in a very good mood. Just as the four of them thought, Zhang Zhong wanted to deal with them, but he couldn't find any evidence, so he could only think of other ways. After this, they couldn't expect to make a comeback. The interest was increasing every month. At this time, the Zhang family was making salted vegetables, the salted vegetables with shrimp sauce. They had already asked people to make small baskets. Most of the people who made baskets were the people who didn't work but went to catch shrimp. These people regretted now. Some of them directly waited outside for the Zhang family and then kowtowed and apologized. They wanted to continue working. These days, they didn't get a lot of wages, and they didn't eat as well as they did when they were working. In the end, the shrimp sauce was worthless, so they were all dumbfounded. Now, they hoped that the good official would forgive them. Zhang Zhong really didn't want to do anything to them. Since they knew they were wrong, he handed the task of making baskets to them. This time, the people didn't dare to blindly think about it. They were very obedient and did what they were told. Looking at them, Zhang Zhong couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. He could only sigh at how unpredictable people were. The original people who continued to work would say a few words when they met them, but they didn't dare to say anything. It was indeed wrong. It turned out that they gave up first, so they couldn't blame others. Under such circumstances, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought the team back. In the team, there was also a dog that had recovered quite well. Chapter 66, Zhang Zhong. For some reason, this dog was very sensible and very obedient. It was good to the people around it. It ate what was given. When it could get down and walk by itself, it didn't stay in the kennel all day. Instead, it followed Wang Wan. Its 2 children were also being carried, so it wasn't in a hurry. Ever since it followed Wang Wan, its food was better. With a gauze wrapped around its leg, it went back and forth between Wang Wan and the kennel all day. When it was time, it would go back and feed the 2 puppies. Wang Wan occasionally went over to take a look at the 2 puppies. This big dog, which was supposed to be very protective of its puppies, didn't make a sound when Wang Wan carried the 2 puppies. It also followed and looked at them. This made Li Sun very jealous. He thought that when the 2 puppies grew up, they would be as obedient as this big dog. He vowed to find a good dog like this. Xiaobao, how do you think your plan is going now? Did they start to think of ways to raise money after being tricked? I really want to see what they look like. When I first came over, I actually wanted to give them a show of strength first. Let's see if they are still so arrogant now. Wang Wan hugged the puppies and gently stroked them there as she spoke to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was actually also thinking about this matter. As long as his plan didn't go wrong, those 4 people definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Wasn't there no evidence? If there was evidence, they might be locked up. But if there was no evidence, they would be allowed to live in poverty all day. Let's see which one is better. However, Zhang Xiaobao was also worried that they would get money from other places. If that was the case, they would be able to get rid of this matter and think of ways to transfer them away. This was what Zhang Xiaobao didn't want. The 4 of them were able to force the previous provincial governor to such an extent, which meant that they had done a lot of bad things. How could they be let off so easily? How could there be justice in this world? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao said, according to the days, they should have already started to take action. I just don't know what the final result is. We will know when we go back. There is still a long way to go. Let's speed up. With their example, I think when my father becomes an official in other places in the future, someone will know his weight. People's hearts are always a little bit lucky. Unfortunately, they met my family and let them be lucky. Let's see what they will do. If we don't force them to disperse all the servants in the family, we will definitely not give up. I think we should teach them a good lesson. The local people all hate them. An official hated by the people is definitely not a good official, especially when there is a flood. Everyone is anxious, but they are actually gloating there. Let them be happy. Let's see how long they can be happy. Wang Wan was very happy when she thought that the 4 of them would be taught a lesson. Even Li Sun next to her was thinking the same. Now he was a good marquis. He was no longer the Li Sun who didn't know anything and only wanted to seize other people's things when they were good. When I have a fief, I will learn your way of doing things. Let's see who is stupid enough to bump into it. The more the better. I am worried that there is nothing to do. Hurry up, speed up. Li Sun said and shouted to the team. The speed of the whole team increased. Wang Wan also asked people to take the dog and put it in the kennel. The 3 of them were riding on horses. They found horses from the place where they worked. At this time, they were only a little bit away from the provincial capital. The speed of more than 100 people was now much faster than when they first came. They didn't feel the pain in their feet. During the half-month on the mountain, they finally stubbornly persevered. They were used to this kind of movement. In the future, they would find them to try a few more times. The speed of the team increased, and the dog happily ran at the side. When they saw other people on the road, the dog didn't bark. It was so calm that people couldn't understand. After an hour, the provincial capital's yamen finally appeared in front of them. Li Sun happily jumped off the horse and shouted to the place where his house was, "I am back. After more than half a month, I came back alive. Li Sun was indeed very proud. He had been following the team. Although he rode a horse when he went and when he came back, there were no horses to ride on when they were in the mountain. He followed by himself. This was the real survival in the wild. Compared to the way he did before, it was like heaven and earth. The more than 100 people were relieved. After coming back, they could have a good rest for 2 days. They stayed in the mountain for so long. Each one of them was tanned and thin, but they were more energetic. Especially the guards of the Wang mansion. They had a total of 200 people. Only 50 of them went, and there were still 150 who didn't go. The 50 of them finally had something to say to the people who stayed behind. The other thing they hoped for the most was that after they came back, they would rest for a while and then immediately leave again with the other 150 people. This way, if they were to march in a hurry, they would be able to show off their strength. The 56 people on Zhang Xiaobao's side didn't think too much. They were originally like this. They were the most powerful people in the family. Even if they were more powerful, it didn't matter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran inside as soon as they came down. They wanted to ask their mothers how they were. These days, the two of them were actually thinking about their families, but they couldn't just turn around and come back. They could only continue like this. When the two of them came back, the house immediately became lively. The people in the house were also worried about them. At the same time, they wanted to tell them good news. When the two of them heard about the fate of the 4 people, they were very happy. That's great. This is the punishment they deserve. Let's see if anyone dares to do this in the future. Wang Wan said after she heard and hugged Puppy. Zhang Xiaobao also nodded. Then, did they do anything now? Did they find another backer? This matter was what Zhang Xiaobao was most concerned about. He was afraid that the 4 of them would have an extra backer. If that was the case, it would be difficult to deal with. Zhang Zhong looked at his son and said, "We didn't find any extra people. However, the people from the Lu family didn't sell the shrimp sauce to us. Instead, they kept it. I don't know what they are planning to do. As for the others, those 3 people didn't show up. The people from the Lu family also sent people to monitor us. I don't know what they want to do." Oh. They didn't sell it? It seems that they think that the shrimp sauce can do something else. They are monitoring us so that they can learn something from us. Could it be that there are powerful people in their family? Let's learn. Let's see how they learn. In that case, let's not talk about it first. How are my mother and Cuckoo's mother? Zhang Xiaobao came up with a rough idea as soon as he stopped. He couldn't prevent this, but he didn't need to. The things here would be shipped away after they were done. If they didn't sell them here first, even if the Lu family found out, they wouldn't have the ingredients to make salted vegetables. They wouldn't be able to survive this period of time. When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned his mother, Wang Wan also waited for a reply. Zhang Zhong smiled and said, "Okay, everything is fine. Don't worry. You two suffered a lot on the mountain, right? Hurry up and wash up. Rest early. When you wake up, you can take care of other things." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were indeed tired. They nodded and left with the 3 dogs. The big dog followed Wang Wan. Even if it was the person who fed it, it didn't follow. The others couldn't figure out the reason. The next morning, the people who were monitoring the 4 families hurriedly came to report that the people from the 3 families had disappeared. It was the masters of the 3 main families. Usually, they would come out for a walk. Today, they didn't know why, but they suspected that they would suddenly leave. After receiving this news, the shrimp seller immediately went to ask when the money would be paid. After asking, the result was that the masters of the 3 families were gone. Only the others were left. Zhang Zhong didn't say anything after hearing this news. He couldn't do anything to those families. Even if those families had done a lot of bad things in the past, the real sinners were those 4 people. After sending people to investigate, they finally discovered the secret. The three of them had actually left through an underground passageway. After receiving this news, Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said, "It seems that the three of them still have people who can help them. In that case, let's wait and see what kind of people they can find. I don't believe that the people they find can be that powerful." Chapter 462. After knowing this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not take it to heart. It was nothing more than finding a rich or powerful person. In fact, if they sent people to chase after them now, it was really possible to catch up with the three of them. The three of them usually lived like princes. Where could they go in such a short time? However, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao did not have such thoughts. They just let them run and see what would happen. Lu Shaoqing did not know about this until noon. Needless to say, he also knew that the three of them did not care about him anymore and went to find Tang, governor of Ning, together. In this way, he would really have to deal with Zhang Zhong alone in the future. Thinking of this, he felt that he could not just let it go. Since the three of them did not care about him anymore, he would not keep a secret for them anymore. He arranged for his family to tell Zhang Zhong where the three of them went. After hearing this, Zhang Zhong frowned. He did not expect that the three of them would be so bold as to go to a place outside to find another governor to deal with him. Lu Shaoqing explained the matter in detail. He even told Zhang Zhong about what the four of them had discussed in the beginning. He let Zhang Zhong prepare in advance, especially about the tea leaves. "Oh, so they used such a method. I thought it was very clever. Not to mention the tea leaves, even if we told him everything else, what could he do? Would he dare to come and snatch it? What can the family do? Anyway, last time, because they wanted to collect money, they made our caravan unable to pass. I have long since planned to be on good terms with them." When Zhang Xiaobao was told about the whereabouts of the three of them and their plan, he looked very calm. He was really not afraid of this and had long been prepared for this matter. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "The three of them can be locked up now. They left their place without permission. This is not a small crime. Although they are not allowed to do anything, they still have the position of magistrate, right? Yes, this time, they will not be able to come back without 10 days or half a month. Leaving for such a long time is not a small crime. Hee, I will tell my father now." Zhang Xiaobao felt that it made sense. Who would dare to run around without any reason? In a while, he would let his father use the excuse of the government to go to their house and ask them to do something. After a few days, the crime would be determined. Then, would they still want to see if they still had a family? In fact, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to tell him. Zhang Zhong had also thought of this matter. He had already asked people to use this excuse to go to the three families to look for them. Naturally, they could not find them. That was right. When the three families found out about this situation, they were all dumbfounded. They hurriedly sent people out to search for their masters, wanting to bring them back. However, they had been gone for so long, how could they find them? Moreover, the people at home didn't know which path they had taken. Lu Shaoqing was happy. When he heard that the government had sent people to look for them, he sat in the courtyard of his house and said to himself, "You want to send me away? Well, let's see how you do it. Now, are you going to come back? What I did today should be considered as making up for my mistakes, right? Why can't Zhang Zhong give me some face?" Lu Shaoqing thought about this and called the person in charge over. He asked him to go over there and ask if they could give more money for the shrimp sauce. The person in charge left quickly and returned quickly. He said to Lu Shaoqing, "Master, they said that they can't give more money, but they told me that I can use the shrimp sauce to make salted vegetables. They asked people to weave a small basket to hold the salted vegetables. When the time comes, it will be transported to other places to be sold. They also said that you can learn how to make the shrimp sauce. When the time comes to sell it to them, they will give more money. After this jar of shrimp sauce is sold to them, it is estimated that a jar of shrimp sauce should be around 2 strings of money." Okay, then immediately make the salted vegetables. Also, get people to weave that basket. When the time comes, sell it to them." When Lu Shaoqing heard this, he immediately began to give orders. The person in charge said worriedly, "Master, this matter doesn't seem to work. What if they lie to us again?" "What lie?" "They won't lie to us anymore. Even if they have those things, we can't pay them back. There's no need. Just do it. Maybe they will give more money when the time comes. In the future, be more honest. Don't cause trouble. The more honest the better. Also, send people from home to help with some work. As long as Zhang Zhong feels that we are too pitiful, it is very likely that he will let us go. Otherwise, there won't be good days ahead." "I hope so." Lu Shaoqing understood. He was prepared to pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy. After all, his performance today was not bad. Zhang Zhong's side would be soft-hearted. The person in charge understood and left. Lu Shaoqing stayed in the courtyard. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he said with emotion, "I didn't expect that when the three of them left, I would have found an opportunity. If I knew this would happen, would have used it in the past." Zhang Zhong was also thinking about something. In fact, it was related to Lu Shaoqing. He was not prepared to let go of this person easily. However, today, he came over and told him. If others knew about this matter and he still forced him like this, in the future, if someone really did something wrong, would they still come and tell on him? It was because of this that Zhang Zhong told the person in Lu Shaoqing's house about the salted vegetables so that Lu Shaoqing could have a way to live. Since the three of them went to find a way to live, Lu Shaoqing would help him find it. However, he would not let go so easily. Even if Lu Shaoqing could find enough ingredients to make salted vegetables and sell them for money, it would not be enough to pay back those loan sharks. He would only feel a little more relaxed in his life. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to harvest. The rice was growing quite well here. There was also cotton. The cotton needed to be harvested later. The rice would be harvested first. The people who were building the seawall also stopped their work and prepared to harvest the rice. After harvesting, they would immediately plant again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had nothing to do. Wang Wan was there playing with the little dog. Since the little dog opened its eyes, it began to become restless. It crawled everywhere and looked very cute. Wang Wan would make some rice soup to feed it. Zhang Xiaobao sat in the yard and thought about something. In fact, this matter should not be thought about by him. It involved problems such as water pressure. However, he had nothing to do. He was waiting for the three of them to find someone to stir up trouble here. He could only use his energy in other aspects. Wang Wan led the little dog and slowly circled Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not care. Suddenly, he said to Wang Wan, who was in front of him, "When we go diving, how deep do you think we can go with the tools we can think of here?" "Diving? Who wants to dive? We don't have anything here." Wang Wan asked puzzledly. "There are many things here that can only be fished up from the sea. In other words, we need some people to go to the bottom of the sea. For example, local specialties. Isn't that the case? If we can let people dive in, it will be easy to pick them up. What do you think of blowing bubbles for pigs? Can it be used?" Zhang Xiaobao had this idea for a long time, but he had never said it. Now that he thought of it, he decided to give it a try. If he could make such a thing, then there would be more local specialties here and it would be more profitable. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, "This doesn't seem to work, right? If it is relatively shallow water, it will work. If it is too deep in the sea, the pressure will be too great. I don't think people can bear it. Then think about it. What if we use a pipe to let people go down? Will this work?" Wang Wan felt that it would be very difficult to summon qi from pigs under that pressure. She gave Zhang Xiaobao another hint. This time, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. How can there be such a long pipe? Also, there is no soft pipe. Let's think of another way. There is no rush. There is still a lot of time to do this. I think so too. Don't worry, take it slow. The most important thing now is to harvest the rice. It seems that this rice is growing well here. The yield is not low. When the time comes, we can use this thing to exchange with the surrounding states for their poor rice. The commoners will have more food in their homes. Wang Wan also could not think of how to dive. Without the equipment, she changed the topic and talked about the rice. Zhang Xiaobao also went to see it personally. The weather here was good. The rice had a long time of sunlight. In addition, it was a slow-growing variety. It grew well. In addition to the rice, there is also cotton. This year, we can make more cotton-padded clothes. It is a pity that we can't wear them. However, it will be good for our farmers to wear. Li Sun said that he wants to plant more and submit this method to the higher-ups. Back then, he promised us a year. Now that the time has come, we will make as much money as we can this year. Wang Wan thought of cotton again. It was not easy to monopolize this thing. Old Man Pai and Li Sun both wanted to plant a large amount of this thing so that the commoners could get some benefits in certain aspects. At the same time, the most important thing was to fight. Wearing this cotton-padded clothes could withstand the cold. They could not let all the soldiers wear a set of eiderdown. Therefore, this secret could not be kept. Wang Wan was a little unhappy. It was not that she did not want to help the country and the people. If this business was handed to her, she could guarantee that she could grow more cotton. Chapter 68. Xiao Bao didn't care much about this and said, even if other people plant it, we can still make money. This cotton is a new product, and they haven't fully understood the system of making things with this cotton. Don't worry, when other people have cotton, we can make all kinds of things with this cotton. For example, cloth dolls stuffed with cotton. Zhang Xiaobao thought of this. Wang Wan's eyes suddenly lit up and she said, yes, I forgot about this. I just want to make more clothes. Besides clothes, I can use cotton for other things. In this way, I don't have to worry about other people growing cotton. Well, now help me think, what else can cotton do? That's a lot. Cotton's uses are not just what you see on the surface. For example, the cotton seeds can be used to extract oil. This is considered a good thing. Slowly think about it. I don't know when the pigeons will be produced. The hatching has actually failed. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the pigeons again. Humans, when they had nothing to do, they would start thinking about other things. Cherries had always been in charge of this. Originally, she was in charge of hatching things. Now that they were hatching pigeons, they naturally looked for her. In the end, they had tried many times and failed every single time. They had already wasted a lot of pigeon eggs. Fortunately, the old man did not care. The old man also knew that as long as this matter succeeded once, it would be simple. There would be more and more pigeons in the future. Wang Wan also felt that this pigeon was not easy to deal with, but she could not let Cherries stop. If that happened, Cherries would definitely think that she did not do a good job and make the master angry. Her enthusiasm would be dispelled. Let Cherries try. It's best to find more pigeon eggs and let her hatch them according to different methods. For example, time, temperature, humidity, etc. As long as they are met, there will always be a place where she succeeds. It is impossible for her to fail every single time. Wang Wan thought about it and decided to continue investing in cherries. She wanted to let Cherries rest assured. This kind of thing must be encouraged, just like pomegranate's fungus. When she thought of the fungus, Wang Wan happily said to Zhang Xiaobao, pomegranate succeeded. She really grew mushrooms, and there are a lot of them. There are two kinds. One is like the golden needle mushroom, and the other one is unknown. The other one is very large. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Zhang Xiaobao did not expect that pomegranate really grew mushrooms. He was curious and a little puzzled. She just did it. 2 kinds of mushrooms were grown at the same time. It happened last night. Pomegranate did not know whether it could kill people, so she did not tell others. I saw it when I was wandering around. She told me. She also asked me to help her keep it a secret. She said that when she knew that it could be eaten without killing people, she would grow more. What do you think? Isn't it amazing? Wait for her to learn more, then let her grow ginseng. Anyway, there is nothing else. If they are willing to try again and again, then let them try. Don't you think it should be like this? Wan felt that the money was well spent. Mushrooms, were they so easy to grow? But pomegranate was able to grow them, and cherries also had to be treated like this. Chapter 463. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The old man was looking around with his clairvoyance, but he couldn't see the pier. The pier was in the middle of the bay, so he could only see boats coming and going. They were all fishing boats. Grandpa, look over there. There are many birds in the sky. Aya, all the boats are heading that way. Are they trying to catch the birds? Xin Air stood at the bow of the boat and shouted happily while pointing at the sea birds flying in the sky. She had been watching the sea for more than a month, but she was still willing to watch the sea for a whole day. The old man looked over and nodded, then shook his head and said, Xin Air, they are not catching birds, they are fishing. Those seabirds found a school of fish in the water below, so they gathered together to eat. When the fishermen saw this, they followed them. Oh, why didn't I see such a thing on the road? I know, on the road, I saw many fishing boats. Even if there were many, there weren't so many. Moreover, they all went to sea early. Some went to sea at night and returned early in the morning. Usually, there were only a few people, so there was no chance to see it. They gathered everyone together. Some were in charge of chasing the fish, some were in charge of catching the fish, and they were divided into batches. This is better. Why didn't other places know about this? So stupid. Xin Air asked and began to answer on her own. She didn't need others to say anything. The old man found that his granddaughter was indeed different from before. Seeing his granddaughter ask about the cooperation, he explained, some people will cooperate. For example, in some fishing villages, they will cooperate to catch fish. But many times, it will be difficult to distribute the fish. If they catch too much, they will catch too little, and the distribution will not be as fair. Some people don't have the strength to catch fish, but they are experienced and know where the fish are. Then, they will bring them on the boat, and when the time comes, won't they have to distribute the fish properly? Sometimes, they will lose, and sometimes they will gain. If a person is always losing, then he will not do it. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. In fact, it's just that they lack a prestigious organizer. This organizer must be as fair as possible. It seems that they are doing a good job. Xin said as she looked at the boats that had already dispersed. As soon as the ship entered the bay, the old man discovered that there were some sand banks on the beach. However, they weren't completely finished yet. Only 2 old men were sitting there, motionless while looking at the sea. The old man didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say. Xin also saw the unfinished dike, then looked into the distance and said, there's a salt pan over there, it's for drying salt, it's really capable, it can actually dry it, I saw it in Lianzhou, they all learned it from here. Did their people all go to collect food? I heard that the food here can grow many times a year, then they must have a lot of food. Yes. Drying salt is much easier than boiling salt. Look at the seawall. It's a real service to the country and the people. When he finishes building the seawall, it's almost time for him to leave this place. The ones who will benefit the most are the next provincial governor and the local people. The money is paid by the Zhang family first. It's impossible to get the money back by relying on the tax of the government. The old man sighed. As long as he faced the Zhang family, he couldn't help but sigh. When it came to money, Xian became smart. She continued her grandfather's words and said, "In fact, this is why the Zhang family is so powerful. They spent money and won the hearts of the people. They also have the position of provincial governor. They also have political achievements. Naturally, the provincial governor will protect his family's business. Ordinary businessmen won't do this kind of thing because they won't get any benefits. But people like the Zhang family are suitable. They spend money to make a good place. Only then can they rely on this place to make money. It's like a fisherman throwing some rice flour, bones, and other things into the water before fishing. When the fish follow the smell, they will use better bait to catch them. Grandpa, although the Zhang family spends a lot of money, they also make a lot of money. When Uncle Zhang is no longer here, this place will also have the power of the Zhang family. They organize all the people in all the industries. They have mutual shares and management. In this way, if others want to get involved, they have to pay a high price. The most important thing is that all these things called shares are given to the people at the bottom. If you want to buy them one by one, if you want to separate all the combined industries and choose only one industry to invest in, the price you have to pay will far exceed the price of the industry itself. In other words, others can't get in at all, right? The old man asked his granddaughter. Yes, there's no industry that can't be entered. Then it depends on the method. At least, the Zhang family can't find out, and the Zhang family can't fight back. If the Zhang family isn't in charge of this place now, I can get in slowly. But with the Zhang family, if I want to get in, I have to go directly to the Zhang family and pay a certain price to get in. Xian said without thinking. She wasn't afraid of how firm the thing was. She was afraid that this firm thing could be moved. As long as she made a move, the Chamber of Commerce would fight back. The old man understood now. It turned out that there were loopholes in such a messy system of mutual shares. It was just that when this loophole existed, there was someone holding the fort. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that no one could compete with the Zhang family in this aspect, especially when the Chamber of Commerce was in the hands of the Zhang family. The Zhang family had all the right time, the right place, and the right people. Grandpa, look, there's a boat coming. It seems to be coming for us. It's a small boat. Xian's eyes were sharp. She immediately saw the boat coming over and shouted to her grandfather. The old man looked and saw that the boat was indeed coming for them. The person standing on the boat was waving at them, so he must know that they were here. Xian also waved happily. While waving her arms, she said to her grandfather, "Grandpa, now I can finally swim with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, right? I wanted to swim on the way here. I can swim more than 100 feet in the river. Didn't they say that swimming in the sea is more effortless? Okay, you can swim here. How far can you swim with your 100 feet? Look at the sea, you can't reach the end of it for more than 1,000 feet. If you follow Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, you can swim however you want. Their swimming skills are not ordinary. Is he asking us to get close to them? Do we have to get off the boat?" The old man said to his granddaughter. He saw that the person on the boat was waving at them again and pointing at the boat under his feet from time to time. When the boat was close enough, the man finally shouted, "Someone come down and follow me back to report the news." "Oh, one of you get off. When you reach the place, tell them that I'll be there immediately. There's no need to make such a big show to welcome them. The food is more important," the old man said to the person beside him. He knew that with his relationship with the Zhang family, they would make some preparations after he went over. He didn't care about this kind of thing. He didn't need to make a big show. With his relationship with the Zhang family, it was fine as long as he saw them. Just let Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and Sister Lu come over. There's no need for the others. Go do your work. Xian also said. She was so anxious that she wished she could grow a pair of wings and fly over there to see the few people she wanted to see. At this time, a person from the boat came over and said to the old man flatteringly, "Sir, you're such a high-ranking official. If they don't come to welcome you, it means that they don't respect you enough. Let them welcome you." The old man turned to look at this person and asked, "You're not from the Jing water boat line?" "I hitched a ride on a boat. A relative of mine took me here. I heard that there are a lot of good things here. I want to see if I can do some business," the person immediately replied. The old man nodded and didn't say anything. With his status, he didn't need to explain anything to a person who secretly took a boat. However, Xin Er couldn't accept it. She said, "What do you mean by respect? Between the clouds and the water is such a big business. Isn't it respect that you specially ordered the recipe for my grandfather? My grandfather and I wanted to come here and take a look. We transferred this kind of boat from the Jing water boat line. It only takes people and doesn't carry goods. Do you know how much money you'll lose each time? Isn't that respect?" "Yes, yes. Respect, it's definitely respect." This person originally wanted to flatter this high-ranking official, but he didn't expect that after being asked a few questions, he couldn't say anything else. Xin Er continued, "People like you who secretly take a boat and use the name of a boat line should be dealt with, especially by the relative who let you on. What if you assassinate my grandfather? However, I won't pursue this matter. As the saying goes, when the water is too clear, there will be no fish. And, don't talk too much. Leave as soon as you get down." "Yes, yes, it should be dealt with. It's just that there are no fish. When I get down, I'll immediately. I originally wanted to do some business with the locals. I didn't expect that they were all trading companies. This is going to be troublesome." This person glanced at the bodyguards who were standing guard by the side and nodded at Xin Er. However, when he thought of the purpose of his visit, he became very depressed. Since the Zhang family had their own fleet, how could they let others interfere? What's more, his original idea couldn't be realized now. That was to discuss with the relative and come here by boat. After buying some things, they would quietly transport them to the boat and follow the boat back. This way, they could save on the cost of the boat and make a lot of money, especially the hawksbill turtles, which were very valuable in other places. Xin Er could make money by herself and played the top commercial game. As soon as she heard this person's words, she knew what his plan was. This kind of person could be considered a talent. He actually came so far to make money and even took such a big risk. Xin Er's personality was different from normal people because she often interacted with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and played the game with special rules. Normally, when people found out about this kind of thing, they would first arrest this person and then have someone send a letter back to control the person's relatives. But what Xin Er was thinking was how to observe such a person and then take him in for her own use when she felt that he was good enough. Therefore, she coughed and pretended to be an old woman and said, "About this, you can still take care of him. Tell me, what kind of business do you do over there?" The person was stunned when he heard this. When he looked at Xin Er's expression and the way she looked with her hands behind her back, he almost laughed, but he knew that he absolutely couldn't laugh. If he did, it would be over. When he tried to hold it in, his expression was very painful, but he couldn't not answer. He knew that this was an opportunity. Although the person in front of him was a little girl, many people would listen to her. He organized his words and said, "I do all kinds of business over there, but there is no fixed business. If I see something that is profitable, I will do it. I don't have much money, only a little more than 1,000 strings of coins. This time, I came here to buy some hawksbill turtles and shell incense, but it seems that I won't be able to get them." "Oh." Xin Er and Weiwei nodded and then asked, "Land A is a place where there is more rain and less drought. It produces rice. It is 300 miles away from Land B. There are 2 rivers in the middle, and the water flows rapidly. There is also a mountain, which is very steep. Land B is more drought and less rain, and it is rich in jujubes. Question: the weather suddenly changed. This year, land A is more drought and less drought, and land B is more rain and less drought. What should be bought and sold between the two places? It changed. The person listened and was about to interrupt to say that he could buy rice from land A and sell it to land B, and then buy jujubes from land B and sell them to land A, but he didn't expect this to be a question, and it was a sudden change in weather. The person was stumped by the question. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, I know. I can also buy rice from land A, raise the price of rice from land A, and then buy rice from land B and sell it to land A. As long as I have enough money, I can make a lot of money from farming. You only have 1,000 strings of coins. How is that enough? Didn't you just say that you have 1,000 strings of coins? Xin said. Then I will use 300 strings of coins to buy rice from land A, and 700 strings of coins to buy rice from land B. The person directly divided the 1,000 strings of coins. Xin curled her lips. Then why don't you just buy 1,000 strings of rice from land B? Can your 300 strings of coins raise the price of rice from land A? You don't need to raise the price, it's already higher. Yes, 1,000 strings of cash to buy rice in the second district. Actually, I was confused just now and blurted it out. I will buy 1,000 strings of cash to buy rice in the second district. The man quickly corrected. He was indeed confused just now and thought that he had answered correctly this time. Xin slapped her forehead with her hand and shook her head. I wanted to help you once, but who knew that you are only suitable for this kind of small business? Land A is dry, and there is no food or grass. Why don't you farm cows? Why do you have to buy rice? According to the previous climate of land A, there will definitely be a lot of cows. The jujubes in land B are not sweet anymore. Can't you buy jujube nectar? Then you can buy the jujubes and make them into candied jujubes. Why do you have to keep your eyes on that little bit of rice? You can continue with that kind of thinking. The person was stunned. Didn't they say that he would buy rice and jujubes? Why did he suddenly buy cows and nectar? This change was too fast. The person was about to say that it was unreasonable. The things given and the questions and answers were unreasonable. Suddenly, he felt that this question sounded familiar. He asked in confusion, where did this question come from? There are many answers, but this one is the most reasonable. There is another answer that can also be passed, and that is to use your little money to hire people. First, you sign a contract, and then you go to the 2 rivers and mountains to help others transport things. The money you earn is also more than you buy rice. But this answer is limited. Do you have to buy and sell in land A and land B? Your development is too slow. A few days ago, I used a little money and earned a few dozen strings of coins in a month. After another month, I earned more than 200 strings of coins. Now that I have invested that money in other businesses, I estimate that when I go back, I will have a few thousand strings of coins. How can you join like this? Do you know how fast the Zhang family makes money? Even if I give you a chance, you can't grasp it. At this time, Xin stopped pretending to be mature. She felt very uncomfortable. She was talking to a businessman who could travel so far, but he didn't understand. It was such a simple question. It was better to quickly meet with Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and Sister Lu. If she asked such a question to the 3 of them, they would definitely be able to answer it easily. Xin stopped pretending to be mature, but this person suddenly became serious, especially when he heard that this was a question for the high-level players of the game. After thinking about what Xin said, he finally realized that the girl in front of him was actually a top-level player. No wonder she was so arrogant. It was said that those top-level players could earn money even in real life. After reaching the top level in the game, they would basically leave the game. Just like a business plan, they would seek benefits and collisions in the plan. The old man, who was standing at the side, heard everything. He also didn't expect that the matter between A and B would end up like this. No one would have thought that this was just a simple question. In that case, his granddaughter must have passed the exam easily. Other than the question, it also depended on the number of wins and losses and the amount of money in the game. When the old man thought of this, a gratified smile appeared on his face. He also felt a little proud. This was his granddaughter. She didn't embarrass the Minister of Revenue. At the same time, he felt even more grateful to the Zhang family. Without the Zhang family's game, without Xiao Bao and Cuckoo chatting with his granddaughter in the past, there definitely wouldn't be the current Xin heir. This person who came to speculate felt very uncomfortable. He didn't expect that after working so hard for so many years and earning 1,000 strings of coins, this girl could earn dozens of strings of coins in a month and 200 strings of coins in a month. He didn't doubt the authenticity of this matter at all. He acknowledged the methods of those top-level players. None of those who rushed to the top were poor people in real life. Xin heir, in this world, not everyone can find opportunities. The old man saw that this person's expression was ugly and said to his granddaughter. Xin understood as soon as she heard this. She had struck a blow to others and could easily make them lose confidence. She stuck out her tongue and said, "How about this? Don't be in a hurry to buy things. Just play the game with us here. When you can clearly distinguish between the game and reality, then we'll see, okay?" Okay. I'm actually just a beginner. Most of the time, playing dice depends on luck. This person understood and said gratefully. Okay, then I'll play beginner with you. I haven't played for a long time. Actually, beginner doesn't just depend on luck. It also depends on calculation. Xin heir agreed. This person felt very lucky. He didn't expect to meet such a kind-hearted girl. From this girl's words, he knew that people who could play with her were not simple people. The most important thing was that sentence, the Zhang family's money-making speed. Yes, if he wanted to cooperate with them like this, they would ignore him if he didn't have the ability. Then he should stay here for a while. Otherwise, how much money could he make? He didn't have the ability, so he should learn and see how they usually did it. This was called, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. As long as he learned something well, it didn't matter if he delayed for half a year. When the time came, he would make more money than all the other times combined. Chapter 464. When the old man's boat arrived at the dock, as expected, there were not many people who came to welcome them. Only the clan heads of the Zhang family and Wang family, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun came to join in the fun. There were also about 100 guards. In total, there were less than 200 people, including those who were still recovering at the dock. There was no gathering of the people and people in the yamen to come out and welcome them. There was no beating of gongs or drums, and no firecrackers. When the old man was waiting for the boat to dock, he observed some houses built not too far away from the dock. They were neat and orderly, and people were moving things around. It seemed to be a warehouse. When he used his clairvoyance to look further, he could see the houses. There were several bamboo houses with a front yard and a backyard. The courtyards were built in an orderly manner. It was already noon, so there was no smoke. There were only a few ducks wandering in the courtyard. They could see some vegetables planted in the front yard, as well as some grape trellis. There were 3 roads leading to the dock. Some flowers and trees were planted at the roadside. The trees were still small, and they should have been transplanted later. When he looked at them carefully, he could see that they were kapok trees. They came at the wrong time, and they were too small. Otherwise, he could see the fiery red scenery. Just by looking at it, no one could imagine that this place had been hit by both a flood and a typhoon a few months ago. Basically, all the places were washed away. When they passed by Lianzhou, the shore was still overgrown with weeds. The washed stones, wood, and mud were mixed together. It was a mess everywhere. "Grandpa, this place is so beautiful. There are wind chimes on the pillars at the dock. Is this Luzhou?" Everyone says that this place is not good, but it looks good. The sky is blue, the birds are floating in the clouds, the fishing boats are coming, the waves are returning to the tide, the bamboo buildings are standing side by side, and the ducks are chirping. Life here must be good. Xin Er was also attracted by the scenery, especially the flowers and plants by the roadside. The flowers were still blooming. When the sea breeze blew, Wei Wei shivered. It was completely different from what she imagined. There was no picture of such a scene in the album. The old man took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He felt that this place was indeed beautiful, but it was definitely not like this. Otherwise, why would Lianzhou be different? The Thunder Prefecture wasn't affected at all and couldn't be compared to this place. Xin Er, this is what it means to be capable. If the same place is managed by different people, it will definitely be different. Even if ordinary officials do their best, they won't think of planting so many flowers and trees on the shore of the pier and behind the seawall. Not all places can be like Chang'an, but Zhang Zhong has done it. Look at that road. As long as you stand on it and look forward, it will definitely be very comfortable. The Zhang family is considerate. In this way, the local people will work even harder. I know, Grandpa. This is what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo told me before. Infrastructure construction has a special feeling for the people. It can make the people feel united and have a sense of honor. But where are the people? Even if they are harvesting rice, there should be people at home delivering food now. There is no smoke from the chimneys. Xin Er knew a lot of things. When she played with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the past, the two of them often told her things. At this time, she met with them. The old man chuckled and patted his granddaughter's head. Xin Er, how could you forget? When the Zhang family asks people to do things, they always prepare food. Why do they need people to do it themselves? The people who are working may have already eaten. When we go down, they will also eat. I know, Grandpa. I didn't expect them to take care of so many people. I thought they would only take care of them when there were not many people. That would cost a lot of money. When we go down to eat, we have already prepared. I didn't eat in the morning. The boat is good, but the food made by the chef is not good. If I had known, I would have brought a chef from between the clouds and the water. I was waiting for this meal. The Zhang family will definitely build a restaurant here. The chef can't be bad. Actually, my favorite food is made by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I have seen them make meat floss with my own eyes. The kind that is eaten as snacks. When Xin Er talked about food, she began to salivate and put her hand on her stomach. The chef on the boat was not good. She had suffered a lot during the journey. When she knew that she would be arriving at the destination today, she did not eat since morning. She was looking forward to the welcome banquet prepared by the Zhang family. While they were talking, the boat docked at the pier. There was a special place for big boats to dock here. The pier's trestle was higher, so it could be adjusted. Those who were flat could use it as a springboard. Xin Er was the first to jump over. She rushed directly to Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Lu, Wei Wei, and Li Sun. She played with one and hugged the other. She seemed very happy. The old man was naturally Zhang Zhong and the others went up to welcome them. They got on the carriage and walked on the flat and spacious road. They used the fastest speed to arrive at the newly built restaurant. The name was changed. It was not the original Jinlai restaurant. Instead, it was named in accordance with the scenery here. The name Between the Clouds and the Water was similar to Between the Clouds and the Water, but it was slightly more imposing. In fact, the old man did not want to eat with so many people. He only wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to accompany him. However, he had to gather with everyone for the welcome banquet. Since they were at the seaside, they naturally had to eat things from the sea. All kinds of shellfish were cooked with different methods. There were also sea snails, sea cucumbers, shark fins, and abalones. There was not a single dish that was not from the sea on the big table. The people brought by the old man were also arranged to eat at other places. It was also a sea banquet. It was not to say that everything from the sea was served, but that everything was from the sea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not think that there was a place in the world where everything from the sea could be used to cook. It was reasonable to say that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun could all eat at the main table, but the other children could not. They had to follow the rules. The three of them could only eat at the same table with the other children. The other children did not understand. Li Sun also did not know which of these dishes was the best. He only felt that the abalones and shark fins were good. Many people ate these. Xin Er was the main guest, so Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally had to accompany her. Seeing that others had started to eat, Xin Er also wanted to eat the abalones. She was immediately stopped by Cuckoo, who said in a low voice, "Fresh abalones, or small abalones. The big ones have been made into dry abalones. Eat this first. It's old vinegar head. It's 30-year-old vinegar. It's the best. After eating it, you can eat more other things. After eating this, eat the drunken prawns. Use Shaoxing, oh, it's the old vinegar head from Shaanxi County. The prawns have been processed, so you don't have to worry about getting sick. However, after processing, the seafood is a little less vigorous. We don't use old vinegar head either. Safety first." Of course, Xin Er did not suspect that Cuckoo was lying to her. After listening, she began to eat. It was really good. Even if the old vinegar head was indeed sour, it was comfortable. The drunken prawns were also big. They should be used to make prawns. It was very easy to eat them. In order to kill the parasites, a lot of prawns were consumed. The ones that were consumed were used to make hot dishes. When the prawns were taken out, they were first raised in a special pool. Then, they were added with increasing amounts of salt. Not many of them could survive. After raising them with salt water, they were raised with indigo and lime water. In this way, a lot of prawns would die. This was invented by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They did not care about the number of prawns that were lost. Anyway, only those that survived under such circumstances could be used to make drunken prawns. They tried their best to kill the parasites on the prawns, even if the chances of the parasites on the prawns were small. Those dead prawns were not thrown away. As long as they could not survive, they would be brought to Hai Yunjian and braised, steamed, and so on. If a lot of them died, they would definitely have a special price for today's prawn dishes. After 4 hours, if they still could not be sold, they would make prawn balls. In fact, it was a little immoral to do this. However, the amount of prawn in the pool was very small. It would not affect people's health at all. It was specially sold to merchants who came here to buy things. When one came to this place, it would be very embarrassing if they did not go to Hai Yunjian for a meal. Xin Er ate with ease. She ate 2 prawns in one go. When she was about to take the third prawn, she was a little hesitant. Such a big prawn could easily fill people up, and she would not be able to eat other dishes. She could only temporarily give up. Then, she ate a mouthful of jellyfish and took a sip of wine. She pulled a plate of crab closer. There were 8 pieces of crab meat on the table. Xin thought for a while and pushed them to the side. She stuck her chopsticks into the crab, and with a little force, the crab was opened up. She used the spoon to sweep the crab inside and found a large piece of crab meat. She ate it first, then scooped a spoonful and dipped it in a light sauce. This was the ginger vinegar, followed by the thick sauce. Different things would taste different. Li Sun ate in the same way. He had been tricked before and ate with 8 pieces of crab meat. He ate elegantly, but before he could finish eating a crab, others were already full. Here, no one cared whether the food was clean or not. He ate the good meat first. The crab was big. In addition to its big pincers, there was also a lot of meat in its small claws. He broke it off and put it aside, waiting to be eaten as snacks. Zhang Xiaobao ate and left the table. He ran to the kitchen at the back and got some shredded scallions. He put them in a bowl and sent it to the old man. "Grandpa Bai, did you feel wet and uncomfortable on the way here?" Zhang Xiaobao put down the bowl and asked. Other people would pick the good food first, but Zhang Xiaobao had to ask about this. The old man was not angry at all. He nodded and said, "It was wet and uncomfortable. Sometimes I felt sick. Fortunately, I ate the ginger slices as you said. The main thing is that I came out in a hurry and didn't bring a cook from between the clouds and the water. The food was not good. Now that I am here, I am relieved. Then eat the crab meat with this. Don't eat the ginger. Eat the scallions directly. The sauce has been mixed. You must eat at least 3 shredded scallions with every bite. Eat less crab. Eat the prawns." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the scallions in the bowl and said, "Well, eat, listen to Xiaobao. With Xiaobao and Cuckoo here, I feel that I can live for 10 more years. I will eat 2 bites of the crab and then eat the prawns." Chapter 465. When the old man arrived, the Zhang family cleared out 3 courtyards for him. At this time, it was impossible for the old man to stay in an inn. They would first arrange for the main members of the family to stay in the courtyard. The guards did not need to stay in the courtyard. After lunch, the old man and the others went to rest. After all, they had traveled for a long time. If there was anything else, they could talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to arrange the fleet. Xin Air had already leaked the news that the Ning family might arrive in about 10 days. They were going to travel by water. The 2 of them hurriedly blocked the water route. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Wasn't Qin province able to stop the caravan here and ask for money? If they forced Lu Zhou to take a detour, they would be unhappy if Lu Zhou did not stop them. It was only right for them to reciprocate. They had already harvested a portion of the rice. They did not plan to harvest the rice directly. Instead, they directly transported the rice to the neighboring provinces. After the flood, some rice was replanted there and ripened earlier than here. They would use the rice here to trade with the other provinces. The relief supplies from the imperial court had also arrived. They would be distributed according to the number of people in the household register. They would only be given 3 months' worth of rations. It was unknown what the other provinces would do with the rations, but Lu Zhou directly used the rations to make wine. Wine was easier to sell at the seaside. As long as the price was lower, it would be fine. People who went out to sea could not afford to drink wine. Usually, people who went fishing would get sick when they were old. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planned to distill some low-alcohol wine that had a higher alcohol content than rice wine. When the time came, they would sell it to the surrounding fishermen. They did not have to buy it with cash. They could trade it with fish and prawns. During the disaster, Zhang Xiaobao did not expect the imperial court to be able to send enough things over at the critical moment. That was simply impossible. This time, the food that was sent over was only checked and directly put into the warehouse. Naturally, the quantity was not right. It was originally old grain, but there was actually sand in it. When the old man arrived at his destination and was about to take a look around, Lu Zhou was about to finish harvesting the rice and the people were about to live a good life. Chao Harue and the other 2 finally arrived at the yamen of Qin province. Chao Harue, Fan Jinshi, and Jiang Huancher had rushed all the way here in such a short time. It had to be said that the 3 of them had the talent to be scouts. Outsiders didn't know how much hardship they had suffered. When there was a road, they could hitch a ride with other people's carriages. When there was no road, they could only walk by themselves. The 3 of them actually managed to walk in a straight line. When they saw the yamen of Jinzhou, the 3 of them cried tears of joy. At this point, the 3 of them were wearing tattered clothes. Their bodies were covered with countless wounds, and their faces were stained with mud. The first impression they gave people was that they had escaped from somewhere else. Let's see how much money we have. They had to change their clothes before they could meet the Tang governor of Ning. If they went in like this, it seemed impossible to meet him. I have 30 copper coins here. Jiang Huanshe looked at the yamen in front of them, but she did not dare to go in. There were already people there who had noticed the three of them and were on guard. If they went in directly, they would be lucky if they did not get beaten to death. Jiang Huanshe took out 30 copper coins and held them in her hand as she said to the two people. Fan Jinshi also searched her body and found 22 copper coins. The two of them looked at Chao Harue again, waiting for a surprise or a feeling of falling into hell. Needless to say, Chao Harue had more money than the two of them. He even had a piece of broken silver on him. In addition to the 1 copper coin, he also had 13 copper coins. The three of them were relieved. With this money, they could not buy a good set of clothes, but they could find an inn to stay in and change into normal clothes. The three of them were preparing to find an inn to rest for a day, then change their clothes and come here to find the person. Suddenly, a 13 or 14-year-old child rushed over. His speed was so fast that the three of them who saw hope and relaxed did not react in time. The child ran past them, and Chao Harue's copper coins and silver coins were gone. Jiang Huanshe and Fan Jinshi were better. They did not put on their copper coins. When the child caught them, he left behind 7 copper coins for the three of them. Catch the thief, hurry up and catch him. Don't let him run away. He stole our money. The three of them were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Chao Harue ran in the direction of the child, shouting as he chased after him. The other two followed suit. Unfortunately, the child's endurance was obviously better than the three of them who had traveled a long distance. His explosive power was also higher than theirs. The three of them who had been pampered before could not catch up with the child at all. The people in front of them heard the three of them. If their clothes were better and the dirt on their faces were less, perhaps someone would help them stop the child. However, the three of them were in a very sorry state. The others looked at the children, who were dressed decently, and then looked at the three of them. They all ran away, afraid that the three of them would go crazy from poverty and catch them and accuse them of stealing their money. After a while, the child ran out of sight. The three of them could not chase him anymore. They sat there paralyzed, tightly holding the 7 copper coins in their hands, and looked in the direction of the child in a daze. With a "pa" sound, a half-eaten biscuit fell in front of the three of them. The bite was still stained with saliva. A few sesame seeds were embedded on the biscuit, letting people know that it was called a sesame seed biscuit. The biscuit was closest to Chao Harue. After seeing the biscuit, Chao Harue raised his head in confusion, wanting to see what was going on. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a strong man glancing at him and saying, "This biscuit is not delicious. After biting 2, you don't want to eat anymore. It's a reward for you. Hurry up and eat." After saying that, the man was about to leave. Chao Harue could not bear it anymore. He vented his anger of being robbed and said to the man, "You snob, you dare to throw this broken biscuit to us? I should gouge your eyes out. Hey! I gave you half a biscuit and you dare to scold people? This is the first time I've seen a beggar complain that it smells bad. I'll let you scold with all your strength." When the man saw that he was being scolded, he went over and started fighting with the three of them. The three of them had already used up a lot of energy to walk to this place. After chasing after a bandit, they didn't have the strength to fight with this strong man. After a few moves, they could only hold their heads and force themselves to stand there. After all, the strong man had a good heart. Otherwise, he would not give the biscuit to others. After hitting them a few times, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. You three don't know what's good for you. Let's see who will give you something to eat." What a pity. After saying that, the strong man walked away. Chao Harue moved his arm away and looked at the strong man's back as he walked away. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Instead, he opened his mouth wider and started to cry. The other two brothers also could not control themselves. The three of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. They were too sullen. When they were in Luzhou, they were bullied by the common people and by Zhang Zhong. They did not expect that when they just arrived in Qin province, they would be bullied twice. Their money was robbed and they were beaten up. After that, they could not find the person they wanted to find. Chao Harue cried for a while. Then, he said to the other two, I think we shouldn't be so polite. Let's fight and see if we can meet the person. What can we do with 7 copper coins? Fan Jianxi wiped his snot and tears and nodded. Then let's go. Wait for the day when we become as strong as before, no, even stronger than before. We won't let any of them go. The three of them quickly reached an agreement. Enduring the pain, they walked to the yamen. As soon as they arrived, as expected, the gatekeeper immediately came up to them and scolded, What are you doing? If you want to beg, go somewhere else. Get lost. After that, the gatekeeper turned around and walked away. He muttered, I gave you face, but you don't want it. If you don't want half a biscuit, don't beg. Wait. Chao Harue called out. When the gatekeeper turned around, he took the remaining 7 copper coins and handed it to the gatekeeper. Brother, I have a favor to ask. We'll go to the Tang governor of Ning and tell him that the 3 judges of Luzhou have something important to tell him. We've come all the way here to tell the Tang governor of Ning. Brother, if you don't help us pass on the message, don't blame us for not informing you in advance if something goes wrong. Chao Harue bribed and threatened the gatekeeper, hoping that the gatekeeper would help them. As long as they could see the Tang governor of Ning, they believed that everything would be easy to handle. After all, the 3 of them were judges now. Plus, they had important things to tell the Tang governor of Ning. Unless the Tang governor didn't care about anything, he would be able to settle them down, change their clothes, prepare some food and wine, and find a place to rest. The gatekeeper hesitated. He really couldn't figure out the identities of the 3 people. The face of the person in front of him was a little dark, but when he handed over the money, his arm was exposed. Even if it was a little dusty, it was still very fair. If they really had something important to tell the provincial governor, he couldn't afford to be punished if he didn't report it. However, if they didn't, it would still be troublesome. Chao Harue also understood the dilemma of the gatekeeper. He suggested, Brother, you don't have to report this matter to the provincial governor first. Let's find a supervisor first. If it weren't for the fact that we were afraid of losing the seal on the way here, we would have brought the seal with us. Wait here. The gatekeeper thought about it and agreed. He didn't need to go over. He just told the supervisor that the 3 people wanted to see the provincial governor. He just needed to say that the 3 people were sent by Lu Zhou and asked the supervisor to come over and take a look. After saying that, the gatekeeper signaled the other 3 gatekeepers with his eyes and entered the yamen. Chapter 466. Chao Harue and the others did not dare to leave. They waited, hoping that the steward would come out and say a few words. That way, they would be able to prove their identities. After a long while, the gatekeeper finally came out. Behind him was a man in a small coat with tight sleeves. He looked like a steward and seemed very capable. Steward Ning, it's the 3 of them. They said they're judges from Luzhou. Please take a look. Steward Ning, it's me. I'm Chao Harue. We've met twice. The first time, we met when Lu Zhou was transporting a lot of things and wanted a lot of money. The second time, we met when your young master was taking in a concubine. She happened to be a woman from Lu Zhou's side. We tried to stop her, but we couldn't. Steward Ning, do you remember? When Chao Harue saw the people who came out, he was overjoyed. He knew them. The 2 times they met were not on good terms. However, they had met before. It was as though he had seen his family. He shouted with all his might. Steward Ning did have an impression of these two things, but he was still more than 20 steps away from the three people, so he couldn't recognize them at all. He walked forward and carefully looked at them. Only then did he confirm that it was them. He suddenly said, "Oh." Suddenly, he said, "So, it's Magistrate Chow. I wonder why the three of you are dressed so elegantly today. The three of you are truly respectable. You must have seen the people under your rule suffer and want to know what it feels like. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Steward Ning understood immediately. The three of them were in trouble. However, he was not on good terms with Lu Zhou. What did it have to do with him if they were in trouble? He could use this opportunity to ridicule them. "Steward Ning, we were in the wrong in the past, but it's not all our fault. We have the Shen family behind us. We can't afford to offend the Shen family. We were just following orders. We have something important to report to the provincial governor. We can't delay. Otherwise, Lu Zhou will deal with us." Chao Harue remained silent after being ridiculed. On the other hand, Jiang Huanshe did not care about his reputation anymore. Steward Ning frowned. He was not sure if the three of them really had something important to report. However, from the looks of it, the three of them did not suffer along the way. How many days would it take for them to travel? After giving it some thought, he asked, "My lords, did the provincial governor order you to come here? Otherwise, you'll be punished if you leave for too long." How could Chao Harue and the others not know about this? This was especially true for Jiang Huanshe. He was the judicial military supervisor. Naturally, he knew that the three of them would not have a good ending when they returned. However, they had no choice but to come here personally. Otherwise, it would be useless to send someone over when there was already a conflict between them. In truth, the three of them had already thrown caution to the wind. They had placed their hopes on Tang Governor Ning. When he heard Steward Ning's question, Jiang Huanshe hastily replied, "We'll definitely be punished when we return. However, we had no choice but to come here. If we don't come, the Ning family will be in danger. To be honest, we have a grudge against Lu Zhou's new provincial governor, Zhang Zhong. We don't want to see him scheme against the Ning family." Only now did Steward Ning understand. As it turned out, the three of them were no match for Zhang Zhong. Or rather, there were four of them. However, it was strange that one of them was missing. If they couldn't win, they would naturally be dealt with. This was not difficult to understand. He already knew about Zhang Zhong's situation. He was a very powerful person. It wasn't strange for such a young person to become the top scorer. However, he had never heard of anyone who could become the provincial governor, no matter how bad the position was. Looking at the three of them, it seemed like they had something that belonged to Zhang Zhong. They wanted to come here in exchange for their safety. This matter had to be decided by the old master. When he thought of this, Steward Ning said to the three of them, "This matter concerns too many people. I can't make any arrangements. Why don't the three of you enter the mansion from the back? When the old master is free, he'll naturally call the three of you over. How's Lu Zhou now? He's amazing. Zhang Zhong used his family's money to pay those commoners so that they could work for him. We can use this to impeach him. That place is prosperous now, and it will be even more prosperous in the future. This place can't be compared to it. Zhang Zhong wants to do the same to Qin province." Jiang Huanshe deliberately said this. The better she treated Lu Zhou, the more unconvinced the people here would be. However, since Steward Ning could be the steward of a provincial governor in such a big family, he was not an ordinary person. When he heard this, he smiled and nodded. Even if Zhang Zhong really took out his family's money, he can't be impeached. The higher-ups know this very well. Since they haven't done anything until now, it means that they don't want to do anything. Lu Zhou is in trouble, and the surrounding provinces are in trouble as well. As long as they can recover quickly, it doesn't matter who pays. When the time comes, they can just change Zhang Zhong's place. Moreover, if Zhang Zhong says that the money doesn't belong to his family and doesn't want it, who can do anything about it? My 3 lords, you must be tired from the journey. You should quickly enter through the back door. I'll arrange for someone to serve you. I'll go in first. My 3 lords, please hurry. It won't be good if too many people see you. After Steward Ning finished speaking, he turned around and walked in. He walked through the front door, but he did not allow Jiang Huanshe and the others to enter. The 3 of them could not force him. They could only rub the places on their bodies where they were beaten earlier and take a detour to the back door. There were already people waiting for them there. After they entered, Steward Ning did not treat them unfairly. First, they took a bath, changed their clothes, and the dishes were already prepared. The only thing was that there was no one to accompany them. The dishes on the table were not full as well. There were only 8 simple dishes, and there were people pouring wine for them. The 3 of them did not care if the Ning family came to accompany them. They were hungry, and they did not have much energy left. Right now, they just wanted to have a good meal and rest. After drinking a few cups of wine, they began to eat. Each of them ate 2 big bowls, and the 8 dishes on the table were almost finished. Only then did the 3 of them relax and rub their stomachs. Following the servants of the mansion to the guest room, the 3 of them fell asleep immediately. They didn't wake up until the next morning. After breakfast, they just waiting for Governor Ning to find them. They were both expectant and anxious. Tell me, will the Tang governor of Ning help us take the blame for leaving the yamen without permission? Chao Harue sat in the courtyard and looked at the birds jumping back and forth in the trees as he asked the 2 people beside him. Fan Jianxi smacked her lips. I don't think so. Tang governor of Ning will only give us some money after he finds out the news and let us pay off the debt. It's good that we can pay off the debt. At least our families won't have to worry anymore. We can just wait for our bad luck. If that's the case, why don't we think of a way to get Tang governor of Ning to help us this time? Even if we can't move Tang governor of Ning with real things, we can at least do something fake, right? He gave Zhang Zhong a few more profitable things and emphasized Zhang Zhong's plan to deal with Tang governor of Ning. Didn't Zhang Zhong plan to suppress Qinzhou after he got the goods and let the merchants here go to Qinzhou by themselves? Let's not say that. Tang governor of Ning may not necessarily deal with Zhang Zhong. Let's say that Zhang Zhong wants to submit a memorial to impeach Tang governor of Ning for driving the victims away. The evidence is the extra people over there. What do you think? Jiang Huanshe didn't want to go back and pay off the debt only to be convicted. She thought of this idea. When the other 2 heard this, their eyes lit up at the same time. The 3 of them gathered together and had a good discussion. Only then did they come up with a watertight plan to deal with the governor of Ning's inquiry. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a few children were running happily. A big dog ran in front of the crowd for a while, then ran behind the crowd for a while. There were also 2 small dogs swaying their bodies. They were very clumsy. Sometimes, they would trip over themselves while running, then roll over and continue running. Xian air came from the sea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't take her to the sea to play right away. They couldn't go to the mountain now either. They could only do so in 2 days. That would be the next training session. If they let Xian air follow them, they wouldn't have to worry about encountering any danger. Right now, the only places to play were the 2 rivers and the crops. There was also the cotton plantation that hadn't been harvested yet. Naturally, the 3 dogs would follow them. Xian air actually didn't care where to play, as long as there was someone to play with her. She especially liked the 2 cute dogs. She liked them no matter how she looked at them. After running for a while, she would hug them for a while. The big dog was very sensible at the side. It didn't make a sound when it saw the child being carried. The group of people walked and walked until they arrived at the cotton plantation. At this time, there were already some well-grown cotton, but there were too few, so they needed to wait a little longer. Cuckoo, have you made the map here? When the time comes, there will be a business tycoon. When we came, there was a person who pretended to be a crew member. He wanted to buy some goods here and sell them elsewhere. He was a very stupid person. After doing business for so many years, he only earned 1,000 strings of coins. Xin Air picked up a ball of cotton wool and touched it back and forth in front of the dog's nose. The dog sneezed from time to time. It wanted to break free but didn't have the strength, so it could only turn its head back and forth. While playing with the dog, Xin Air said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao already knew about this matter, but there was no way to solve it. Not to mention now that the communication was not smooth. Even if the communication was smooth, they couldn't completely stop people from taking advantage of the company. After all, it was people who did things. Moreover, this kind of thing was not a big deal. If something went wrong, they would hold the person responsible. It was always like this. As long as they strengthened the economic aspect, they would arrange special inspection personnel. They could catch as many as they could. As long as the greedy people were smart enough, they could still be greedy. What Wang Wan didn't expect was that Xin Air was going to take that person. This kind of person was really useless to the Zhang family. He didn't have the qualifications to cooperate with the Zhang family, and he didn't have the ability to be a subordinate. If they wanted to train him slowly, it was better to find some good people to train. There was no need to find an idiot. Since Xin Air mentioned it, Wang Wan couldn't refuse. She nodded and said, "Okay, then find a few more people to play with. The place here can be built soon. In fact, we have the map, but the map of the game can't be so detailed." Xiaobao, what do you think? I think it's okay. We have to let the children of the people here play. It's easy to build a school, but it's hard to find a teacher. Who wants to come here? Let them play first. Chapter 467. More than 20,000 commoners had just finished harvesting the rice and started planting again. Originally, this was not the right season, but the seeds themselves were different. Furthermore, the weather here had always been good. Now that it was almost winter, it was actually not cold. This made some of the people who had originally followed here feel a little unaccustomed. The new seedlings were naturally made by the Zhang family. They had just planted the seedlings, and before they could release water from the river, a moderate rain fell. These seedlings were naturally able to withstand it, and at the same time, they did not lack water. The commoners did not know that this was a coincidence. They thought that the new good official had moved the heavens, so it rained. Originally, they had nothing else to do and should have continued to build the seawall. However, the cotton here could be picked again. Zhang Xiaobao also told Wang Wan that he wanted to make a cotton harvester. Wang Wan agreed and gave her moral support. As a result, Zhang Xiaobao changed the direction of his research and continued to develop it underwater. If the cotton harvester was easy to make, there would not still be so many places that needed people to pick cotton at that time. According to Zhang Zhong's plan, 3,000 people were assigned to pick the cotton while the others continued to build the road and replant some of the areas where the trees had been washed away. More people went to build the seawall, preparing to take advantage of the winter when there were fewer disasters to finish the seawall here. Next year, it would be useful. After the first batch of cotton was picked, a big cloth doll was immediately made for Xaner. Xaner was very happy. She had never played with such a thing before. Usually, other people would use some things, such as wood, to make small people made of wood to curse others. However, this doll was different. It was taller than her, and it was very comfortable to hold in her arms. It had a nose and eyes, which made her think of the value of this kind of cloth doll when she was happy. Perhaps many people liked it, especially a little girl like her. If she was in a large family, the maidservants would also have to wait on her in the outer room when she slept at night, and the boudoir would be very cold and cheerless. If he had these dolls, it would be even better to hold them in his arms at night. These dolls were specially made for the children of the rich. Therefore, Xin heir went to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to discuss the purchase of such cloth and cotton. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't think that the value of this thing would be greater than what they had originally thought. They wanted to use this cotton to make clothes, especially cotton-padded jackets. In fact, it was just a vest without sleeves. Real cotton-padded clothes would not be made. Firstly, it was a waste of materials. Secondly, it would look too bulky on the body. Especially cotton-padded trousers. After it was made thick, it would be very difficult to put it on or take it off. In addition to this cotton vest, it could also be used to make cotton-padded shoes. When the time came, it would be shipped to the north to be sold, and a part of it would be sent out. Li Sun would also have a part of the profits. When Li Sun came over, they had agreed that he would help to keep it a secret for a year. The main thing to keep secret was the flower arranging machine. Although the structure of this thing was simple and easy to operate, ordinary people would never think that this thing could take out the seeds in the stack of white cotton. After it was taken out, the seeds could be used to extract oil. No one ate it, but it could be used to light up the house. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know that cottonseed oil could be eaten, but they didn't have the technology. Without technology, the two of them never dared to try some new food, as it was easy to eat something bad. Li Sun had been thinking about this for a long time. This year, he was waiting. He was waiting for the people who had also received last year's cotton gifts to hand over the cotton to exchange for the flower arranging machine. This was the result of the discussion later. Those people had actually already planted the cotton and were waiting for the technology. However, the Zhang family didn't want to give up and handed this matter to Li Sun to handle. The others could only think of a way behind the scenes. In the end, Zhang Zhong ran to such a remote place, so those who were ready to make a move could only wait foolishly. They were waiting to use a part of the white cotton to exchange for the technology. At most, they wouldn't make money this year. They could still wait for a year. Li Sun had already spread the news that he would tell them after he made some improvements. In fact, he had indeed made a lot of improvements. Previously, they used to shake the cotton by hand, but now, they had changed it to using wind and water. It was very simple to make a big windmill and a water wheel. The Zhang family had the technology to do so. Those who wanted to get their hands on such things could only wait for this winter. They would take out a large part of the white cotton and exchange it for something to remove the seeds. It wasn't that they didn't want to use other methods. For example, there were so many princes, but the princes themselves couldn't make a move. Li Sun's father was also a prince. The current emperor had always emphasized the deep brotherhood. Who didn't have deep connections? The other aristocratic families had too many considerations. For one, Zhang Zhong had run to Luzhou, and it was beyond their reach. Therefore, no aristocratic family would be stupid enough to deal with his foundation, which was Sanshui County. They had investigated Zhang Zhong thoroughly. They had a very detailed understanding of what the Zhang family and Wang family were doing. They also knew that there were two experts in the Zhang family who had never shown their faces. Therefore, the Zhang family was always able to come up with new things. Some were profitable, and some were useful for military purposes. If they really wanted to deal with Sanshui County, the Zhang family only needed to take out a few good things and say that they were looking for others to help them take revenge. Then, the people who did it would be attacked by many forces. The benefits would be given to others for free. The aristocratic families never doubted this. If they were in Sanshui County, they would also do the same. The only person who could control the Zhang family was the emperor. However, when the emperor was with the Zhang family, his attitude was very ambiguous. It was unknown whether it was because he liked the endless things of the Zhang family or because he liked Zhang Zhong as a person. Basically, he would not mention him in the court. When others mentioned him, he would use other topics to change the topic. He just didn't want the court officials to focus on Zhang Zhong. In this way, it was difficult for others. Li Sun had received many letters recently. Some of them were from the military station, and some were from the official station. All the letters said the same thing, that the white cotton was ready, and it was time to exchange for that technology. Li Sun couldn't take it all by himself. He could only cooperate with the Zhang family. Otherwise, the Zhang family would avoid him next time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would also not play with him. Under such circumstances, Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Xin Er gathered together. The four of them, who were not yet adults, began to discuss the use of the cotton. Xin Er insisted on joining in the fun. Usually, outsiders were not allowed to join in this kind of thing. However, the old man had been helping them, and the mutual benefits had been mixed together. Xin Er had also obtained the qualification to play the top game. Wang Wan wanted to train her before she agreed. I still want to make cloth dolls. I believe that they can be sold at a good price. I thought of a few kinds of cloth dolls. Some are cute, some are ugly, and the ugly kind of eyes should be embroidered to make them look very wronged. When Xin Er found out that there were many kinds of things that could be used to make cloth dolls, she was very insistent on her idea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally disagreed. However, when they heard Xin Er's last design, they nodded at the same time. Li Sun, however, did not understand. He asked in confusion, "It's fine to make cloth dolls, but why do you want to make them ugly? Can't they be cute?" "No, if that's the case, some people won't buy them. Only those who are like little princesses will buy those cute ones. Some people are ugly. They will think that they are the ugly cloth dolls that need other people's care and care. If they have an ugly cloth doll, they will be stronger. Only by becoming stronger and stronger will they be able to protect the cloth dolls that are uglier than them. I have already thought about this. I will ask someone to draw a picture book with different colors like cuckoo. Below the picture book will be a short story. It will be specially made for the children to read. First, it will make them more willing to learn to read. Second, it will motivate them. I think that as long as it is printed well and printed in different colors, not only will the children be willing to buy it, but the elders in the family will also buy it for the younger generation. After all, it is a determined thing. If the picture book and the cloth dolls are combined together, it will sell very well. When we make a new type of cloth doll, we can design some stories specifically for this type of cloth doll. We can also put several cloth dolls into one story. This is a combination. When the time comes, besides the cloth dolls, we can also sell other things. For example, some toys for playing house. We can engrave various kinds of cloth doll patterns on them. Whoever has a cloth doll will buy the toy with the pattern. Xin Er began to explain at the side. The more she spoke, the more ideas she had. In the end, she actually came up with a system. Li Sun's mouth was wide open and Weiwei couldn't close it. He had never thought that a discussion about cotton would lead to such a big deal. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also shocked. It wasn't that they didn't know about such a strategy. This kind of thing was not just a tactic in business, but a strategy. If either of them were in Xin Er's shoes, they could also come up with it. It wasn't a big deal. However, it was different when it came to Xin Er. Xin Er didn't have the same kind of experience as them. She came up with this based on her own ideas. This was definitely not ordinary. Some people succeeded because they worked hard, and some were geniuses. However, if geniuses worked hard, they would definitely be better than ordinary people. In the past, the two of them only thought that Xin Er was smarter because she learned more things from the old man. Now it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. The old man definitely wouldn't think of this. Would the old man think of something like a cloth doll? Okay, I agree. Then this matter will be managed by Sister Xin Er. Sister Xin Er, after you do this well, you will get 10% of the money earned. We will share the remaining 30% with young Master Li. After all, we provided the technology and materials. Wang Wan immediately agreed. She didn't care about losing money or making money. She just wanted to cultivate Xin Er. The most important thing was not the cotton she paid this year, but to get a talent. She was so young and had such a plan. If she grew up, no one dared to think about it. Li Sun also reacted at this time and said, "Is it just a game? Then starting tomorrow, I will also play. You have to play with me. Don't give in to me." "Who will give in to you? You haven't been conferred a territory yet. Do you really think you are a marquis? Don't think that you can be as good as Sister Xin Air just because you play. Some people need a chance to understand themselves. Sister Xin Air is like that." Wang Wan saw that Li Sun was thinking too simply, so she said bluntly. She and Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any respect for Li Sun now. In fact, they didn't have any respect at all. They just thought that Li Sun was a person who would easily cause trouble. Now, they didn't. Li Sun didn't have any thoughts of being angry. He also knew his identity. Saying that he was a member of the royal family was not the most important thing. Saying that he wasn't, he had to always know that he couldn't lose face for the royal family. It was a very depressing position. He was very lucky to have two friends like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After hearing Wang Wan's words, he rolled his eyes and asked, "Don't many people lack such an opportunity? Do you think that as long as they are given an opportunity that suits them, they will become powerful? I think Xin Air is very powerful." At this time, Zhang Xiaobao spoke, "Yes, that's right. Everyone is actually a genius. Since they were born, they were faced with opportunities again and again. However, many people have lost the opportunity to come in contact with such opportunities. For example, some people who were born blind are usually more powerful in other aspects. Heaven is always fair. When you lose something, it will always make up for it in other aspects. However, we can't provide everyone with a comprehensive opportunity to test geniuses. We can't find those methods, and we can't judge. My family has a method, but that method is not comprehensive. Fair? Comparing the children of aristocratic families to the children of ordinary families is fair?" Li Sun had become a commoner's marquis. He refuted Zhang Xiaobao's words. How are aristocratic families formed? They can't be aristocratic families from the beginning, right? That's the hard work of their ancestors. When other people's ancestors were working hard, what were other people's ancestors doing? In the same place, other people can grow better crops. If you can't grow well, can you complain that other people shouldn't? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had talked about this topic before. Don't complain about others. If you think that others are good, then work hard to fight for it yourself. Li Sun didn't say anything. He knew how his family's wealth came about. Indeed, as Zhang Xiaobao said, if his ancestors didn't defeat other people, how could it be the Tang Dynasty? Li Sun nodded, agreeing with Zhang Xiaobao's words. He changed the topic again. Now, let's talk about the uses of cotton. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He felt that the two masters of the Zhang family had taught Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Although bedding and clothes were taken out last year, that was definitely not all the uses of cotton. For example, Xin Air mentioned a new use today. There should be more. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't tell him all the uses of cotton. There were too many. It seemed that it could be used in all kinds of aspects and all kinds of industries. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaobao said, "In fact, this thing is also good at fireproofing. As long as it is thick and strong enough, it will be more fireproof than silk clothes. It can be used to make clothes specially prepared for people who put out fires. It's also warm. In summer, people who sell ice cream also sell popsicles, especially popsicles. As long as you make a box, put the popsicles in it and wrap it with a thick quilt, it can be stored for a while. Also, this thing can be used as a big firecracker in a specific environment. It can be so big that it can blow up many people at the same time." Only Wang Wan understood the last thing Zhang Xiaobao said, which was dust explosion. Of course, she would look up more books and ask people to find more things. If nitrocellulose could be made in the future, then it could really become a big firecracker. Li Sun didn't know much about it, but he had a general idea. He said, in other words, cotton can only be used to keep warm and cold, right? Another thing is to make cloth dolls. Okay, then we will start with these two aspects. When there are other uses in the future, we will slowly take it out. Li Sun was not stupid. He knew that once these things were taken out, others would learn to make them. Those who said that they would use cotton to exchange for technology would not take out the most cotton. It was nothing more than a lie. So, what they could do was to not let them know about the many uses of cotton and let them make the quilt. How much cotton did a quilt need? How much did a cloth doll need? It was very simple. The most important thing was to make the most money with the least things. The four of them discussed for a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were responsible for making gloves, hats, waistcoats, and other things at home. Li Sun took the job of making cotton shoes. Xin Er was naturally in charge of the cloth doll. 10% of the profit was already a lot for her. Otherwise, other people would not work with her. She did not have cotton anyway. As for the quilt, mattress, and other things, only a small part was made. They were not to be sold, but to be given away. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also preparing to compress the cotton and finally make a thick blanket. This thing was not to make money. It was too humid here, especially when it often rained. The two of them were going to put this thing in the mezzanine of the house to absorb the moisture. After absorbing enough, they would put it in the sun or wash it. When it was soft, they would continue to put it in the mezzanine. Even if it was used too many times, they could still use it for other purposes. It was not to make black cotton, but to make paper. No matter how bad the cotton was, the paper made was better than the usual paper. With a little bit of lime, perhaps the paper made could be written with a pencil. It was not that the two of them did not know how to use a writing brush, but a writing brush had its own limitations. It was very inconvenient to carry around. It was easier to use a pencil. They only had to carry a small notebook with them. When they encountered something to write down, they could take out the pencil at any time and write it down. If they were to use a writing brush, they would at least need ink and water. They could use saliva to write a few words, but not enough saliva to write a few hundred words. The two of them used the cotton as much as possible, especially in terms of enjoyment at home. Other than blankets, there were also cotton blankets. The main thing was that the cotton could be used to make fishing nets. It should be good to mix it with hemp, and it should be stronger than the current nets. The four of them had a small meeting, and then they went to do their own things. Li Sun and Xin Er were busy with simple things. Xin Er was mainly painting. She had ideas, but the painting was not very good. The main thing was that the painting method was different. She was learning Wang Wan's painting method. If she had not met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she would have felt very lonely. She was not yet 10 years old, and none of the children around her age could understand her. Other people could not understand what she said, and the adults who could understand would not play with her. After she returned to the place arranged for her family, she called some of the people in her family over, mainly the servants. She told them about this matter and asked them to help think of ideas on what kind of cloth dolls to make that would be liked by other children. But a day had passed, and the servants did not have any suggestions at all. If they had to say that they had suggestions, they would advise her not to do it. Xin Er suddenly felt that everyone was very far away from her. Just like the lyrics of the song Wang Wan usually sang, she saw the distance. She stood in the clouds, but she found that there was no one around her. She was alone. Fortunately, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still there. The two of them came up with some ideas. Wang Wan drew several kinds of cartoon perspective figures from cartoons and sent them over. When Xin Er saw those cute little animals, she was happy. She felt that she was not so lonely anymore. There were people like her. In fact, she did not know that this was the suggestion of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with this aspect. He knew that no one could help her after she came back, because those people were not good enough. So he discussed with Wang Wan and sent some drawings. He believed that those drawings would soon become real objects. In fact, this was the most vulnerable part of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hearts. If one came here alone, no one could understand, and they could not tell everything to others. That kind of loneliness was the most terrible. It was like at night, there were many people around, but one person had to carry a lantern and walk alone. Xin began to think according to the drawings drawn by Wang Wan. She also drew the things that she thought of. She was very busy. Li Sun was not relaxed. On one hand, he had to provide some technology to those people. On the other hand, he had to keep the good technology. Through improvement, the efficiency of the flower stringing machine could be improved. Naturally, this could not be handed over to others. In addition to these two things, he had to try his best to get those who wanted to take advantage of the situation to hand over the benefits. For example, they wanted more cotton. If they could not get this, then he had to let those people compensate in other ways. There were many ways to compensate. Giving money was one way. Li Sun did not want this. He was not short of money. Now that he was doing business with the Zhang family, it could be said that he now had the most money among his peers. Even the crown prince could not compare. Fortunately, his status was clear. If others dared to scheme against him, as long as he did not get involved in politics, there would be no danger. Another way was to help put in a good word for Zhang Zhong. This was very important. If everyone agreed, even if someone wanted to scheme against Zhang Zhong, they would have to think twice. Another way was that some people had other businesses in their family and did not allow others to join them. This time, he could join them. If he joined, it would mean that the Zhang family and the Wang family would join as well. As long as there was a little gap, Li Sun did not have to worry. He believed that with the experts of the Zhang family, the gap would soon become bigger. Xin and Li Sun were indeed busy. However, the people who were really busy were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They had too many things to do. First was the matter of the sea. The two of them would not only focus on Luzhou. The reason they came to this place was so that Zhang Zhong could get more political achievements. Another reason was that the bay here was really useful. The two of them were preparing to build a bigger boat and go to further places to get some things that they didn't have here. As long as it was good stuff from Southeast Asia, the two of them wanted it all, especially coconuts. When they came here, they actually didn't have them. It looked like a species, but it had many uses. It could be used for many things. There was also a kind of honey. That kind of honey was different from other places. It could be used as a very good medicine. In other words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to get everything that was not available here. In this way, the construction of the dock had to be put on the agenda. The most important thing was the technology. The two of them knew how the sea breeze blew, and they were not unfamiliar with the flow of the tide. However, without an iron ship, it would be very risky to go to sea. It was easy to talk about a wooden ship, but when it was really made, they had to choose good wood from the 100,000 mountains. Especially the mast, it was a big piece of wood. It could not be pieced together. If they encountered a dangerous storm, they would have to cut the mast. Why were many captains reluctant to do so? It was because this piece of wood was too difficult to find. In addition to the matter of the dock, there was also the matter of the local infrastructure. It seemed that the construction was almost done, but in fact, it was far from enough. The two of them planned to build roads in Luzhou that extended in all directions. There could be fields or villages on both sides of the roads, but the roads had to be divided into sections. The surrounding trees could not be less to prevent soil erosion. As for the future, it would depend on what the new provincial governor thought. However, as long as they built the necessary infrastructure, the next provincial governor would not change, especially when the Chamber of Commerce was still here. This infrastructure required planning. Fortunately, the land here was big and the population was small. Every family could live in the bamboo buildings above the ground. They could also build a big courtyard for each family. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to gather all the homework together. They could plant rice, vegetables, and cotton together. Wang Wan had the same idea. The two of them already knew too many things. They did not want to let this place suffer while they were still in control. This was the planning of a province. The two of them had never come into contact with such things. To be precise, Wang Wan did not know anything. Planning was not her field. Zhang Xiaobao knew a little about it. Even though he had never really planned a city properly, he had cheated before. When a liar did not want to continue lying, he would still know the pros and cons. This was one thing. There was also the conspiracy that they would face. Even though Zhang Xiaobao was used to conspiracies, he had to think about it. He hoped very much that there were no conspiracies in this world. That way, he would not have to waste his energy. However, this was definitely a dream. Where there were living things, there would be benefits. When there were benefits, there would be competition. In the process of competition, all kinds of methods would be used. Just like what was said before, without darkness, there would be no light. Zhang Xiaobao was planning for any possible situation and divided it into several steps. There were defenses, roping in, counterattacks, and deterrence. All of them had to be considered in advance. Otherwise, he would be flustered when the time came. Wang Wan could not help much with these plans. She could only focus on organizing people. In fact, the provincial government did not have any military forces. All the people who could fight were the guards of the two families and Li Sun's people. This was very unreasonable. Without soldiers, how could they go out to explore in the future? When Wang Wan saw that there were more people now, 3 times the original number, she wanted to recruit soldiers. This money had to be paid by the provincial government and not by the Zhang family or the Wang family. The Tang dynasty had not reached that stage yet and could not openly raise private soldiers. The current military system was good and could be directly recruited. However, the strength of the recruited soldiers was hard to say. Wang Wan wanted to use the provincial government's name to recruit people. Then, she and Zhang Xiaobao would pay for the welfare. When it was time to leave, she would take these people away, just like the previous provincial governor. This was very simple. She just had to dismiss the recruited people and let them join the fleet. Then, she would find a few new people. Anyway, this was how it was here. If the new provincial governor was willing to find people himself, then he could find them. The original people could not be given to him. Then, Wang Wan would make some training plans. At the same time, she would wait for Zhang Xiaobao's side to get more money. The provincial government still had some money now. The 4 people did things flawlessly and matched the money in the treasury. It was indeed very impressive. Wang Wan was busy with the recruitment and training plans. This training plan was different from the one for protecting the Seedling Zero team. This was to train a special force. Quality was more important than quantity. In addition to these matters, there was also the selection of cotton seeds and rice seeds. The selection of rice seeds was not just about the same, but had many people look for them one by one. Although it took a lot of time, the probability of finding a good rice seed increased. Although the rice had been planted, these rice seeds were not the special seeds that had been selected. The special seeds naturally had their own characteristics. One was that they matured first, and the other was that they did not have a high yield. These selected seeds would be planted later. There was also the selection of cotton seeds. This kind of seed could not be pierced with a flower-piercing machine. That would cause damage. While the 4 of them were busy, the Ning clan's fleet arrived. There were only 2 ships, and no one knew what they had encountered on the way. In any case, the masts had been lowered, and they were completely relying on manpower to row. There was not a single sail to be seen. Zhang Xiaobao was not a good person. Especially after the other party bullied him first, he would not let them go easily. The two ships were planning to enter this bay and then return to Qinzhou through Xinjiang. Unfortunately, when the two ships appeared outside the bay, the other side was ready. Li Sun sent 100 of his guards, and the Zhang family's team of protecting the seedlings also went over. When the two ships were about to reach the dock, they were about to pass by the side. There were already 4 large ships waiting to load and leave, blocking the road. Before they left, they could still make a contribution. Young master, it's not good. They won't let us pass. They used 4 ships to block the road. When the steward saw the situation, he quickly ran to the cabin and reported to his young master. Young Master Ning was calculating how much money he could make this time. When the steward rushed in, he forgot the numbers. He looked at the steward unhappily and said, "How big are 4 ships? How could they block the road? The road over there should be very wide, right? Can't we just go around it? You can't even do this well. When we came over, you said that we were following that special ship. Look at it now. They are fine, but we encountered a storm. If we had known this would happen, we would have stopped more. Who knows how much money it would cost to repair these 2 ships? Did you see clearly that the Zhang family's ship is blocking the road? Their courage is not small, they actually dare to block my Ning family's ship. Did they see the people on the dock? Is Zhang Zhong here?" The steward was a little confused by young master's words. He shook his head and said, "Young master, there are only people working at the dock. Zhang Zhong isn't here. If Zhang Zhong is here, he will definitely bring a carriage. It seems that Zhang Zhong doesn't take us seriously. Young master, don't think of using the Ning family's power to pressure him. As for that ship, under normal circumstances, 4 ships wouldn't be able to block it. However, the 4 ships aren't close to each other. They're separated and connected to each other by iron chains. If our ship wants to go over, we'll have to fly or dive into the water. By doing this, it's obvious that they know we're coming." The steward was very depressed. Why couldn't young master see the situation clearly at a time like this? The other party was taking revenge. Who asked Lu Zhou to accept so much money from Qin province when he shipped goods out? Do you think that if you accept money from others, they won't accept yours? Young Master Ning was stunned. He didn't expect to be stopped this time. Needless to say, he knew that the other party was going to collect a toll, just like what they did to him in the past. However, he didn't want to pay. The Ning family was a big family. It was normal for them to collect tolls from others. In his eyes, Zhang Zhong was nothing. Why should he pay Lu Zhou? With this thought in mind, young Master Ning ordered, "Stop the ship, turn around, and go back to the shore at Lianzhou. I'd rather spend more money on land transportation than give Zhang Zhong a single copper coin. You should learn more in the future. Don't panic when you encounter a problem." At this time, the steward didn't know what to say. When he came here, he said that when he was in Lianzhou, he suggested to dock at the shore nearby and send the things on the ship there. Then, he would find someone to repair the ship. However, young Master Ning said that he didn't know how to do it and that he didn't think it through thoroughly enough. He said that he should learn more in the future. But now, didn't he still have to do as he said? Again, he was told that all the wise decisions were young Master Ning's, and he had to take the blame for the bad things. The steward was very depressed, but he didn't dare to refute. He could only agree and said, "Young master, then I'll arrange it this way. But I don't think the Zhang family will let us go easily." "Not let us go? What does Zhang Zhong want to do? Does he dare? Don't you think more when you do things? Does Zhang Zhong dare? Can't we just go? Can't we leave? You should learn more in the future. Why are you so stupid?" Young Master Ning's face darkened and continued to scold the steward. The steward quickly nodded and said, "You're right, young master. I will learn more in the future. I won't lose face for young master." After saying that, the steward left to arrange the docking of the ship. However, after a while, the steward came back and once again changed young Master Ning's plan. Young Master, they sent a lot of small boats to block the road behind us. Moreover, those boats also threw out a lot of fishing nets. If we want to force our way through, our oars will be entangled. Young Master, what should we do? The steward wanted to mention what he said just now to prove that he wasn't wrong, but he didn't dare. He could only repeat what he encountered. The road back is also blocked. Let's go there and see what they want. Young Master Ning finally couldn't sit still. He didn't think about how much money he could make. When they reached the deck, young Master Ning stood at the bow and looked down. Sure enough, as the steward said, there were a lot of small boats with fishing nets. The people on the boats also stood there and looked at them. He turned his head and looked to the other side. There were indeed 4 big boats anchored there, connected to each other by iron chains. Which one of you is in charge of this? Stand up and answer this, young master. Do you know what 2 boats are? They belong to the Ning family. They belong to the Ning family of Qinzhou. What are you doing here? Are you rebelling? Young Master Ning still had the bearing of an aristocratic family. He stood at the bow and questioned the people below. In the past, not to mention stopping them, the people here would have respectfully escorted the 2 boats to the estuary of Qinzhou River. However, things were different now. On one of the boats below, a person said loudly, "I am a 5-star steward of the Zhang family. I don't know anything about the Ning family. I only know that this is Lu Zhou. All boats and vehicles that don't belong to Lu Zhou must be inspected. If there is nothing on the boat that can be used as goods, you just need to pay a toll fee. If there is something that can be used as goods, you must pay a toll fee. Put down the rope ladder. We will go up and take a look." How dare you? You dare to check the Ning family's boat? I will make you die without a burial place. Do you believe it or not? Where is your Zhang Zhong? Tell him to come and see me. Let's see if he has the guts to check the Ning family's boat. Young Master Ning had never been bullied like this before. If he wanted money, he might have given a few strings of coins. However, the people below actually wanted to check the boat. If they really came up, where would the Ning family's face go? In fact, he wanted to see Zhang Zhong. When the time came, it would be easier to talk. After all, both sides were provincial governors. He had to give them some face. That was why he said that. At the same time, he also wanted to scare the people below. He was afraid that those people would directly rush up. Even if he didn't put down the rope ladder, they would still have a way. They could just throw a rope up. If they dared to cut the rope, the person with the crossbow next to them would very likely attack. This was not something he wanted to see. What if the other party was cornered and fired a fire arrow? He just wanted to see Zhang Zhong. Who knew that the people below wouldn't give him the chance? It was the same person who spoke just now. He said to him, "Do you think you can see the master just because you want to? Are you going to put down the rope ladder or not? If not, we will go up ourselves. If there is resistance, kill. Come on, let's go up." The person said to young Master Ning and ordered the others to get on the boat. As soon as he finished speaking, ropes with hooks were thrown up and hung on the side of the boat. Immediately, people climbed up along the ropes. What should we do, young master? Should we cut the ropes? Otherwise, if they come up, we may not be able to keep the things here. Seeing this situation, the steward hurriedly asked for young Master Ning's opinion. Young Master Ning felt that this trip had not been easy. Previously, they met the former minister, but the boat was damaged. After they repaired it, they encountered a storm. Now that they finally came here, they were stopped again. He was angry. Hearing the steward's question, he said with dissatisfaction, "Are you an idiot? There are so many ropes. Can you cut them all? What if the people below attack? At first, we said to stop at Lianzhou, but you insisted on coming here. Now that we are here, I said that someone is stopping us, but you didn't believe me and insisted on turning around. What about now? I'll punish you when we get back. Hearing this, the steward understood everything. Young Master Ning had prepared for the worst. When the time came, he would have to take the blame. Since that was the case, he could only take the blame. If he helped young Master Ning take the blame, young Master Ning might help him. If he didn't, young Master Ning would be punished, and he would be punished more severely. The steward, who thought things through in an instant, immediately said, "Young Master Ning is right. It's my fault. I should have listened to you. Young Master Ning, why don't you have a rest in the cabin first? I'll deal with the things here. Even if they want to investigate, they can't investigate you, right?" Seeing that the steward was so understanding, young Master Ning nodded with satisfaction and turned back to the cabin. In this way, even if something was taken away, it could be said that the steward was weak. Such a steward should be protected. Who knew if he would encounter something difficult to deal with in the future? With such a steward, young Master Ning was less worried. After young Master Ning went back, the steward found a few people to stand on the deck and wait. After a few seconds, people all around the boat climbed up. The steward greeted them and said, "This is the Ning family's boat. You have to think about it carefully. What will happen after you really investigate? Zhang Zhong can protect himself and his family, but do you think he can protect you too? When the time comes, don't blame the Ning family for turning against you." The manager deliberately emphasized the severity of the consequences in hopes of scaring these people. His reason was indeed correct. No one would protect a real soldier. As such, he believed that these people would casually say that there was no goods when they checked. There were only people, and they could be let go after paying a small sum of money. In this way, although they would lose face, they would get the money and it would be easy to go back. As for the matter of face, it would naturally be taken care of by the Ning family. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, the person opposite him burst out laughing. The other people who came up also laughed. After a while, the person stopped laughing and said, "We are the guards of the prince's mansion. When did we need Governor Zhang to protect us? Hurry up and open all the cabin doors." As the person spoke, he grabbed the steward's arm. With just a little force, the steward felt that his bones were about to break. He endured the pain and said, "Which mansion are you guards from?" "This is Lu Zhou." "No matter which mansion you are from, you can't interfere with our business. We are guards from the Prince Ning's mansion. We brought the little prince here to recuperate. Governor Zhang has rented this place to our young master. Do you think we can't interfere with your business? Men, search this place for me. Take out everything and drag out everyone. If anyone dares to resist, kill them." The guards of the prince's mansion weren't afraid of the Ning family at all. The Ning family wanted to retaliate against them, and retaliate against the people here were two different things. They just obeyed the orders of the guards. Following the orders of the guards, the surrounding people quickly started to search. This time, their harvest was huge. There were 2 ships. One of them was filled with food and a small portion of goods. The other ship was filled with goods. Naturally, these things could not be left behind for the Ning family. According to the situation where the Ning family intercepted the goods in Qin province, they should leave some things for them so that they would not suffer a loss. However, Zhang Xiaobao did not think so. They were the ones who made the first move. Why should he follow the rules of others? Since the people in Qin province dared to withhold the money, he would leave all the goods behind. Even the food was only left behind for the other party so that they could return alive. Zhang Xiaobao had always been like this. If you scolded me, I would give you a stab. I would never wait for you to slap me and only return the favor. If you felt that you couldn't take the stab, then you just have to be scolded. Zhang Xiaobao's character had already infected the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family. In fact, Wang Wan's character was also like this. She was originally from a family that appeared later on. If there were no benefits, she would never take the initiative to provoke others. However, once someone provoked her, she would never give the opponent a chance to turn the tables. Li Sun was even more so. As a result, the guards of the prince's mansion had been in contact with the Zhang family and the Wang family for a long time. Their characters were not very good either. They were all like fierce gods. They dragged everyone onto the deck, including young Master Ning. They also took away the goods. They did not even let go of the sails that had fallen during the storm. After searching for a while, the people on the 2 ships disembarked one after another. They greeted the 4 ships in front of them, and the iron chains on those ships were released. "You're from the Ning family, right? You can leave now. Remember to consider the consequences before you do anything in the future." The prince's mansion's guard warned them again before they disembarked. "This is too much. This is too much. Do they really think that I'm that easy to bully? Do they think that the Ning family can be bullied just because they want to? Let's go back quickly. When we reach home, I'll see what they can do." Chapter 468. The construction of Lu Zhou's infrastructure was still going on, so there were not many people harvesting cotton. Moreover, the cotton was not something that could be harvested in a day. The common people did not have much time to do their own things, so they were constantly following the notice. Lu Zhou's small merchant's business was affected. When the common people were busy, they did not even have time to go home. Naturally, the merchants could not have so many customers. Fortunately, these merchants had joined their respective chambers of commerce. At this time, the chambers of commerce's main customers were from the surrounding provinces. These customers even included smugglers who secretly came from Qin province. Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking about the diving. He knew that it was impossible to have oxygen tanks in terms of equipment, but he wanted to think about other aspects, especially the nail incense. In fact, it was a kind of shellfish. If it was when he and Wang Wan came here, they could already be artificially raised. Coupled with the conditions of mining, it was not that valuable. However, it was different now. They could only rely on people to swim underwater and get the nail incense from the cracks of the reefs. It was too dangerous. Therefore, the value of nail incense had increased infinitely. Li Sun was also thinking about a solution. He did not know if this was something that Zhang Xiaobao should consider himself or the expert behind the Zhang family should consider. In any case, he wanted to help them. If they came up with a solution, they might be able to gain the expert's favor. He regarded this as a test for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan by the expert behind the Zhang family. "Can we train a group of people to go underwater more often? That way, we can get more nail incense?" Li Sun thought for a full hour before he proposed his idea. Wang Wan glanced at him and said nothing. Zhang Xiaobao said, "People who can catch fish with their bare hands in the Yellow River are trained from a young age. However, there are still people who will die, and many of them will die. The sea is not calm. You don't know when the undercurrent will come. Without any protection, the undercurrent can kill people." Li Sun really did not know about this. He only learned about it a few days ago. The surface of the sea looked very calm, but it was not necessarily so under the water. The temperature under the water was different. If one could hold his breath on the shore, he could hold it for 50 breaths. If one put his head in the basin, he could hold it for 40 breaths at most. However, the deeper he went under the water, the shorter the time would be. Under normal circumstances, one could go down to a depth of 100 feet. However, if there was an undercurrent at that time, it was not just a matter of whether one could hold it or not. It was very likely that one would die in the water. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was drawing something on the blackboard with chalk, he complained, "Then the nail incense that the people here hand in is exchanged with their lives? It can be used as incense and medicinal materials. It's okay to use it as medicinal materials. After all, it is used to save people. However, there is no need to use nail incense for incense, right? When those rich and powerful people are enjoying life, don't they know that these things are exchanged with their lives? No, I have to write a letter to my father and tell him not to use nail incense in the future. There are also some other people. Li Sun, who wanted to be a commoner, finally could not bear the enjoyment of exchanging lives. He went to the table and prepared to write a letter. Zhang Xiaobao had just finished drawing a rough picture. When he heard Li Sun's words, he stopped and said, "It has nothing to do with whether other people use nail incense or not. When collecting rent, nail incense can replace a lot of rent. The people are willing to go down to collect shells, not forced by others. For the sake of wealth, for the sake of a better life, and for the sake of future generations, they wanted to accumulate some money. A single jia xiang could cover a lot of rent. They were also doing it for themselves. Otherwise, they could just call it rent. They had that kind of craftsmanship. If others didn't use it, would they continue to pay rent? If you want to help them, it is not to let others not use nail incense, but to raise the price of nail incense. There is land to rent, and there is fishing. If a small amount of nail incense can replace a year's rent, then their risk is worth it. Yes, you can't let others lose the opportunity to be rich just because their lives are in danger. Some people buy nail incense, not because they are sinners, but because they need it." Wang Wan spoke at this time. She also agreed to let others continue to collect nail incense. This could be said to be a speculative business. As long as one wanted to be rich, they had to be prepared to bear the danger. One of the poems she hated most was Min no Mi. She did not care about other times, but she had learned this poem when she was young. At that time, she did not understand. What did it have to do with farmers, and she spent money to buy things? It was a kind of income from her own family's labor. If one really thought about the difficulties of food, one should not think about the dripping of sweat, but the hard work of one's own family. Unless the food was planted by the farmer and given to them for free, then they should cherish the farmer's hard work. The food that was thrown away was not cherishing the fruits of one's own or family's labor. It had nothing to do with the farmer at all. If the farmer surnamed Zhang did not farm, then Li would. If they did not farm, then there would be a shortage of food, and the price would go up. Naturally, there would be people who would farm. Min no Mi was not bad. It showed that the farmers had to pay too much tax on the food they grew, and the price of the food was cheap. This system was not right. It was too exploitative. Therefore, Wang Wan did not think that there was anything wrong with others risking their lives to collect nail incense. You could choose not to do it. Wasn't it all for the sake of profit? It was just that the value of the profit was small. As Xiao Bao said, the price of nail incense should be raised. Li Sun was momentarily at a loss for words. The shock he received was a little too great. He clearly knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as the two families, took great care of the commoners and were willing to give them a good life. But how could they watch people die for the sake of obtaining jia xiang without doing anything? Li Sun was lost in thought. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about him. This kind of thing could not be explained clearly in a sentence. If they really wanted Li Sun to understand, they had to explain it from the perspective of demand and purchasing power. They even had to analyze the form of society, the relationship between productivity and production, and human nature. It was too complicated. If Li Sun were to explain to him that this world was a world of benefits, then he would definitely ask why so many people were willing to help others. This would involve the benefits on a spiritual level. Helping others was not selfless, it was also a type of selfishness, in order to obtain spiritual benefits. Of course, this kind of selfishness to oneself was selflessness to others. But there were too many things that needed to be explained. It was already a profound philosophy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have so much energy to explain to Li Sun. The two of them finally found a new way. To be precise, it was an idea. The picture that Zhang Xiaobao drew on the blackboard with chalk was actually a round sphere made of iron. There was glass in one place, which was transparent glass. This thing was called that here. It was not a real glass. After all, the formula was different. According to the water pressure, as long as they did not dive too deep, there would be no problem at all. It was very easy to dive down to 100 meters. It was impossible to crush it. The inside of the sphere could be illuminated with mirrors and candles. There was no need to illuminate too far. There were too many nail incense underwater here. Without high-tech mining technology, they could find a lot of nail incense diving more than 10 meters in the water, let alone 100 meters deep. The only thing to solve was the problem of sealing. As for the oxygen, there was no need to worry. With candles, including the breathing needs of people, a sphere with a diameter of 2 meters was absolutely no problem for a few hours. Besides, it did not need to take so long. Once an hour would be enough. Zhang Xiaobao was going to use bearings to seal it. In other words, the people inside could complete the collection of nail incense by manually controlling the mechanical arm. Wang Wan opposed. She thought that the technology was not up to this level. How could a sealed bearing be so easy to make? Even the propellers used for ships were filled with water. How could it be sealed? Would it be damaged so much? Not to mention, it was 100 meters deep. Wang Wan wanted to use some fish glue and fish skin to seal it. It was to make a big glove, the kind that could even put one's arm into it. When the time came, they could go down to the water and grab one. They could also connect a rope to the outside. In case the glove was scratched, they could pull the rope and the people above would know. They could also use their hands to touch the nail incense. After all, the distance through the glass in the water was too short. If the distance was too far, they could only increase the number of candles and thin the thickness of the glass, which was more dangerous. The two of them did not have any data to calculate. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to calculate this kind of thing, and Wang Wan did not have instruments. The two of them could only use their own imagination and then experiment. It was very simple. They first made the object and then put it into the water again and again. They did not put people in it first. They only burned candles to see how long the oxygen inside could last. Another problem was the pressure. They put the metal sphere at different depths. The two of them muttered there. Li Sun was almost done thinking at this time. He listened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk about density, water pressure, air pressure, oxygen, and so on. He was very confused. He often heard the two of them talk about some strange words, which were also in the book of nature. However, it seemed that the things involved today were different. You are right. I also understand. We can't let everyone not use the armor incense just because others are in danger. It's not bad to raise the price of the armor incense. But how do we raise the price? Li Sun came in front of the blackboard and asked. At the same time, he looked at the picture and felt that it was a little awkward. It was very different from normal pictures. He did not know that this was a three-dimensional picture. There were dotted lines and realized lines. If you want to raise the price, it's easy. Sister Xin Air can tell you. Ask Sister Xin Air. Wang Wan was there perfecting the picture. She did not have time to talk about such simple things. Li Sun saw that she was busy and did not disturb her. After looking at it for a while, he really did not understand. He had to look for Xin Air. To him, she was not Xin Air's sister, but his younger sister. Xin Air was still designing the doll. When she heard Li Sun ask, she blinked and said, "We can make a lot of money again. If we do this well, we can make a lot of money." Chapter 469. The weather gradually cooled down. Even if it was cold, one only needed to put on an extra layer of clothing. Furthermore, it was still possible to wear a thin layer of clothing during the day. This was how the temperature here was. Apart from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the other family members who came with Zhang Zhong were curious about this kind of weather. Even though they already knew it would be like this when they came, the furs transported from the capital could not be made into clothes, but they could be made into various kinds of furniture. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally planned to make a spring to make a big comfortable bed. In the end, they found that it was possible to find hard steel, but it was difficult to find elastic iron. The two of them discussed for a few days and found Li Sun, wanting to continue working with him to open up a business. There was no need to care about Xin Air, she was still there to continue studying the cloth doll. Although it was just a cover with cotton stuffed inside, it was not simple at all when it was actually made. The main thing was that when other people were making a cloth doll, they would not just hold it, they might even fiddle with it and make all kinds of movements. The cotton stuffed inside was not as good as the technology at the place where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came from. It could roll and roll. A lot of wire nets were needed to fix it in place, and they could not affect the doll's movements on the outside. Xin Air felt that this was the beginning of her success. It was more profitable than the things she did before, so she was very invested in it. She was determined to make this cloth doll into a human body. She also planned to make more improvements in the future. Li Sun did not follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan around these 2 days. Instead, he stayed in the cotton field to see if planting this kind of cotton was more beneficial than planting grains. He was afraid that some people would occupy the good fields for the cotton. If that happened, he did not want this thing. After observing for 2 days, Li Sun found that it might not be good to plant in other places, but it was a good idea to plant in Lu Zhou's place. This place was vast but sparsely populated, which was far worse than Chang'an. A lot of land was uncultivated, and some places were still covered with trees. Those with a large family might cut down those trees and turn them into fertile fields. That way, they would not have to pay rent for a few years. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent people to find Li Sun was already covered in cotton. Without cleaning up, he brought the cotton to one of the 2 rivers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were at this place, thinking about how to raise fish. As soon as Li Sun arrived at the place, he said excitedly to the 2 of them, "I've decided to plant more cotton here. There is a lot of unused land there. We can also cut down the trees on the mountains and continue to plant them. There are so many mountains behind, we can't use up all the trees." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already discussed this matter. The 2 of them would not stop others from cutting down trees, but they did not want to do so, especially the 100,000 mountains behind. Although the area of the 100,000 mountains was not small, and there were many kinds of animals and plants in it, it was far from what it was now. The 2 of them wanted to protect this place and leave it to their descendants. It was not that there were no other ways to make money, so why should they destroy it at the cost of it? The 2 of them originally wanted to talk to Li Sun about the sofa. The leather they brought from the north was very good. If they could make sofas, they could sell them to the rich people here. In this way, they could cooperate with the cotton business and make some cotton cushions or pillows to cooperate with the sofa. Not only were they comfortable to sit on, but they could also use the cotton cushions to absorb sweat. When the time came, they could change the cushions. They could even provide some local people with jobs, such as flicking cotton. When the 2 of them heard Li Sun's idea about the 100,000 mountains, they looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao said, "You can cut down trees, but you can't cut down the trees inside. Remember, you can't just leave the trees outside alone after cutting them down. We can only make money from the trees and use them to make paper or furniture. You have to calculate the growth time of the trees and divide them into pieces. If you cut down a piece, you have to plant another piece. Forget about the cotton. There is a lot of open space here. We can improve these fields. You don't have to worry about the alkali soil. You can use a lot of water to wash it repeatedly. It's enough to grow cotton." You can't cut down the trees to grow cotton? You have to plant more trees? There are so many trees taking up space. Instead of leaving them to grow, it's better to make money. If you want to wash the alkali soil, it will take at least 3 years. By then, your father won't be here anymore. Li Sun didn't understand environmental protection. He couldn't understand why they couldn't cut down the trees and turn them into fertile fields. Now, the imperial court was encouraging the people to do so, but Zhang Xiaobao was against the imperial court. You're just thinking about yourself? Wang Wan spoke at this time. When she saw Li Sun looking at her, she continued, do you know why so few people died in the flood this time? I know. It's because Xiaobao's father was here. Otherwise, many people would have died. Li Sun didn't deny Zhang Zhong's contribution, but this didn't seem to have anything to do with what he was talking about, right? What washed down from upstream was water and trees. There was only a little bit of sand. If all the trees were cut down, a lot of sand would wash down the next time there was a flood. At that time, not to mention wooden rafts, even iron rafts wouldn't be able to block it. They would all be buried. The roots of the trees will hold on to the soil. Only when there are many trees will the mountain be stable. If they are cut down and planted over a few years, they will be able to continuously obtain the resources of these trees. Don't underestimate these trees. They can be used to make boats, paper, and furniture. Every year, a part of them will be cut down and planted again. This way, they will never die out. Otherwise, if you cut down some, and others cut some. If you just cut down some but don't plant them, when our descendants cry and curse our ancestors, you won't have the chance to regret even if you want to. Even if there is a provincial governor here, it doesn't matter. We can buy these places when Xiaobao's father is still in office. Our families will pay for it, and these places will be ours. The money will enter the provincial yamen and be used to build the infrastructure. In this way, we won't have to worry in the future. Don't you want to use this place as a place to play? Wang Wan really didn't want to touch the 100,000 mountains. That would be too wasteful. How many people were there in the Tang Empire now? How much land could be used? The land here could be rested in rotation. That was to say, 1 year of farming and 1 year of rest. With so much land, wouldn't it be enough to grow food? Now that the grain output was low, there was no need to worry. There was research by the Sanongxi Temple and the Zhang family. When the time came, it would be good to combine the research results. It was said that the Sanongxi Temple had researched a lot of good seeds. However, one was that transportation was not convenient, and the other was that the seeds would degenerate. With development, these would not be a problem. Transportation could be solved. Wasn't it just a matter of building roads? It was a simple matter as long as they were willing to pay. In a few years, when he and Zhang Xiaobao earned more money, they would start to build roads all over the country. After building a section, they would open shops there and guide the local logistics. Everything was done by people. He and Xiao Bao knew what would happen in the future. It was a kind of pain that they couldn't bear. People now didn't have such awareness, so they had to cultivate it. They had to leave something and rules for the future generations. Li Sun's mind still couldn't understand for a while, but this was not important. He believed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words would not be wrong. Since the two of them had such plans, he would listen to them. Thinking of this, Li Sun said to the two of them, "Then we will do as you said. Now, we will start to lead the water from the 2 rivers to some alkali soil. Soak it first. When it's almost soaked, we will plant things. If it's not enough, we will go somewhere else to plant." Yes, go somewhere else to plant. For example, in other countries, buy a piece of land, or buy a place with trees, cut down the trees, and then turn it into a good field. The wood can be used to make things, and the field can also produce things. Zhang Xiaobao still agreed with this aspect. He was not a member of the Environmental Protection Association. He just felt sorry for his own country. Whether other countries were good or bad had nothing to do with him. He was not selfless to the point of taking the world's peace as his own responsibility. As long as he had a good life, so what if other countries died? Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and knew what he was thinking. It was too early to talk about this kind of thing. It was better to do what should be done first. "Young Master Li, this time I asked you to come here to discuss something. We already know the approximate location of the alkali soil. We are not going to soak it with fresh water immediately. Instead, we want to dig a big pond in that place to raise the fish here. Wang Wan saw that Li Sun mentioned the place to plant cotton and alkali soil, so she talked about this problem first. The real matter of making the sofa could be postponed. Li Sun did not expect that the two of them called him here to discuss the matter of raising fish. He asked puzzledly, raising fish in the sea? Then do we have to move the seawater there? There are already fish in the sea, so what is there to raise? There are so many that we can't catch them all. Raising rare species is not a fish that can be seen casually. For example, some fish are red, some yellow, and some fish that can't be caught in a few days. Then we should raise them. Wang Wan introduced the matter of raising fish. She felt that there were new species born every day, and there were original species dying every day. Even if human beings did not destroy them, it would still be the same. It was just that human beings' development accelerated the process. It included animals, plants, and some microorganisms. Since there was no ability to keep all the species, they should try their best to cultivate new species and then sell them for money. This was the purpose of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan here. Zhang Xiaobao added, the water in this river is fresh water. We can use a net to block the big freshwater fish, so people can eat two kinds of fish that come out of the water here. When it comes to the part of the sea, we don't have to worry about it. If the fish can withstand the seawater, they can swim over. If they can't, they will naturally stay here. The same is true for the fish in the sea. The two sides can be merged together. When it's time to lay eggs, there may be new fish. Especially the fish with different colors and shapes, we can raise these fish separately. When the fish lay eggs, the small fish that grow will be the same. Then we can cultivate them little by little and turn them into ornamental fish. As long as they are done well, it will be easy to sell them for thousands of strings of coins. Is Mr. Li willing to join in? Maybe the initial investment will be very large, and there won't be any profits for a few years. If you are willing, then Mr. Li can take out 2,000 strings of coins, which will be 10% of the profits. 2,000 strings of coins for 10%? Li Sun was attracted by this plan, but when he heard about the money, he hesitated. If he took out 2,000 strings of coins for 10%, it meant that the Zhang family and the Wang family had to take out at least 18,000 strings of coins. He didn't know if 20,000 strings of coins was appropriate for raising fish. It seemed a little expensive. Xiaobao, you spent so much money just to raise fish. Even if we eat fish with this money, it will be enough for us to eat for a lifetime. How can we use 20,000 strings of coins? Li Sun continued to ask. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said confidently, 20,000 strings of coins is not much. This is taking into account that there will be output while we are doing it. Otherwise, we will need more. This is because not only do we need to raise fish in this place, but also in some other places. This requires a lot of manpower and material resources. How can it be simple? At this moment, Li Sun understood that the Zhang family wanted to open up the business directly. If they were going to do it, they wanted to do it on a large scale instead of doing it bit by bit. The Zhang family was rich. Perhaps, they did not care if they failed or not. When he thought about the previous deals that the Zhang family had done, it seemed that they had only lost a portion of their profits because of the natural disaster when they first arrived in Luzhou. They had not lost money at all. Li Sun had an idea. He nodded and said, all right, it's settled then. I'll get someone to prepare 2,000 strings of coins in a while. Remember, it's 10%. Don't regret it when the time comes. Although Li Meng said that, he already understood that the other party was helping him out this time. Otherwise, if the other party did it himself, he would earn more money. Why would he need to share 10% of the profits? Although it was only 10%, when this business was done on a large scale, the 10% would be more than all the money they had invested. Don't worry, young Master Li. We won't regret it. When our glass industry is established, we won't only be selling fish alone. Although glass is good, it's expensive, and it's not easy to make it completely transparent. It's better to have glass than to raise fish. Zhang Xiaobao did not care if Li Sun agreed or not. It was better if he did not agree. He could earn the money himself. However, if he did not say it out loud and let Li Sun choose, he would appear to be disloyal. Li Sun would find fault with him. When Wang Wan thought of glass, she had a new idea. She said, "We can spend a lot of money to buy a glass factory. When the time comes, we can try to make glass that can match the color of the fish we buy. That way, we can sell it at a higher price. Do what you want. After all, it's up to the two of you." "Oh, there's something I need to talk to you about. My imperial uncle wants to build a canal and connect more places. However, the imperial court is short of money now. I'm going to send 100,000 strings of cash. Are you willing to send some over with me?" As Li Sun spoke, he brought up this matter. He had just received the news. His father knew that he had money and did not have much to spend. His father wanted him to take out the money and give it to his younger brother, Li Longji. "This matter needs to be discussed. Young Master Li, please wait here. I'll be back in a while." Zhang Xiaobao left with these words and pulled Wang Wan away. The two of them rode for about 10 li before stopping. They let the horses find food for themselves. The two of them sat under a big tree and discussed the matter. "Xiaobao, did the Tang Dynasty build a canal at this time? How come I don't remember? And this flood, it seems that there's no record of it in the books I've read before." Wang Wan pulled up a few strands of grass from the ground and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was weaving a small rabbit. "There are many things that are not recorded in the books. How can it be possible to write down everything? But I feel that the matter of building the canal should be because of us. We made several trips to the other side, so we must have made a lot of money. The emperor was jealous. Fortunately, we gave him enough gifts. Moreover, my father's ability was great enough. He might think that this road is not bad, but there are too few places connected by the canal. Thus, he wants to build more. Although this is the Kaiyuan period, it is not the most prosperous period. The imperial court does not have much money. I've decided to fork out the money. I don't know how much money we can fork out if we add up all the transactions over there." Zhang Xiaobao analyzed. The flood was not easy to say, but the canal did seem to have something to do with them. The emperor was not only thinking about how much money they had in the national treasury, but also how much they could make the lives of the common people during this process. The current Shaoli was not bad. He knew how to treat the common people well. In the future, he would be too old. Otherwise, no one would judge him like Xiaohe. His success was because of Xianzong, and his failure was also because of Xianzong. Wang Wan also knew that if she could contribute now, she would receive more in the future. Thinking of Li Longji, she sighed and said, "Yang Guang is actually not bad. At least he built the canal. Many people say that he did it for fun, but that is not the case. There is no one who does not want to rule their country well after becoming the emperor. It is only because of different abilities and different levels of effort that the results are different." The Grand Canal. Perhaps when Yang Guang was building it, he could not imagine what a person with a bad reputation like him would leave behind for future generations. The Grand Canal, there are countless stories about it. It is a dream that has spanned thousands of years. The ancient people are no longer here, but the water in the canal is still surging. I've decided to build the dam in Hangzhou. I won't wait for Su Shi anymore. When the time comes, it will be called the Cuckoo Dam. Why not call it the Baodi? Zhang Xiaobao was in a relaxed mood. Then let's call it the Cuckoo Dam. No, it should be called the Cuckoo Dam. It is all because of you men. When people think of a name, they unconsciously put men's names first. Wang Wan had just said a name when she suddenly changed it. She felt that even though there were many times when men would listen to women, men and women were still not equal, especially in some of the top industries. There was also the choice of officials. Although there were many women who became officials, there was no such thing as a woman who could reach the best level of an official. Zhang Xiaobao had a more thorough understanding of this. He said, "A capable man will never be equal to a woman. Only an incapable man will be suppressed by a woman. This depends on the ability to obtain productivity and a woman's status in the family." At that time, we had to look at the background and the amount of production resources obtained. If a man obtained less and did not have the ability, he would naturally listen to a woman. Wu Zetian was so powerful. How much did she pay when she obtained her position? If it was a man, he might not have the same opportunity as her, but if he really had the same opportunity, he would have to pay less than her. A man without capability will treat a woman as a person, while a capable man will treat a woman as a resource that can be exchanged or bought. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about how much money we can take out. No matter what, it can't be less than Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was meaningless as he spoke, but Wang Wan did not think so. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Then are you a capable man or a man without capability?" "I feel that you are a capable woman. Although I said that, I am a rather traditional person. The so-called tradition is not an ancient tradition, but a modern tradition that should not be a tradition. That is what I mean. I respect myself, and at the same time, I respect women. After all, my mother is also a woman." Zhang Xiaobao did not directly answer Wang Wan's question. Instead, he went around in a circle to express his thoughts. "That's more like it. Then let's donate 110,000 strings of cash. Some of the industries over there should have made a lot of money. There are also the goods that are shipped over. I think we can raise this money." Wang Wan was satisfied. The money she offered was 10,000 strings of cash more than what Li Sun had offered. She knew that this money would not be spent in vain. She might be able to obtain some benefits, such as taxation. She might also be able to obtain some political benefits, which would be given to her father and Zhang Xiaobao's father. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel bad about this small amount of money. As long as he could do something for the good people of the country, he was very willing to invest money. He had already invested a lot in the past. When he was about to come here, he had also arranged for several funds to be operated. When the time came, he could help the country do many things. It was not that he was selfless, but that people always had a spiritual pillar in their lives. The capable people would put this pillar in their hearts for the sake of the whole nation, and also for themselves. The incapable people would believe in various religions and seek a pillar in these religions. Seeing that Wang Wan was willing to pay 10,000 strings of cash more, Zhang Xiaobao agreed. "Well, then let's do it. Li Sun will not be angry. After all, he is not on the same level as us. His identity determines that his efforts and returns are not proportional to others' efforts and returns. Even if he only pays 10,000 strings of cash, he will be more appreciated than us. Yes, identity is sometimes like this. Whether it is fair or not, there is no way to explore. Then we have to wait a while. When it is about time to go back to the state capital, we can go back and see Li Sun. After all, we can't directly decide such things." "Well, Li Sun thinks so." Wang Wan put the woven rabbit in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and looked at the grass in front of them that was blowing by the breeze. The two of them estimated the time and sat there looking at the surrounding scenery. There was still a certain distance from the sea. They could not see the sea, but it did not affect the feelings of the two of them to feel the sea. Li Sun was just as Wang Wan had predicted. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left to go home. He had to ask his family about this matter. After all, it involved too much money. If it was a few thousand strings of cash, the two of them would be able to make the decision directly. While waiting, Li Sun thought about the effect of giving out the money this time. It was 100,000 strings of cash. How many people would be jealous? At the very least, his cousins would miss him, but so what? Even if they were jealous, he would not give it away. With the imperial uncle there, he could not rob openly. He could not fight secretly either. As long as he was caught and sent to the imperial uncle, whoever made a move would be punished. Other than the crown prince, if others made a move, the imperial uncle would definitely not show too much mercy. After all, this was considered fratricide. The crown prince would not dare to do so. What did it mean to make a move on him? He had not become the emperor yet, but he had already made a move on his own brother. What good would it be when he became the emperor? Yes, that was it. When the time came, he could ask for more benefits. For example, if he had a fief somewhere else and others wanted to stay in the capital, he did not want to. He could use benefits in exchange for the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to follow him. He could also transfer Zhang Zhong to the fief to be an official. With the Zhang family's people, why would I be afraid that the fief would not be well managed? As Li Sun thought about it, he said the words in his heart. At this time, a fish jumped up from the river, shook its tail, turned around, and dived back, leaving only the water droplets that had not yet fallen into the water and ripples in the air. After waiting for about 4 hours, it was already past lunchtime. Li Sun still did not leave. He knew that the two of them would not be back for a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also calculated the time and rode over. When Li Sun saw the two of them, he asked with his eyes. "Young Master Li, my family can take out 110,000 strings of coins this time, but the new canal cannot let people go back and forth for free. We need to charge a certain fee. After all, digging the canal also costs money. How about this? We have thought about it. According to the size of the boat, there are 4 classes. For the smallest ship, if it's a local ship, you can apply for a monthly card. As long as you pay 30 copper coins a month, you can pass by as you please. If it's not a local ship, you have to pay 1 copper coin for each pass. If it's a medium-sized ship that's slightly bigger, you have to pay 10 copper coins. If it's a big ship, you have to pay 100 copper coins. You have to pay both ways. If it's a ship like ours, you have to pay the same amount. After all, they are all businessmen. If we don't ask them for money, wouldn't we be helping them dig the river for free? You tell this matter to the emperor. When the time comes, the emperor will take more and we will take less." Under Li Sun's questioning gaze, Zhang Xiaobao began to tell him about his and Wang Wan's plan. "Don't underestimate this little fee. As long as there were enough boats going back and forth, the money accumulated would not be small. It would take more than 10 years to get this money back, or even less." Li Sun was stunned when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. He had never thought that they would have to pay for passing by. However, when he thought about it, this money would not be paid by the imperial court, but by his and Zhang Wang's families. It was not a big deal to ask for some money. As for whether it would succeed in the end, it would depend on the imperial uncle's plan. However, when he thought about the increase of 10 times the fee for each of the 4 classes, he asked worriedly, could it be that the big boats feel that it is too expensive and don't go to the place where the fee is and specifically look for the local boats to transport the goods? Yes, as long as the goods are small, it will be like this. However, if there are a lot of goods, they will have to pay a lot more money to hire the boats. At least they are not fools, they will know what to do. If the local boats want to make money, then let them make money. When more small boats can make money, we can ask the local government to collect taxes and issue a tag. Those who don't pay taxes won't be issued. When those big boats hire small boats, if there is a tag, then the goods can be guaranteed to be delivered. If there is no tag, then the price may be lower, but the government won't care if the goods are lost. When Zhang Xiaobao thought about the fee, he had already considered these things. When Li Sun asked, he directly said it. Li Sun did not dare to guarantee that this matter would work, but he could try his best to fight for it. As for the result, it was hard to say. Thinking of this, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, I will write a letter to tell you about this matter. Whether it will work or not, I don't care. I understand what you said. The cost of hiring boats is not less than the toll. Moreover, if the people who hire boats can make money, the local government can also make money. Another thing is, as long as the canal is built, no matter if it's the ships that carry the goods or the merchants that drive the ships over, there will always be people who have to pay. Otherwise, if they take the land route, the transportation cost will be more. Is that what you mean? That's what I mean. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. He did not want to spend the money without any benefits. Of course, the people who are passing by to do business have to take out this part of the money. Otherwise, it would be a waste of money. Even if it was a passenger boat, it was not directly collected from the customers. It was all paid by the boatman. Although this kind of thing might not be possible in this era, he still had to give it a try. If the emperor agreed, then he would do it. If not, then forget it. He could not go against the emperor for this matter. That would not be worth it. While Zhang Xiaobao and the others were discussing how to get rich, the two boats of the Ning family finally returned to Qinzhou Prefecture at the fastest speed. Young Master Ning stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the river in front of him. He did not know what to feel. Originally, he had planned to transport some valuable things from the other side to sell here. But in the end, the things at the bay were all robbed. Although it was said that they were robbed, they could not report it to the authorities. After all, the other side said that they were collecting toll fees. If they really reported it to the authorities, they would have to report it as well. Wouldn't that cause trouble for the Ning family? Moreover, the Ning family had collected the toll more often and for a longer period of time. The other side had only collected it once. If they used this reason to write a memorial to impeach them, the other side could just quibble and say that there was no such thing. If they did not believe it, they could ask others. Even if the higher-ups sent people to investigate, it would still be the same. They could just find a random reason to shirk this matter. However, if the other side also wrote a memorial and told the authorities about the Ning family, then the people in the imperial court would immediately understand that the Zhang family was taking revenge on them. If they took revenge once, and it was the Ning family's boat, then no one would say anything. However, if they stopped all kinds of people, then it would be a big crime. When the time came, not only would they not be able to move the Zhang family, but they would also be implicated. Thinking of this, young Master Ning did not know who to vent his anger on. If these responsibilities were really investigated, then he would have to bear it. However, since the steward was willing to bear it, then he could breathe a sigh of relief. As for what would happen in the future, he first had to protect the steward. Then, he would take it slow. With this contradictory thought, young Master Ning got off the boat and went to the yamen by car. Without his order, the steward on the boat directly took all the responsibilities. Young Master Ning was actually an ordinary member of the family. The Ning family was a big family, so it did not matter whether he was there or not. However, his task this time was more important, which was to see if he could succeed in learning from the Zhang family. In the end, the two boats that came back were empty. Except for people, there was no food. This was really unacceptable. Young Master Ning was naturally reprimanded, and the steward was whipped. Fortunately, the Ning family also knew that the steward was taking the blame for this child. It was rare to see a steward like this, so they did not want him to be injured. However, the Ning family was very dissatisfied with the Zhang family's actions. Even though they had taken money from the merchants who came from Luzhou, they did not think so. They felt that the money they took was only a part of the money, and they did not take all of it. However, the Zhang family took away all the goods on the boat this time. That was not right. This was the Ning family's idea. Perhaps many people thought this way, but Zhang Xiaobao definitely didn't think this way. As long as you show hostility, I will directly beat you until you don't have the slightest strength to fight back. Tang, Governor Ning received some news from Chao Harue and the others a few days ago. He was very angry, but he did not think those words were very credible. However, when he saw the two empty boats coming back today, he felt that those words were somewhat credible. It was with this thought that he decided to make a move on the Zhang family in advance. The Ning family was a big family. Naturally, their foundation was not bad. If they wanted to make a move on someone, they would have to think carefully. They were also the kind of people who would not show mercy to others when they made a move. As long as there was a chance to kill the enemy, they would not give the enemy any chance to turn the situation around. Someone, call Chao Harue and the other two here. I have something to say to them. Tang, Governor Ning thought about it and ordered the servants before he made a move. He needed to meet the three people. He had to understand the situation on the other side before he could make a move. In fact, he had already sent some people to take charge of this matter. However, when those people came back, the information they gave was not what he wanted at all. They said that they planted rice, planted white folded rice, dug the river, and built the seawall. These things were not useful at all. From these methods, he really could not find any fault. If he really used these things as a reason to impeach Zhang Zhong, then not only would he not be able to impeach Zhang Zhong, but he would also implicate the entire Ning family. If the people in the imperial court heard this news, they would definitely reward Zhang Zhong. Because of this, he did not make a move for a long time. At the same time, he did not look for Chao Harue and the other two. He always felt that these three people were scheming against him and Zhang Zhong. They wanted to watch the two sides fight so that they could vent their anger or get some benefits from it. He also knew that the three people were talking about the Shen family. Wasn't it just that there was a prince behind them? The emperor had many sons. He was not the crown prince, so there was no need to consider these things. After waiting for a while, Chao Harue and the other two came over. These days, they had a good life here, but they were not in the mood to enjoy it. They had been waiting for Tang, Governor Ning to make a move. The problem was that they did not know what Tang, Governor Ning was thinking. He had no intention of going over. The three people were worried about their family. They were afraid that after they left, their family would be wronged. However, they did not get any news. The only thing they could do was to wait. They had asked to see the provincial governor several times, but they were rejected with various reasons. Today, they finally got the chance. First, they wanted to fan the flames again. Second, they wanted to ask the provincial governor if there was any news from that side. Tang, Governor Ning was waiting for the three people in the study. When the three people saw him, Tang, Governor Ning said with a smile, "I've been busy in the mansion these days. I really didn't have time to meet you. Now that I have time, I wonder if the three of you have any other thoughts about Zhang Zhong? My lord, you are busy for the country and the people. You don't have to worry about us. My lord, are you asking about Zhang Zhong? Then we know a lot. Zhang Zhong doesn't care about the face of the imperial court. He actually took out his family to help the people in Luzhou. Isn't this inviting the people without permission? This place is so remote. Oh, I'm not talking about my lord's place. I'm talking about Luzhou's place. It takes a lot of time to send a letter. Zhang Zhong is taking advantage of this and taking advantage of the fact that the imperial court doesn't know about it. If things go wrong, Zhang Zhong is likely to use this place to start a rebellion. My lord, you should be more prepared. Don't let Zhang Zhong be the first to attack. Also, why was Zhang Zhong so hostile towards his colleagues? Why was that? The three of us know a lot of things over there. He must be afraid that we will see through his plan. That's why he did that. Also, when there was a flood, he didn't ask the people to divert the water away. Instead, he asked the people to tear down the houses. I see that the houses here are still intact. Zhang Zhong deliberately let the people live in the place he set. This is not a small crime. My lord, you must tell the imperial court about Zhang Zhong's ambition. Then, let the imperial court deal with Zhang Zhong. Otherwise, there will be endless disasters. Chao Harue kept talking at the side. He described all the good things that Zhang Zhong did as bad things and waited for the provincial governor to make a move. Tang, Governor Ning initially wanted to find out something from the three of them. He wanted to find out something that was correct and not biased. However, when he heard Chao Harue's words, he knew that his hopes were dashed. What nonsense was this? Could Zhang Zhong still rebel? With his small number of people? If he really wanted to rebel, wouldn't it be better for him to go to the land of Sichuan? It was right next to Tubo. When the time came, he could even get the support of Tubo. If he rebelled in Luzhou, was he trying to get the support of the sea? Others could talk about this kind of thing, but he definitely could not use it to attack Zhang Zhong. Otherwise, he would be the first to be unlucky. When he saw Chao Harue and the other two looking at him, Tang, Governor Ning pretended to listen and nodded. His expression changed, and he said angrily, "Zhang Zhong, how dare he do such a thing? I can't just stand by and watch. Do the three of you have any other evidence? Hand them all to me. When the time comes, I won't forget about this." When the three of them heard this, they were a little dumbfounded. They did not dare to say these rumors and implicate themselves in it. If this kind of thing was investigated, it would be a false accusation. The three of them shook their heads at the same time. Chao Harue continued to speak. "My lord, the three of us can't get involved in this kind of thing. I think it's enough for my lord to do it alone." "Oh, my lord, you're asking if Zhang Zhong has anything else?" "Yes, I do." Zhang Zhong asked his family members to change their identities and lend usury to the common people. Not only that, but Zhang Zhong also didn't care about the lives of the common people. He asked them to work more during the day and at night. I saw with my own eyes that 2 common people died of exhaustion there. It's so pitiful. But those common people couldn't do anything. Even the 3 of us couldn't persuade them. As a result, we provoked Zhang Zhong and took away our real power. Also, Zhang Zhong actually let people dry the seawater at the seaside. This clearly showed that he didn't care about salt at all. Who didn't know that salt had to be boiled? Not only could you get salt by boiling it, but the salt that was boiled would also be fine if people ate it. However, if he dried it out, it might even kill people. Also, in order to get more tributes, Zhang Zhong asked the common people to risk their lives to get them from the sea. Many common people died because of him. Well, Magistrate Chao is right. I'll remember all these. Is there anything else? Tang, governor of Ning, saw that Chao Harue was getting more and more suspicious, so he quickly interrupted him and looked at the other 2 people. When Fan Jianxi saw the governor looking at him, he immediately said, "Yes, yes," and Zhang Zhong used the name of an official to make other merchants listen to him. God knows how many benefits he got from it. He even took out his own family's money and combined it with the local merchants to deceive the common people. I've seen it 3 times. They asked the common people to give them good things, saying that they would help them sell them. In the end, not only did they not give the common people money, but they also said that the common people didn't give them anything. They also seriously injured the common people who went to look for them. The 3 of us wanted to find the seriously injured common people and help them. Unfortunately, we don't know what Zhang Zhong did, but we couldn't find the common people anymore. My lord, in addition to these, Zhang Zhong deliberately asked the common people to make shrimp sauce with prawns. He said that he would take them for 15 strings of coins per jar. However, when the common people were about to finish making the shrimp sauce, he didn't take them. In this way, the common people delayed their work and couldn't sell the shrimp sauce. Oh, it's so infuriating. That Zhang Zhong should die a horrible death. In that case, I will definitely seek justice for the common people of Luzhou. It's a pity for those people who made the shrimp sauce. They have done so much, and some of them even owe money and can't pay it back. How can they live like this? Tang, governor of Ning, had already found out some things after sending people out. The 3 people in front of him were obviously out to get revenge on Zhang Zhong. They actually turned many of the good things that Zhang Zhong did into bad things. This ability was really not ordinary. At the same time, such people couldn't be kept. Otherwise, they might betray him one day by spreading rumors. After Tang, governor of Ning, finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Huanshi, who had been silent all this time. He wanted to see what he would say. When Jiang Huanshi saw his lord looking at him, he forced a smile and said, my lord, it's not just what the two of them said. Zhang Zhong also destroyed the people on the other side of the mountain. Even the people on our side of the mountain were harmed by him. He asked the mountain people to leave the mountain and said that he would give them a lot of good things. However, when the mountain people really came down, he didn't give them anything. That's a big deal. Those mountain folks are already hostile to us. Now that they've been tricked by Zhang Zhong, they'll definitely be angry. When they escape to the mountains, they'll tell the other mountain folks about this. It'll be too difficult for us to persuade those mountain folks to come down. My lord, you must also write this down. Otherwise, if so many mountain people come down with weapons one day, who can bear the responsibility? And all of this was caused by Zhang Zhong. Oh right, my lord, did you send someone to ask around? When the three of us came out, we were in a hurry. We don't know what's going on at home. Jiang Huanshi added fuel to the fire. Finally, he couldn't hold back his longing and worry for his family and asked about this matter. The more Tang, governor of Ning, listened, the more disappointed he became. It seemed that everything was expected from the three of them. Looking at the three of them, Wei Wei nodded and said, "The three of you can rest assured that I will take care of this matter. As for your family, I have sent someone back to report that they are fine. However, Zhang Zhong has already sent someone to your home to look for you. He said that he has something to do. If you don't go back now, I'm afraid that you will be punished even more severely. How about this, the three of you go back first. This official will write a letter to Zhang Zhong to protect you. I believe that Zhang Zhong will give me face. What do the three of you think? If you think it's okay, then this official will write a letter." "My lord, we can't do that. That Zhang Zhong wants us dead. If the three of us go back now, then we will really be finished. If my lord is willing to help, why don't you think of a way to bring our families here? That way, we won't have to be afraid. At most, we can just write a memorial to the imperial court. In fact, we have already written it, but unfortunately, Zhang Zhong actually sent people to block it, and didn't let it pass at all. My lord, please quickly think of a way." When Jiang Huanshi heard that the three of them were going to be driven away, he was frightened. At this time, the two sides hadn't started fighting yet. If they just left like this, then once they went back, they would definitely be arrested first. Even if they had to wait for the imperial court's judgment, who knew what kind of suffering they would have to suffer if they were really locked up in prison? After he said this, the other two people also said the same thing. On one hand, they expressed that they didn't want to go back. On the other hand, they wanted the Tang, governor of Ning, to bring their families here. Chapter 470. As they talked, the topic returned to involving the three of them. Moreover, the three of them were at the forefront. The three of them were afraid of this. What they said was framing. If it was really written into a memorial, and the three of them were the ones to take the lead, then they would be finished. They would not be exiled or punished. If things went wrong, their families would be ruined. The three of them did not want to agree at first, but the official had already said that he would help them get their families back. If they did not agree, then they would not be able to stay here anymore. The three of them looked at each other quickly. Tang, governor of Ning, pretended that he did not see it. He still sat there and waited for the three of them to reply. Chao Harue stood up. "Sir, it's like this. In fact, it's very simple to get our families back. As long as you lend us some money, we can do it. I wonder if you can take out some money?" "Oh. Money is enough? How much do you need?" "I don't have much. As an official, I only have some salary. I don't have any other money." Tang, governor of Ning, deliberately said this. Chao Harue clearly knew that this was a lie, but he did not dare to expose it. He could only say awkwardly, "Actually, it's not much. If you lend me 5,000 strings of cash, then I can repay the debt." "What? 5,000 strings of cash?" If it was 5,000 strings of cash, I might be able to come up with some ideas. But it's not that much money. I can't get it even if I am an official for 100 years. I don't know why your family owes so much money. Don't you know how much your salary is? Tang, governor of Ning, left his chair in surprise. He was really surprised. He knew that these three people were tricked by Zhang Zhong and owed him some money, but he did not expect that they owed so much money. What kind of trick was this? These three people did not look like fools. He could take out this much money. Did the Ning family lack 5,000 strings of cash? Not to mention 5,000 strings of cash, even 10 or 100 would not be a problem. However, he absolutely could not take out the money. In his heart, the three of them no longer had any value to him. It was not worth investing so much money. If he had the money, why would he give it to the three of them? Wouldn't it be better to send it directly to the imperial court? Therefore, no matter what, he would not give the three of them any money. It was already good enough that they could eat, drink, and live here. When the three of them heard the Lord's words, their hearts turned cold. They knew that the Lord wouldn't give them any help. When they came, they already thought of this. How could 3 stray dogs be favored by the Lord? The only thing they could do now was to be loyal dogs. Otherwise, there was no other way out. The three of them looked at each other again and nodded. Chao Harue took the lead and knelt down with a thud. He kowtowed to Tang, governor of Ning, and said, "Lord, I will listen to you." "My lord, this lowly one will listen to you in the future. This lowly one will do whatever you tell me to do. This lowly one will not ask a single question, nor will I dare to refute. I beg you, my lord, to save us. We are truly at our wits' end. My lord, if you tell this lowly one to bite someone in the future, this lowly one will definitely not use my hands to fight." His words were very clear. He was willing to be someone's dog. Tang, governor of Ning, didn't expect Chao Harue to be like this. He looked at the other two people. The two of them also knelt down and kowtowed. What they said was roughly the same as what Chao Harue said. As long as this matter was over, they would sell themselves. Tang, governor of Ning, sighed. He could understand the three of them. It wasn't that the three of them didn't have a backbone, but that the three of them were really forced into a corner. Otherwise, how could they be so shameless? It wasn't easy. Thinking of this, Tang, governor of Ning, nodded and said, "Money, I really don't have it." Without waiting for the three of them to show a sad expression, he continued, "Just because I don't have it doesn't mean that my family doesn't have it either. I have a distant relative who does some small business. Tell me the amount of money each of you owes, and I will help you borrow it. You will have to pay it back. But you don't have to worry. You don't have to pay interest on the money, and there is no time limit. When the time comes, the three of you can go back. I'll write a letter and a memorial to the imperial court. I'll hand the letter to Zhang Zhong and say that I'm the one who secretly brought you here. As for the letter to the imperial court, I'll say that Qin province was also affected by the disaster, and I saw how well Lu Zhou managed it, so I wanted to learn from him. But I was worried that the imperial court wouldn't tell me, so I secretly found the three of you. I will take responsibility for this, and I will write down exactly what Zhang Zhong did here. Do you understand?" Tang, governor of Ning, indeed valued Chao Harue more. At least, they were judges, and they were the ones who once overthrew the provincial governor. How could they do it if they didn't have some ability? People like them couldn't be sent to Qin province to do things, but they could be sent to other places. Who knows, they might be of great use in the future. When the three of them heard that they could borrow money, they nodded. Even though they knew that they had just jumped out of the wave's nest and into the tiger's den, they had no choice but to agree. The main reason was that their lord was willing to help them settle this matter. Otherwise, they would be finished even if they went back. In any case, they owed money. It was better to owe a master than an enemy. At worst, they could do more things in the future. Especially when they still had to pay interest every month. This matter could not go on like this. Chao Harue's reaction was faster. He kowtowed with all his might and said, "Thank you, Darren. Darren, you are our benefactor. Darren, do you want us to find a few more of Zhang Zhong's faults and write them down together? What if the previous ones are too light? What problems? If you really write down the problems, then you can just wait for death. I just want to praise Zhang Zhong. Not only can I not say his problems, even if there are, I can't say it. I also have to exaggerate some things. This way, even if I am not jealous, I can also do a favor for Zhang Zhong. Otherwise, why would he let you go?" Tang, governor of Ning, suddenly felt that his decision just now was a little wrong. He shouldn't have made a decision so early. Could it be that these three people were fooled by Zhang Zhong? They didn't even understand such a simple logic. At this time, Fan Jinshi said, "My lord, we understand. It is to say good things for Zhang Zhong and make him happy. At the same time, it will make some people in the imperial court suspicious and jealous. Even if there is no chance now, when the time comes, they will frame Zhang Zhong behind his back. My lord, you are really good. I have thought for so long but still can't understand completely." Tang, governor of Ning, was very happy to be patted, but he refused to admit it. "I didn't think so. These things were all thought of by you. When something happens, don't push the blame to me. Remember?" Yes, my lord, you didn't say it. I thought wrong. Compared to you, my lord, it is like comparing the stars to the moon. I can't compare at all. My lord, what should I do now?" Fan Jinshi quickly echoed. He didn't dare to say it too clearly at this time. Anyway, even if he knew, he had to pretend that he didn't know. At the same time, he also wanted to go back early and return the money first. He wanted to see Zhang Zhong's face when the time came. The other two people also raised their heads and looked at Tang, governor of Ning. Hopefully, they could get the money as soon as possible. Of course, there was also the letter that could save them from being punished. Tang, governor of Ning, how could he not know the thoughts of the three people at this time? At this time, it was time to give them benefits. Wei Wei nodded and said, "You will be able to get the flying money in a while. Hand in the flying money and then hand in the letter." "No, you have to hand in the letter first. Otherwise, Zhang Zhong may feel that he can't catch you and will not care about this favor. Remember?" "Yes, my lord. We will remember." "My lord, then we will leave first and wait for your good news." Fan Jinshi understood as soon as he heard it. If they gave the flying money to Zhang Zhong first, and Zhang Zhong saw that the money was returned, he would naturally do something else. But if they gave the letter first, it would be different. When Zhang Zhong saw the letter and thought that they still had to return the money, he would first pardon this crime, or give them a lighter sentence. After they were punished, they would return the money at that time. They didn't have to worry about Zhang Zhong finding an excuse. Thinking of this, the three people were happy. They couldn't force their lord to give them the money, so they could only wait. The three of them had already thought about it. They would ask for more money so that when they returned the money to Zhang Zhong, there would still be some left, and they could use it on their new small business. Tang, governor of Ning, didn't say anything again. The three people knew that he agreed, so they left one after another. As soon as they left, the three people felt that their clothes were wet. They were too nervous just now, and they were afraid that their lord would not help them. Now, they were much more relaxed. "I will remember. When we go back to do small business, let the servants go to Lianzhou. They can't be in Luzhou. Also, if the Zhang family comes to talk about business again, or if someone from outside comes in person, don't meet them. They can't come again." After they came out, Fan Jinshi wiped the sweat on his forehead and said. The other two people nodded. They were also scared. Zhang Zhong was not a person to be trifled with. The three of them couldn't deal with him, so they could only wait for their lord to do it himself. When the time came, they would just watch from the side. At this time, Chao Harue said, "Listen to me, when we go back, we must find a way to inquire about Zhang Zhong. I don't think the Lord will do it so soon. After all, this year's grain has just arrived, and many places have not recovered yet. The Lord needs to take a break first. We can't just forget about the matter here. We must show our ability. Otherwise, the Lord may think that we are useless. When that time comes, not only will we have to return the money, but we may also be abandoned. When the other two people heard this, they understood. At the same time, they hoped that their Lord would do it a little later, so that they could have more time to gather information. Only then could they show their ability. They didn't have to wait for too long before the letter was written. The three of them reported the amount of money they owed. In addition to preparing to do some business in the future, they were also worried that Zhang Zhong would scheme against their families. If their families owed more money, they wouldn't be able to pay it back when they returned. They couldn't make another trip, right? After taking the money in the letter, the three people left here in high spirits. They took a boat and went back by water. They would arrive in a few days, so they were very excited. Sitting on the boat, Chao Harue couldn't help but say, "This is great. Let's see what Lu Shaoqing can do." Didn't he want to take advantage of himself? He didn't even come to see us and didn't tell us what the shrimp sauce was for. When we go back, should we pay him a visit? Chao Harue felt disgusted in his heart. He blamed 10% of the grievances he suffered here on Lu Shaoqing, especially when he was robbed and beaten. He felt that Lu Shaoqing didn't get beaten, so he felt uncomfortable. Moreover, when they first came out, Lu Shaoqing seemed very mysterious. When Fan Jinshi heard this, he laughed heartily. He took the wine from the table next to him and poured it for the other two people. He said gloatingly, Brother Lu, it's not easy for you. Why did you forget to ask for more money just now and help pay back Brother Lu's share? We forgot, we really forgot. Unfortunately, we can't go back now, so we can only let it go. I think Brother Lu has a lot of ways. When we go back, Brother Lu will probably pay back all the money. What do you think? Yes, that's right. Brother Lu is a capable person. How can ordinary people compare to you? We admit that we are not as good as you. When we go back and deal with this matter, I will buy more firecrackers to celebrate with Brother Lu. Jiang Huanshe also agreed. The three people had nothing to do now. Once their mentality changed, they began to scheme against others. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that the other side had finished negotiating. In fact, he had prepared some means. He didn't really care about Jiang Huanshe and the other two people, but he had to take precautions against the Ning family. After all, they were a big family. After so many years, how could they give up their place for nothing? Maybe they were also thinking of ways to scheme against him. But now, Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to care about those things. He continued to talk about business with Wang Wan and Li Sun. This time, the business wasn't about raising precious fish, but things like sofas. Xiaobao, what is this? It's really comfortable to sit on. Are you going to sell it? Give me a few sets first. I will give them to people. I will also give you the money, but you can't ask for too much. Li Sun shook the sofa a few times. He felt that it was very good and said to Zhang Xiaobao. This was a good thing. He touched the leather of the sofa. It was soft and soft. Zhang Xiaobao also tried a few times and felt that it was okay. In fact, what was placed below was not a spring, but a piece of bamboo. Compared to the spring sofa, it was still a little worse. Especially since he could not use too much strength, Zhang Xiaobao was going to use this to try first. If it worked, he would put a piece of iron inside. The elasticity of the iron wire was not enough, but the iron pieces were okay. When the time came, he could sell them for money. These leather were brought from the north of Beijing. This thing was also very easy to imitate. Not to mention that there were no patents here. Even if there were patents, there would still be fakes. Zhang Xiaobao was going to create this consumer group. Ordinary people shouldn't expect to use such things. It was enough to have a stool to sit on. Why should everyone enjoy it? Even if he wanted to let the people enjoy it, it was impossible. The cost was there. Now that he saw that Li Sun was satisfied, Zhang Xiaobao asked, "If I sold it to you, how much do you think you would be willing to pay for it?" "How much? Now there is only one. I am willing to pay 200 strings of coins. After all, it is a set. Look, this one can lie down, this one can sit on, and there is a cushion made of cotton. Plus these small wooden tables, 200 strings of coins is not expensive. Although I know that the materials used to make these things add up to 40 strings of coins." Li Sun happily picked up a pillow and gestured. He felt that the price given was very reasonable. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "How many do you want to buy as a gift?" "I sold it to you for 200 strings of coins. If others come to buy it, I won't sell it for less than 300 strings of coins." You can't always look at the materials. You have to look at the craftsmanship. For example, when buying jade, do you only look at the quality of the jade itself? Don't you look at the knife skills? Isn't that the truth? The cost was indeed 40 strings of coins. It was not the leather that was valuable, but the wood that was valuable. The wood used for the sofa and the small table were all good wood. This was the feeling of wealth. The cost of 40 strings of coins, if it was shipped to Beijing, there would be a shipping fee. This thing was precious and could not be casually sold. When the time came and it was sold for 200 strings of coins, only then would it be able to make more than 100 strings of coins. The profit ratio of this luxury item was too small. It had to be sold for 300 strings of coins. This was still considered cheap. When the brand was made, it would not be sold for less than 400 strings of coins. The rich did not buy things, but face. Wang Wan was also very clear about this. Back then, the things she used were better, and LV bags were extremely expensive. In the end, she found out that it was a domestic OEM. As long as one did not want the logo, and the same materials and manufacturing method were used in the same place of origin, they could be bought at several times or even more than 10 times the price. What one bought was the brand name. Of course, it was not easy to create a brand, but the current between the clouds and the water brand was solid enough. As long as this sofa was branded between the clouds and the water, the brand would be there. Wang Wan was now thinking about whether it was better to create a single brand or two. That way, it would be a double brand. There were gains and losses. Thinking of this, she asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, single brand or double brand?" Li Sun naturally did not understand. He looked at the two of them in confusion, hoping to get more useful information from them. Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said to Wang Wan, "It's not a single brand or double brand. I want to use this series of actions to create 2 brands and 2 business groups. Through the subsidiary company, I want to borrow the brand of the parent company, between the clouds and the water, to become famous. Then I will use another shell company to acquire it. The name of this shell company will be called Sea Clouds Company or something else, so that people will not know that it is a transaction between the Zhang and Wang families. During this process, we will use some business annexation methods to fight a beautiful business war. In the end, the new company will take the brand, and between the clouds and the water will make money from this business war. It will make people unable to distinguish who is the winner and who is the loser. During this process, we can rope in other businessmen to become 2 sides and compete with each other. In this way, if there is a businessman who is not good to us between the clouds and the water, we will know. Then we will manipulate the new company to make this businessman lose more money. The 2 companies can be neck and neck, giving people a sense of conflict. This is the internal competition system of enterprises. Who says that the Zhang family can't have another parent company? There are still many details. I will go back and think about it slowly. Don't worry, this kind of thing is not difficult for me. Wang Wan nodded vigorously. She really did not expect that Zhang Xiaobao would do this. This was actually a kind of scam, especially for those businessmen who were attracted to help Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to make a fortune from these businessmen when he became famous. Thinking of Zhang Xiaobao's identity, Wang Wan expressed her understanding. Well, I know this kind of thing is not difficult for you, but you have to think about it carefully. When the two companies merge, those who have been cheated will eat you up. This kind of trick is a bit too much. Don't be afraid. In business, even if you offend him, as long as you give him enough benefits later, he will forget his hatred, unless he is not a businessman. We will talk about it when the time comes. Let's talk about the furniture system first. There are not many kinds of furniture here. If we did not make the tables and chairs, people would still be sitting on benches and futons now. And the back of the chair is not connected, it is a separate shelf. Zhang Xiaobao patted the sofa and said. He felt that this kind of business behavior was not a scam. If he could not bear to do it, he would let everyone make some money and not lose money. The real scam could be derived from this kind of behavior, but he did not want to do that. The main thing was that the opponent was different. Now that they were doing well, there was no need to use that kind of trick. Their reputation would become bad. If it was at that time, what was reputation? But it was different here. The commoners looked at reputation, and the imperial court looked at reputation. The status of businessmen was too low. If they really used all the tricks, not only would they let the people of this era know how powerful they were, but they would also ruin their reputation and nurture the businessmen here. The ancients were not so easy to bully. They might be cheated once when they did not know about this kind of method, but if they wanted to cheat again, they would not treat those aristocratic families as decorations. They had many talents. Not to mention others, just the top players in the game were already promoted. There were many questions that others could not answer at first, but after a few tries, they could find the pattern. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao say this, she was relieved. She also realized that as long as the things that she and Zhang Xiaobao researched were brought out to the Ministry of Works, they could immediately do better. Furthermore, they could summarize some experience to change. The only thing that she and Zhang Xiaobao could rely on was the wisdom of the ancients. They had to thank that crazy era. The capable were the top, and the mediocre were the bottom. If they wanted to live a good life, they had to work hard. If one had a master's degree, others had 2 doctorates. If one could produce 3,000 kilograms of rice per mu, others could produce 5,000 kilograms. The waves washed away the sand, and all kinds of methods emerged one after another. Not many people would pity the losers. They could only move forward and move forward. If they stopped, they would be surpassed. Some people abandoned their dignity and morals, some people wavered on the edge. Very few people could hold on to that last line. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both thinking about all kinds of things. Li Sun was also thinking at the side. He now understood a little bit. The Zhang family wanted to secretly support another place to do business, and then compete with between the clouds and the water. They wanted to use this to attract some businessmen who were interested in between the clouds and the water. He understood this matter. It was actually like this in the imperial court. Let the people below compete with each other, and then get things done in this competition. However, this kind of thing was not so easy to control. Thinking of this, Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Then I will also create a business group and join in. It will be stronger than the 2 groups you created. It will be a tripartite balance of power. Let the 3 of them compete together. Only then will they be afraid of failure at any time. When one family becomes strong, they will not dare to make a move against the other 2 families, lest the 2 families join forces to deal with them. What do you think? Is it feasible?" After Li Sun finished speaking, he looked hopefully at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to know what the 2 of them were thinking. Only if they agreed first, then the people behind the Zhang family would agree. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very surprised. The 2 of them did not expect Li Sun to have so many ideas. A tripartite balance of power was better than 2 groups competing with each other. Even if one group lost in one area, they did not have to worry about losing as a whole. If one group won a little, they would have to defend themselves, unless they felt that they had the ability to fight against the two families together. The two of them looked at each other. Who said that this kid Li Sun did not know anything? As soon as they introduced the mechanism of competition, the other side thought of the tripartite balance of power. Zhang Xiaobao was the first to express his opinion. Okay, it is just that the three families are involved with each other. After this sofa is done, Child Li will set up his own business group and include the business industry. Let the three families have a lot of the same business. This way, it will be easier to compete. Li Sun was very happy. He thought that if the two children were recognized, then he would not have to worry about the people on the Zhang family side. In fact, doing business did not require the approval of the Zhang family. The problem was that Li Sun felt that he did not have so many good skills. If he really set up the business group, without the support of skills, he would be defeated quickly. Unless he used the power of the Wang family, but this power could not be used all the time. It was best not to use it at all and only use it at the critical moment. It was because of this that Li Sun hoped to get the support of the Zhang family. Wang Wan also knew Li Sun's idea, so she said, "Then I will give you a skill first, which is to make bags. I am going to use all kinds of leather to make bags, including satchels and handbags. In short, no matter what kind of people and what kind of clothes they wear, at least they should have their own leather bag. I can draw a few kinds of bags for you first, and you can try to make them to sell. Don't think that other people don't have bags. As long as someone has it first, then many people will learn, especially in Chang'an. Look at the clothes that people wear. Many of them are not from their own side, and they will learn to wear them. It's made from the skin of various animals, including fish skin and some crocodile skin. This is good stuff. It's sturdy and durable, and the texture looks good. It's settled then. I was thinking of using Aqua Cloud Room's brand together, but I'll give it to you." Li Sun didn't know what this bag was, but since it was brought up, it was naturally good. Since the other party had given the skill, then he should also give some benefits, and this benefit was naturally a share of the profits. "Well, it's done. I will give you 30% of the profits. You can give me the drawings of those bags. Just give it to me first, and wait for it to be done. If it really sells well, I will let the craftsmen figure it out themselves. We can't always rely on others." At this time, Li Sun expressed his attitude. In fact, Wang Wan was a little reluctant, but considering that if this was given to Li Sun, she wouldn't be able to do it. When the time came, she would do the same thing, only the brand would be different. Thinking about this, she felt comfortable again. This time, she gave the skill to Li Sun, and then divided the profits, which was considered to be good. The three of them talked about some business matters. Li Sun mainly listened, as he knew too little about this. Zhang Xiaobao talked the most, but it didn't involve anything too difficult. He didn't tell Li Sun about the tricks. These things were easy to talk about, but it depended on the person's ability. Some people would slightly change the way they used it, while others would foolishly copy it. In the end, not only did they not cheat others, but they also suffered losses. As they were talking, Li Sun suddenly thought of a very important thing, and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Aya, these things are not difficult to make. What if others copy it? We can't force them to learn it." Zhang Xiaobao had already thought about this matter, so he replied, "It's simple. When we make things, we make a few marks that are not easy to be noticed. When others copy it, we don't care about it first. Some people think that the imitation is cheap, so they buy it and put it at home. The price of these items can't be afforded by ordinary people. Only the rich, powerful, and gift givers can afford them. When they've bought enough, we'll tell them one of the marks. Those without the mark are all worthless fakes. That's why we don't have the mark on them. The premise is that we have to make a mark first. In order to make a mark, we specially make some good furniture and send it to the imperial palace or the prince's mansion. As long as these places use the mark, then the other things are worthless. Young Master Li, you said that your housekeeper or you bought a set of sofas at a cheap price. It looks like something from the subsidiary company of Between the Clouds and the Water. When you find a few people to show it off, suddenly someone who knows the mark looks around your sofa and doesn't find it. What do you say you will do? After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he stared at Li Sun, waiting for his answer. Li Sun suddenly trembled, imagining the scene at that time, and said, I will find a hole and hide in it. If I spent the money for the sofa Between the Clouds and the Water, and the housekeeper bought it for me, I will let him know that sometimes life is more painful than death. That's right. The mark is a symbol of identity, so this mark must be made first. I will leave the gift-giving matter to you. It just so happens that you can do a favor. Zhang Xiaobao planned to do so. He could make a few more marks and then uncover them one by one. Some even needed to be smeared with chemicals to know. In this way, he didn't have to worry about the counterfeit goods. Who could afford such things didn't have to be shameless. At that time, it would not just be a matter of losing face. These people would settle the score with the servants who deliberately bought the fake goods. At the same time, they would also settle the score with the merchants who sold them the fake goods. Even if they knew that the goods were fake when they bought them, how could they let others see through the fake goods? If they didn't find trouble with you, who would they find? Wang Wan was a woman, so she had a deep understanding of this. She once bought a counterfeit goods, but she didn't do it deliberately. She went to a specialized store to buy it. Who knew that specialized stores also had fake goods? As a result, she was ridiculed by several colleagues who knew the trade. The next day, the owner of the specialized store was arrested and the store was closed. How dare you cheat the people of the special second department? Are you tired of living? Thinking of this, Wang Wan was filled with hatred. She waved her small fist and said, yes, that's how it should be. Put some markings in the interlayer of the leather. Also, when you're making it, you can deliberately make special markings on the stitch. I don't believe that anyone can find all of these. If it really doesn't work, I'll put something on it. When the time comes, I'll say that it's a mark. I'll find the person who bought the real thing and give them something that can tell whether it's real or fake. Yes, we'll also need a certificate for everything we sell. For example, we can print a number on a corner of the sofa, and the number on the certificate will correspond to it. If they want to fake it, it will take a lot of effort. Let them fake it, let them put the fake goods in specialized stores to sell, they hate me to death. Zhang Xiaobao understood when he heard this. Wang Wan had bought fake goods before. No wonder she had such a big reaction. Li Sun memorized all these at the side. He was going to find different people to study this mark when he went back. When the time came, if someone bought a fake item, as long as they weren't too far away from him, he would go and visit them. At that time, he would laugh at them and see if they dared to buy fake things next time. The three of them discussed for a while. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao left, and Li Sun continued to wander around elsewhere. This matter was settled. The common people still lived a normal life. They did whatever the good officials asked them to do. No one ever objected, and no one was unwilling. They ate well and wore well. Even if they stayed at the construction site at night, it was more comfortable. They could also get a salary. This kind of life was much better than before. In fact, the common people did not have much of their own opinions. Usually, they spent their time busy. Now that there was someone leading them, it saved them a lot of trouble. The seawall was still being repaired, and so was the road. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found someone in their family. After some design, they finally came up with a plan of Luzhou. Not only did they come up with this plan, but they also came up with a military map and a game map. It could be said that they killed two birds with one stone. However, at this moment, another typhoon came. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned. It should be winter now. How could there be a typhoon? It was really puzzling. Are there typhoons in winter? Wang Wan asked, a little confused. Why not? If you don't believe me, you can check it out. You'll know once you check it out. Zhang Xiaobao was also nervous. Those bamboo buildings had just been built not long ago, and the road had not been repaired yet. Similarly, the seawall would only be completed by next spring. If a typhoon came at this time, what should they do if it came ashore? He was not a deity. He did not have the ability to make the wind dissipate. He could only take some precautions and make up for it. This matter was really too scary. This was said by many old people who lived here. After several rains, Zhang Xiaobao trusted the judgment of these old people very much. The main thing was that they were too accurate. Where can I check it out? Hurry up and think of a way. What can stop the typhoon? Not to mention now, even if we were in the past, we would still be blown down by the wind, and we wouldn't be able to run away. Wang Wan was also anxious. She was most afraid of this kind of natural disaster. She was not afraid of man-made disasters. With Xiao Biyao in charge, it could be easily resolved. Zhang Xiaobao took 2 deep breaths and cursed, "Fuck, can't the people have a good life? Can't they be more stable?" What did the old grandpas say? In 3 days, there might be strong winds and rain. This weather forecast, I really hope it's nonsense. Solution? What solution? Other than mountains, there's nothing else that can stop a typhoon. The 10,000 mountains are behind. Who has the ability to move them to the front? But we can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to resist. Gather all the people. Don't fix things first. Get the fleet away. Let the people hide in the mountains. If the houses collapse, so be it. I don't believe that a typhoon will come ashore every year. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have built any bamboo houses. I would have made them into boulders. This won't do. Xiao Bao, help me think. What's with cement? In the past, I felt that it was tiring to think and experiment slowly. Now, it's not the case. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's scolding, Wang Wan did not feel that he had become rude. She also wanted to scold him. This was the gulf. Normally, typhoons would not enter. If a place was hit by 2 disasters in a year, there should be some records. However, she had never seen any relevant content. This might be like what Zhang Xiaobao said. Most of the time, not everything could be recorded, especially after so many historical disturbances. It could also be that this was the case here. Who could know for sure? Zhang Xiaobao could not think of a solution. This kind of natural disaster was not something that could be done by humans. He immediately called for the servants in the house and ordered, "Get my father here immediately. My father is always at home with my mother. Why does he have to go out today? Get all the officials to write a notice for me. Otherwise, it will be too late." The servants quickly did as the young master said. For the first time, Zhang Xiaobao was so helpless. He sent out orders one by one. The rest was to wait. Zhang Zhong had been at home every day to accompany Qiao. It was really annoying. The main thing was that no one complained, and there was no theft. He had nothing to do. Jiang Wang clan understood Zhang Zhong's pain. Today, she let him go out for a walk. It was still too early to give birth to a child. There was no need to take care of so much. Zhang Zhong went out. At this time, he was watching others repair the dam by the river. The servants in the house hurried over and said to him, "Master, something happened." The young master and the young lady specially take care of the old men and women said that there will be strong winds and heavy rain in 3 days. The young master wants you to go back and discuss it. What? Again? Is there no end to it? When Zhang Zhong heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. He shouted and rode home. At this time, he really felt that his son and daughter-in-law didn't take care of those old men and women in vain. These old men had no children. There was no one to take care of them at all. His son and daughter-in-law specially built a place for them. Not only was the house well repaired, but they also made some games that the old men could play to relieve their boredom. In addition to these, they also took good care of their diet. The rice was good rice and noodles. If the vegetables were vegetarian, they had to be picked and washed clean. They also picked some tender ones that the old men could eat. There was basically no fat in the meat, they were all thin. Just like his parents, they didn't let them eat things that were too greasy or too sweet. There was also a doctor who came to check on them every half a month. Under such care, these old men lived a good life. If this kind of thing happened to other people, many people would definitely scold their son and daughter-in-law for being stupid. But only they knew the ability of these old men. When they encountered a problem, as long as they looked for them, they would always be able to find a solution. It was like having an old man at home was like having a treasure. The old men's years of accumulation were their wealth. Every time it rained, it was foggy, and there were big tides, small tides, life floods, death floods, and so on, the old men always knew very well. This kind of ability was not so easy to learn. Zhang Zhong's thoughts fluctuated. He quickly rode back. But when he didn't see his son and daughter-in-law, he immediately left for the old people's home. When he left, he stamped the notices to prove who made the notices. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were accompanying their grandparents to play gateball. The two of them had enough self-restraint. There was no nervousness or anxiety on their faces. For a while, they would help one another. From time to time, they would help another. They would also shout. This made the old men feel like this life was like heaven. With the company of children, with the same kind of people, they didn't have to worry about anything. The only thing they had to worry about was the weather. There was an old man who was so good that he could not only see the sky, but also the earth. When he stood there in the morning or at night, it was said that he could see the low atmosphere and the dragon's aura. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan never understood this point, but they had to believe it. It was mainly because the old man could see so accurately. Moreover, at that time, even when the government was building a house or when a high-ranking official was doing something, they would also specially do this. It was said that Grandfather Mao, the founder of the country, would also ask for a lot when he was fighting a war. What was going on? They really couldn't understand it at the moment. These old men lived a good life, and naturally, they knew who was the reason. They could not do much work, so they could only pass on their experience and help to see the sky. It was precisely because of their existence that every time the weather changed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would know. In the process of Lu Zhou's infrastructure construction, no one was injured or killed because of the weather. This was especially true when it was cloudy and rainy. The two of them would ask someone to send specially made lightning rods to the place where they were working. When lightning struck, they would be attracted to the ground and disappear. At this time, the two of them were massaging an old man who accidentally twisted his ankle. Grandpa Hong, don't worry. This is just a minor injury. From tomorrow onwards, we will adjust your diet. You will be fine by then. Don't move for the next 2 days. Just lie down like this. Someone will serve you. Wang Wan helped to massage the old man's head while Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his ankle with wine. Wang Wan said as she massaged the old man. The old man did not care at all. He chuckled and said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, "Who will believe it? The son and daughter-in-law of a good official are massaging an old man like me. This is the blessing of 8 lifetimes. Don't be afraid. Isn't it just a strong wind? This wind is also afraid of people. A good official is here. Even if the wind comes, he will have to take a detour." The old man was comforting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the two of them did not show any anxiety, these old men had lived for so long. How could they not know what the two children were worried about? Okay, Grandpa Hong, we don't need to worry. With Grandpa Hong and these powerful grandparents, even the strong wind will have to take a detour. But even if it takes a detour, what if it comes? In a while, someone will take us away in a car. Let's go to the mountain to see the scenery first. We won't lower ourselves to the level of the strong wind, okay? Wang Wan continued. She was afraid that these old men would not be willing to leave. This was the most worrying thing when they encountered disasters in the past. The old men and old women were very stubborn. They would rather be destroyed with the house than leave. If they could not do it, they would have to use force to solve it. Zhang Xiaobao also thought so. This nursing home was now the home of these old people. The old people were most homesick. Otherwise, before they died, they would not tell their children to send their bodies back to their hometown. Perhaps this was the difference between the Chinese and other ethnic groups. Otherwise, why were so many ancient civilizations gone, and why were there no cultural heritages, leaving only China? After Wang Wan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao slowed down his movements. He wanted to see the attitude of these old people. Grandpa Hong laughed, wiped the corners of his eyes with his hand and said, "Xiaobao, cuckoo, don't be afraid. Let's go. We will follow the good official to the mountain. Who doesn't want to live? Even if this nursing home is gone, I believe that when the storm is over, you will build a more beautiful house for us old people, right?" "Yes, yes, Grandpa Hong, it is like this. A person's life is the most precious wealth. If things are gone, we can build a new one. Our family is rich, we can build whatever house we want." "But what about the other grandparents?" Wang Wan echoed. She suddenly asked about the others. She thought that this was the only one who was willing to leave. "The others will leave too. Otherwise, I will have no opponent when I am playing the game of chess in the future. I think this wind will come in from the bay and then follow the water to the Qinjiang River. Qinzhou will have more trouble than you." Grandpa Hong comforted Cuckoo. Chapter 471. No worries, after safety. The tide never stops. Who will fight against the heavens? No one will lower their heads and go against the current. As soon as the notice was posted in Lu Zhou's mansion, more than 20,000 people packed up their belongings. Without any complaints or doubts, they headed up the mountain under the guidance of the people in the yamen. Only those who were reluctant to leave would look back at their newly built homes. The people's confidence came from Zhang Zhong, the good official. His family was rich, so it did not matter if his house was destroyed. As long as he was alive, he would not be afraid. When the time came, he would rebuild it. The people did not know how much money the good official had. They only knew that he had never stopped investing. The people's trust in the good official could not be any higher. Even if they did not encounter any big storms this time, it did not matter. They would just take it as a stroll in the mountain and enjoy the scenery. At least, the good official would not tease them for no reason. Zhang Xiaobao once again displayed his ability to plan. Even in the face of an irresistible natural disaster, he never admitted defeat. He used everything that could be used, and took away all the resources in the province that could be taken away. The procession slowed down a little. The old people in the nursing home were well protected in the carriage. It was not only because they had a lot of experience, but also because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not so snobbish. They would not give up on useless people. As long as it did not cross their bottom line, they would respect life very much. This was especially true for the lives of their own kind. If they could spare them, they would spare them. When the people set off, they had arranged for a few people to go to the surrounding provinces to deliver the news. What should be done had been done. As for whether those people would listen to them or not, they did not care. There were tides in the sea, and there were people in the sea. A procession of more than 20,000 people was not small at all. Zhang Xiaobao was still in charge of the overall planning, and Wang Wan was in charge of arranging the order of the people's procession. She was only in charge of adjusting the procession according to what she thought was the most reasonable method. She left all the logistics to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was absolutely unwilling to lose the place that he had just built. At the very least, he wanted to gain some benefits from it. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, "We are all kites, flying in the face of adversity. The string that connects us is the concern in our hearts. This kind of tenacity was his essence. Therefore, during the process, he allocated resources while planning. He found Li Sun and told Li Sun that the construction of the wooden houses on the mountain could be brought forward. There were so many people, and under such circumstances, there was no need to pay any wages. Furthermore, he divided some medicinal herbs and better plants that could be collected at this place and this season into categories and let the people pick them when the time came. Anyway, there was no shortage of food. Those good rice were exchanged for a lot of bad rice from other places. It was enough as long as they could eat their fill. The quality of the food would be decided after the disaster was over. In just one day, this plan was written and placed in front of Li Sun for him to see. Then, he would also have to pay for this. After all, Li Sun had a lot of money and did not invest much. He was always by the Zhang family's side, so his expenses were too little. He was not as extravagant as the other marquises. After Li Sun read this plan, he was stunned. At this point, the Zhang family was still able to think of a way to develop. Naturally, he did not know that Zhang Xiaobao was the one who came up with this plan. He only thought that it was a master of the Zhang family. This matter, how could it be? Could it be that you are still stubbornly resisting in the face of an impending disaster? If it rains heavily, it will be more dangerous on the mountain. Do you still want to carry out construction? After reading the plan, Li Sun moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Then what should we do? Can we only wait for death in the face of a disaster? That is not the style of the Zhang family. The Zhang family never gives up. As long as there is a little hope, we will work hard. This money is agreed upon. Zhang family and Wang family cannot transfer so much money now, especially 110,000 yuan to build the canal. What is terrible is not the disaster, but the loss of confidence. What do we have to worry about? It is nothing more than another flood and spending more money. Does it mean that there is no danger if we don't work? We have to live like the wolves in the 100,000 mountains. If there is a wound, we will silently lick it. The lightning rods are ready. When the time comes, put a few of them at each settlement. Zhang Xiaobao finished the last short-term plan, stopped writing, and said seriously to Li Sun. He was prepared. He could bear any economic loss as long as he was still alive. Wang Wan was also beside him. She was as tenacious as Zhang Xiaobao. As long as there was life, there was hope. She added, don't think that it is a continuous disaster. When this disaster is over, the people will work harder to build. This is the essence of humans being superior to other animals. Li Sun finally understood the benefits of having two experts. Even the two children were like this. He always felt that there was something in these two people that he could not see through. That was, they were not afraid of any difficulties. The stronger they were, the stronger they became. They were like the fish that flew against the waves. Don't think about defeating them. Unless they died, any attack would be useless. This reminded him of the army. As long as the commander's flag did not fall, they would fight to the death. Of course, he did not know that the flags of the Zhang family and the Wang family were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As long as the two of them were still alive, there was nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Lu Shaoqing, who was supposed to be tortured to death, was given a new life. Zhang Zhong called him over and asked him to help arrange things here. After all, he was also a judge. He believed that he had the ability to do this. If he did a good job, all the debts would be written off. If he did a bad job, it would mean that he had sacrificed himself for the safety of the people of Luzhou. The words were very straightforward, but Lu Shaoqing could not feel any resentment. He felt that he could do a good job. Was it not just organizing the people? He understood. He was not a stupid person. Otherwise, how could he sit in this position? The steward of the Lu family, who often came up with ideas, had a new idea this time. He came to Lu Shaoqing's place and said to him, "Master, I've thought of something that can help us get more money." Lu Shaoqing was in a very good mood now. As long as he did a good job this time, all the debts would be written off. The salted vegetables made from the shrimp paste were a direct profit. He was very grateful for the disaster this time, but he did not dare to express it. Otherwise, if Zhang Zhong found out, it would be over. When Zhang Zhong told him about the matter, he mentioned that the four of them were gloating over the disaster last time. It was because of this that they were forced to take out all the money in the flood. Did it mean that they were not happy? If the people were not having a good time, they would not have a good time either. Therefore, when Lu Shaoqing was grateful for the disaster this time, he kept telling himself that he had to treat the people well. When he heard that the steward had another idea to make money, he pondered for a moment and said, "We can't always think about making money for ourselves. We have to think about the people at all times. After all, I'm still a judge. If the people are not living well, I'll feel sad too." Whether he was sincere or not, what he did and said was good for the people. It did not matter if he was pretending. If he could pretend for a lifetime, would it be true or not? The steward was stunned and suddenly understood the master's meaning. He quickly said, "Master, it's for the sake of the people that we thought of this method. Master, when the rain comes again, there will be a lot of mushrooms on the mountain. These mushrooms are useless. Why don't we fork out some money and let the people help us pick the mushrooms? We haven't paid off the debt this month, so we should have some money. It's enough to hire the people to work. Master, think about it. The Zhang family only makes some small vegetables. There are too few of them. The big pickles we make can't compare to the Zhang family. It won't be easy to sell them. The ones we made in the past will be given to the Zhang family. Now, we'll use mushrooms to make pickles. Since the things are different, the price will naturally be different. I heard that there are many places that don't have mushrooms in winter, especially in the north. When the time comes, we can sell them to the Zhang family at a higher price. We can also find a way to transport them and sell them. Master, what do you think? Mushrooms? Good, this is good. Then you can go and get little fishy in a while. Forget about selling them yourself. Sell them to the Zhang family. It's fine even if you don't raise the price, as long as Zhang Zhong doesn't scheme against me. Lu Shaoqing's eyes lit up. He felt that this was a good idea. His family hadn't paid off the debt this month, so he had some money. It wouldn't cost too much to hire someone to pick mushrooms. This way, the people would be better, and he would be better. The steward would naturally reward him and give him the little fishy from a few days ago. Lu Shaoqing thought that the steward would be very happy. Who knew that when the steward heard about little fishy, he shook his head vigorously and begged, "Master, I already have a wife at home. That's enough. One is enough. Otherwise, I can't stand it. Hee, master, change something else. For example, that silver hairpin. Give me one, and I'll go back and wear it for my wife." The steward didn't have a heart of stone. Ever since little fishy left and he ate the zhajiang noodles, he finally understood. It was fine for a beautiful woman like little fishy to be carefree outside, but he definitely couldn't bring her home. Otherwise, she would only cause trouble for him. That kind of woman could only die in a single night and couldn't be his wife. When he was at his lowest, that fat and ugly wife kept giving him ideas, encouraging him, and even cooking for him. This time, the idea was also thought of by his family members. If he brought little fishy back, if his current wife couldn't stand it and left, then he wouldn't just lose a bowl of noodles. Chapter 472. For a moment, Lu Shaoqing couldn't figure out what was wrong with this manager. Since he didn't want little fishy, then forget it. He could use her to rope in others. This was a good idea. Mushrooms and pickled vegetables were rarely made by ordinary people. However, for a place where mushrooms were not always available, the price would not be cheap. The two of them discussed for a while and finally decided on this matter. When they reached the mountain, they would let the people help them pick the mushrooms. As long as they didn't owe them money, they could slightly change their status in the hearts of the people. Lu Shaoqing thought so. In fact, he didn't know how much the people trusted the good official Zhang Zhong. Even if he changed, the people would still think that it was the good official's ability. The two of them didn't talk loudly, but it was still heard by the people next to them. This person found an opportunity to run to a person from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and told the person what the two of them said. The person from the inner courtyard immediately went to look for the little master. When he found the little master, he heard the conversation between the little master and the little marquis. The person from the inner courtyard felt that he didn't need to come here again. Yes, how could the little master and the little lady not think of something that others could think of? Not only did they think of that method, but they even said who could use it. This matter is settled. There are dozens of wild things here. There are mushrooms, wood ears, and some ferns. If the locals don't know, tell them. We can't let everyone build a small bridge and a wooden house. Some people can only pick wild vegetables. This kind of thing, if the Lu family isn't so stupid, they should know. Tell them how to deal with the mushrooms. Don't stupidly use shrimp sauce to pickle them. Some things can be poisonous. There are also some common wild vegetables on the mountain. Use shrimp sauce to pickle them. Tell them that they can pay more. When the person from the inner courtyard came, he heard the little master giving instructions to another person who was also from the inner courtyard. He was a little absent-minded and finally recovered. Fortunately, he already knew that the little master and the little lady were immortals, so he was very immune. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he saw the people from the inner courtyard rushing over. He looked at them inquisitively. It's all right, young master. You and your wife can continue with your work. Actually, I heard someone say that Lu Shaoqing's family is going to the mountains to hire people to pick mushrooms and then make salted vegetables. That's why I came over to inform you. This person from the inner courtyard felt that he had made a wasted trip. The little young master had already planned everything out. What else did the little young master not know? Li Sun at the side was shocked. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and didn't know what to say. Only Wang Wan knew that this was normal. Zhang Xiaobao had been scheming against the four of them and had obtained a lot of information. From this information, she could roughly analyze the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deceived so many people. Zhang Xiaobao appeared very natural. He nodded and said, "Got it." He continued to instruct the person who had just listened to the instructions, tell Lu Shaoqing that he can pick mushrooms and so on, but he is not allowed to casually cut down trees. Some trees are very valuable and can be used to make medicine. Also, he is not allowed to let people kill the animals here. We are in charge of what animals to catch, especially the peacocks. After the two people from the inner courtyard left, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan again, "The green feathers in this place are peacock's feathers. Many people kill them to get such things. It's purely stupid. Even wolves can be turned into dogs and raised, let alone peacocks. Can't they just raise them here? It's not like eating meat depends on the taste. A feather feels about the same. Some farmed ones look better than wild ones." Zhang Xiaobao said this because the two puppies had grown up a little. In the end, Wang Wan found that they were not dogs, but wolves. To be precise, they were wolfhounds. After knowing this, Wang Wan was happy for several days. Such dogs might not be suitable to be used as rescue dogs, but it was definitely not a problem to use them as police dogs. Wang Wan was ready to start training the wolfhounds' wild nature. The best way to train them was to have a pack of wolves that could carry them, but this was impossible. The only way was to wait for the puppies to grow up a little and let them catch live things to eat. They also had to listen to their owners. This matter was not simple at all. Even though Wang Wan had learned a little before, she knew that many people's dogs would bite their owners. Of course, if such a dog was a puppy, it would be fine as a pet dog, and the owner would forgive it. However, in some villages, as long as a dog used to guard the house, as long as it made a move to attack its owner, it would not be able to live. The reason was very simple. Dogs were not like cats. Cats did not have class. When you raised a cat, the cat would also think that it was raising you and would leave as it wished. Dogs, on the other hand, were able to find their own place. Once the dog guarding the house attacked its owner, it meant that its class status had changed. No village owner would keep it. Betraying the owner was the most intolerable thing. Therefore, these two wolfhounds, Wang Wan needed to spend more effort to train them. She needed to stabilize their class status, develop a sense of intimacy, and train their fighting skills. Wang Wan was actually very envious of those soldiers who raised dogs. When their dogs were injured beyond treatment, they would strangle the dogs themselves to reduce the dog's pain. The dogs would not resist at all. Wang Wan had seen it with her own eyes twice. She felt that it was not a dog, but a real soldier. When they felt that they could not hold on during the mission, they would ask their teammates to give them a quick death. Because of those experiences, Wang Wan decided to train these two little guys to become the most powerful dogs. With more than 20,000 people, it was impossible for them to move quickly. Even if there were roads that had been repaired, some people had to push carts, and some had to drive livestock. The elderly were better off as they had special carts to pull them. There were also those insensible children who would cry loudly when they changed places. Their voices were ear-piercing. After walking for 2 days, as expected, white clouds began to appear on the horizon. After walking for another half a day, those white clouds turned into dark clouds. More and more of them gathered, and a fierce wind started to blow. If there were no white clouds from before, and dark clouds came out directly, with such a strong wind, it might not have rained. However, with the gathering of white clouds, the rain would definitely fall. There was no luck. Lightning began to appear in the sky, followed by the deafening sound of thunder. Some people knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sky. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's expressions were gloomy. The interval between the lightning and thunder was a little too long, and the thunder was too loud. This meant that the distance was far, and there were still many positive and negative electrons. The rain would not be light. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and hurriedly ordered the people beside him, pass down the order. Tell the people who are carrying the lightning rods to put them flat and carry them. The team is not allowed to go near the trees. Those who have iron, copper, and silver hairpins on their heads take them down and stick them in with wooden sticks. At this moment, a gust of wind continued to blow from the mountain while another gust of wind came from the sea. It was rare for the two winds to collide. At the very least, it was rare in this terrain. When the winds collided, they began to swirl and sweep the ground. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that if the rice seedlings were finished and there was a heavy rain, they would not be able to survive. This storm was different from the one in Sanshui County. That kind of wind had a buffer. It would pause for a moment when it blew, giving the rice seedlings time to recover. At this moment, the whirlwind was blowing back and forth, and the rain was even stronger. The rice seedlings would not be able to survive. If I had known this would happen, I would have planted the reeds. Now, they've grown much taller. As long as the roots aren't pulled out, I can soak them in the water. Perhaps, I'll be able to eat the reeds when I come back. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao was actually calculating the value of the reeds. Reeds are good stuff. Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao. The rain is coming. Lu Zhou isn't afraid of heavy rain, but he's afraid of typhoons. However, we're still in a hurry. What if it rains? Can you guarantee that the typhoon won't come? You're planting reeds just to eat the reeds? You can even use them to weave mats, but they're far inferior to rice seedlings. Zhang Xiaobao was riding on the horse. When Wang Wan nudged him, he tilted to the side and slowly righted himself. He was not afraid of being pushed down. Wang Wan also knew that this height was nothing to Zhang Xiaobao. He could even do some actions with the help of the push, such as voluntarily dismounting from the horse and turning around in the air. Zhang Xiaobao, who was walking over, comforted the horse and stroked its brown fur. "Don't be afraid. I won't fall. What's wrong with planting reeds? I've decided. After this incident, I'll make a large swamp and find a stable home for the crocodiles. There are freshwater crocodiles and saltwater crocodiles. I'm going to make a large swamp with reeds. I'll also raise more fish there. It's closer to the sea. If the crocodiles are willing to come, they can come. I'll also put some ducks there to provide food for the crocodiles. That's not bad. This way, we can protect the wildlife." Wang Wan felt that it was indeed good to give the crocodiles a living environment. Protect what wildlife? There are many crocodiles now. You want to kill them all with our methods? Dream on. I just want to eat some crocodile meat and get some crocodile skin to make something. It's said that the serums of these crocodiles can cure diseases. I can't make that, but I can make the bones and teeth of the crocodile into decorations. Zhang Xiaobao finally told her his plan, which was to raise and kill crocodiles. Wang Wan frowned. "You're too cruel. You want to kill crocodiles just to make money. Then you can directly become a plant in the future and live through photosynthesis. Plants also have life. A flower, a world, a grass, a heaven. Then the things in the flowers and grass will have a lot of life. You can't even eat a green onion. You've killed too many creatures." Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with killing crocodiles. He ate a lot of chickens, ducks, and geese. He also killed pigs and cows. Chapter 473. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. More than 20,000 civilians had finally made it to the mountain. The happiest person was Li Sun. He could finally carry out his plan. With the protection provided by the guards, the civilians were divided into sections and started building temporary houses. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know if the heavy rain would cause a flood. They could only take precautions. Lu Zhou's population was small, and they did not have to worry about being held accountable. It would not matter even if there was no flood in the end. This is the best time. We can arrange the civilians as we please in our own place. Even if we do something wrong, as long as we don't leave our own place, we don't have to worry about being held accountable. With the support of the civilians, it's useless even if someone tries to impeach us, Wang Wan said emotionally when she saw the civilians starting to work without any complaints. Zhang Xiaobao understood this as well. Sometimes, it was not that the officials did not want to take precautions, but they did not dare to. If nothing happened after they took action, who would be responsible for wasting manpower and resources? Since the preparations were done well, the civilians were able to work with ease. One by one, the lightning rods were set up when the lightning stopped or when they were far away. With this, they did not have to worry about being struck by lightning while they were in the forest. While the civilians were working and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were waiting, the typhoon and the sea finally came. Just as the old man had said, the strong winds did not reach Lu Zhou's land. Through his 1,000 miles eye, he could vaguely see that the color of the sky was different from here. The strong wind rushed into the bay. Just as the old man had predicted, it was moving along the bay. I wonder if the pier will be damaged this time. It seems like we really need to repair it and build a sturdy one, Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly when he found out that the strong wind had rushed into the bay. I don't think there'll be any problems. The new pier is built with high-quality wood. Anyway, our ships have avoided the storm. Let's just wait. When the strong wind passes and the rain stops, the civilians will be able to leave the mountain. However, judging from Li Sun's reaction, it seems like he wants the civilians to stay on the mountain for a few more days. The people here were fine, but the people who came down from the Qin River were in trouble. The typhoon was blowing, and the waves were getting higher and higher. The trees nearby were all blown down. Occasionally, there would be waterspouts that sucked up some water, sand, stones, fish, and prawns before landing elsewhere. Chao Harue and the other two were not in a hurry. They wanted to wait for the Tang, governor of Ning, to send the memorial to the capital as soon as possible. They wanted to delay it as long as possible. It would be even better if they could delay it for a month. With the fast horses at the military station, Zhang Zhong might be able to get the news. The three of them sat on the boat. When the weather changed, they did not think much of it and thought that it would not affect them. However, when a fish landed on the boat, the three of them knew that something bad was going to happen even without the people on the boat saying anything. This should be the waterspout that was brought up by the strong wind. The sky was still gloomy, and the scenery in front of them was getting blurrier and blurrier. It was daytime, but it felt like it was nighttime. Not good, a hurricane is coming. Quick, get the boat to the shore. Chao Harue was holding the fish in his hand. He did not feel happy about the extra reward. He anxiously shouted at the boatman on the boat. In fact, the boatmen did not need anyone to say anything. They were already trying their best to get the boat to the shore. It was not that the boatmen were knowledgeable. These boatmen had never seen a hurricane before. They just felt that the wind was too strong. As soon as the boat reached the shore, Chao Harue and the other two jumped off first. They knew very well how powerful this hurricane was. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Fortunately, they were surrounded by mountains. It was safer to escape into the mountains. When the boatmen saw the three of them running off anxiously, they did not know what was going on. They continued to stabilize the boat. Fortunately, they knew to lower the sail and did not foolishly hang there. What are you doing? Run. Don't stay on the boat. You will die. Come down quickly. Take everything you can carry, especially food. Follow us. Fan Jianxi saw that the people on the boat were still staring at the three of them. He slapped his forehead and was very worried. He shouted at the people on the boat. If these people were not from the Ning family, they would not care. Master Fan, will the wind be very strong? If we run, what will happen to the boat? One of the people on the boat was still wondering if the boat could be damaged. After all, a boat with people and a boat without people were different. Fan Jianxi had a murderous intent. He stomped his feet and looked at the sky. He continued to shout, "Who cares about the boat? Even if you stay on the boat, it is useless. If you want to die with the boat, don't come down. We don't care. Run." After that, the three of them did not care about what the people on the boat were going to do. They looked around, held hands, and began to run. The three of them were not familiar with this place, and they could not see the surrounding scenery if they were a little further away. However, it did not affect the three of them to find a place to hide. They had been here for a long time, so they were very familiar with hurricanes. There were big and small hurricanes. Some would circle around the sea and then disappear. Some would rush to the land and disappear. Some would stay for a few days. It seemed that the one they encountered this time was not small. Even the sky was changing. The three of them put the letter written by Tang, governor of Ning, in the safest place. They also wrapped the letter with a few layers of oil paper. When they got off the boat, they also brought some food. The rest was up to fate. The boatmen on the boat had always been on the other side of the Yellow River, so they could not understand the power of this hurricane. However, when they saw the three local people so frightened, they thought about it and followed them. The boat could only be left here for now. They did not forget to bring more food, so they would not starve to death if they hid here for too long. A group of people followed closely behind Fan Jianxi and the other two. Finally, they found a valley. Fan Jianxi wiped the water off his face. He did not care if the ground was wet or not. He sat down and gasped for breath. When another fish fell near him, his face became even worse. "Master Fan, I don't know when this hurricane will pass. Will it be fine if we stay here?" The person in charge of the boat was not used to this kind of weather. The falling water was cold and bitter. Although it was not cold in the winter, being soaked through would cause the body to lose heat faster. The person in charge knew that the three adults should be able to understand, so he came forward and asked. The other boatmen were also waiting for Fan Jinxi's answer. Fan Jinxi shook his head and said worriedly, "I don't know when it will pass." Taste the rain. In addition to the rain from the sky, there is also the water from the sea. The fish were all brought here. In short, the wind is not weak. Maybe it will run to another place after a while, or maybe it will go back and forth in this place. There is no way to know what the wind will do. Maybe it will go back and forth after a while. Even if we hide here, it will not be safe. Don't think that this valley will be fine. There is a big river next to it. The wind may suck up the water in the river and then fall here. Even if we are not blown away by the wind, we will be drowned. As Fan Jinxi said this, he wondered if the wind was blowing from Lu Zhou's capital. He wanted to see Zhang Zhong or his family fall from the sky and land next to him. That would be the best way to vent his anger. It would be even better if the wind swept the whole Lu Zhou. As he thought about it, Fan Jinxi laughed. Chao Harue did not understand when he saw him laughing. He asked in a low voice, "Brother Fan, why are you laughing? Did you see that the wind is going to pass soon? I only know that some of the old people here can see it." "Did you learn something, Brother Fan?" "What did I learn?" "I was thinking that if the wind swept past Lu Zhou's side before it reached here, it would be over for Lu Zhou. Let's see if Zhang Zhong still has the ability to protect the people. The more chaotic Lu Zhou is, the better it is for us," Fan Jinxi said softly. He could not let the boatman hear this. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. When Chao Harue heard this, he perked up. He nodded and said, "That's right. Zhang Zhong has caused us a lot of trouble. We should let him suffer more." Jiang Huancher was overjoyed when she heard this. The three of them had turned their hatred to everyone in Lu Zhou. When they encountered a disaster, they did not care if the people were in danger. Instead, they were happy. The person in charge of the ship did not know what the three of them were thinking. Otherwise, he would have been frightened. They did not know about typhoons, so they could only follow the three of them and hope to avoid it. Naturally, they were not particularly afraid. After all, they had never encountered one before. After listening to Fan Jinxi, they stood there and thought for a moment. Then, they asked, "Lord Fan, is it because the wind is getting stronger? When we arrive here, we should watch how the wind blows and avoid it, right?" "Avoid it? Where should we avoid it? Don't think that we'll be fine just because we're protected by the mountains. If we encounter a waterspout, we'll be swept up into the sky. What's the point of landing? Let's avoid it for as long as we can. We can't outrun the wind." Fan Jinxi was still thinking about the disaster at Lu Zhou's capital. Initially, he was happy. However, when he heard the person in charge's words, he was worried again. It was not safe here. If they made a mistake, they might lose their lives. However, the mountains were not as strong as they were outside. If they ran to the river, they might lose their lives. The group was trapped here. The wind continued to blow up along the Qin River. Behind them, there was still a smaller wind blowing, but this smaller wind was relative. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.